Chapter 461 Want to defeat me? In fact, Khan cannot die. Not be greedy for this TP. Go home directly, and then TP out. Although there will be a certain loss of troops, it will definitely not be as miserable as now. But Khan also had something to say. If TP was eliminated so early, if Li Han was promoted to TP and went to another route, wouldn't he still take the blame in the end? After all, it's the player's game style. Some players are stable and don't like to take the blame. Such players can often guarantee the lower limit, but they also lose a lot of possibilities and present the image of a bastard in the eyes of the audience. After the whole game, you may not have much impression of this person, and you may even say something in surprise. "Ah? Did this person actually exist?" However, some players dare to operate and challenge. Such players' performance is not very stable. They are dazzling when they are bright, and they are stretching their hips when they are stretching. The lower limit is very low, and the upper limit is very high. As for the top order, that is to have both. But people who can do both are really rare. In fact, it depends more on what the team requires of you. When they want you to be stable, you have to be stable. And when they want you to be fierce, you have to be fierce. Here, after this wave of solo kills, Lucian's advantage in the top lane will be gone. PG is a former professional top laner after all, and there is absolutely no problem with his game understanding and understanding of the top lane path. That's right. Lucian lost at least 2 waves of soldiers. It's really difficult to fight. Miller nodded. It's not just that. Look at the army line. Noob can now go back to the city and go online on foot. When he goes online, the line will be pushed back in a wave. Khan has to hand over the teleport. He will lose more than 1 person every time he goes online. A little bit. In fact, PDD did not go into details. In fact, even after being killed alone this time, Lucian still has a slight advantage over Wayne, which is not as exaggerated as the commentator said. This thing is like hitting a crocodile with a weapon. Everyone knows that a crocodile can defeat a weapon in the early stage. Even if the weapon kills the crocodile once, the crocodile is still not afraid of you. But why do people say that the crocodile is finished when a weapon appears on the field to kill the crocodile alone? Very simple. Not to mention superficial experience and financial losses. The most important thing is that the additional economy can accelerate the opponent's development. League of Legends does not have the kind of game that can be suppressed from the beginning. For some heroes, if your landing is strong in the early stage, then it must be due to lack of growth in the later stage. The female police officer has the strongest levels 1 and 18, but at the cost of weak mid-term abilities. When selecting lineups, coaches and players generally have considerations. Simply stacking late-stage heroes will not necessarily give you an advantage. Blindly choosing early-stage lineups will easily lead to overturning. What really matters is, during the strong period of your own hero or lineup, how much advantage can you accumulate for our level to make up for your lack of ability in the later stage? If you are 2 big things ahead of the opponent, do you still have to worry about the opponent being invincible in the later stage? At the same time, it is also accompanied by the position of the military line. The importance of the military line is self-evident. Let's just talk about the current situation on the field. When the Khan died, the troop line was under the tower. If the troop line was pushed into the tower normally, that is, 1 wave or less of a wave of troop lines was sent into the tower, then the troop line would be reset. And likely hunchings before the situation of hoarding troops and sending them into the defense tower will inevitably lead to the formation of a pushback line. The approximate position of the army line will be a little in front of the first tower on the top road of Tabua. The location was disgusting to Khan, because the junglers of both sides have swapped jungle areas. The prince must be active in the upper half of the area now. And after returning home for a round of supplies, the prince will inevitably come to the upper half of the area, which makes him dare not push the lane, because there is a risk of getting caught. But just let Wayne and himself develop peacefully. Isn't this tantamount to wasting Lucian's strong period? If you fail to accumulate the advantages you should have during your strong period, how will you play with Vayne next? Moreover, even if Little Peanut wants to help with this kind of military line, there is no way for a Lucian plus Pig Girl combination in the jungle. As long as Vayne has a flash, Pig Girl comes from the front, and it is impossible to catch Vayne to death. As for reaching level 6 and jumping over the tower to kill, what a joke. The terrain under the defense tower is very suitable for Vayne to play, and she can easily exert control effects. Moreover, Vayne's invisibility after activating her ultimate move can kill them both. The more Khan thought about it, the angrier he became. But he had no solution. Now he has only one choice. bite the bullet and force the line into the tower to reset the line of troops. Or call the jungler. But when I saw that Little Peanut was still far away in the bottom lane, I couldn't count on him at all. In this case, he could only rely on himself to deal with the issue of the military line. Again, there is no way. Who told your first level group to be set up? Once the design of the first level group is successful, the effect achieved will be no less than if you take out a set of black technology heroes or a lineup. This is the current situation of Tabwa. Khan is used to being treated as the absolute core of the team, so his habit of buying eyes is actually very poor, especially when playing as a top lane shooter. He wants to convert every penny into substantial combat power. How can he buy it in the early stage? True eyes. The jewelry eye on his body has been inserted before and is still in the CD, which means that he does not have any vision protection now. He roughly judged the prince's position and thought that there shouldn't be much danger in his push. However, he still said it out of habit. I want to push the lane on the road. You come on the road as soon as possible to help squat. Otherwise the position of the soldiers will be too uncomfortable, and I won't be able to line up at all. Okay, brother Donha. I'll be here right away. Little Peanut nodded. Khan immediately took the initiative to move forward, trying to use skills to forcefully clear the line and enter the tower. At this time, there is no need to worry about using Q to penetrate the troops and consume Vayne. The best thing to do is to push the line of troops through quickly. In this regard, there was nothing Vayne could do. This is also Vayne's biggest weakness: her complete lack of clearing abilities. If you were another hero, would you like to forcefully clear the lane and enter the tower? Then I will throw my skills at you and clear the troops, or use my body to block the line. Unfortunately, Vayne was unable to complete these two operations, because Vayne has no AoE ability, and Vayne's body is also very fragile. There is no way to force her body to get stuck. Seeing that the military line was pushed past, Khan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the military line was reset, he would still have a chance to suppress Li Hansheng. After all, what Vayne went home to replenish after getting first blood was extraction. Although extraction will also increase her attack power, it is essentially a development type equipment and will not make Vayne's combat effectiveness improve. A substantial leap forward. Only then did Khan think of retreating and waiting for the troops to reset. But right now, the prince's figure rushed out from the direction of the river grass. Sheba! Khan was shocked and yelled angrily through gritted teeth. Are you really going to stop fighting in the wild and get on the road? As a former member of LSPL, he understands the concept of Shang Rufu. At this moment, he wanted to send these words to Gao Tianliang intact. It is your father who is going on the road. Right? It's really hard to catch him. Gao Tianliang would not be polite to him. He walked straight towards Lucian on the line. And he was not in a hurry, because he was coming from the side. He could catch up to Lucian without having to use EQ. After hand-to-hand at the extreme distance and slowing down, he then walked to Lucian's face, starting with a draw. I used the red buff to continue slowing down. But when the face-to-face contact passed, Khan couldn't make a decision. Lucian's displacement skill is not smooth like Easy's E. It is similar to the W of small guns and airplanes. It has an obvious displacement action, and it will not be in an unselectable state during the displacement process, which means it can be hit, break, joke. Not everyone can be like Easy's E, who can forcibly use displacement to offset the control after being hooked. The prince directly raised his hand to EQ. Lucian wanted to hand E but failed to dodge, and was immediately launched into the air. Vayne had also caught up, and she quickly fired two basic attacks with EQ, and Lucian's health suddenly dropped by half. After landing, Khan immediately handed over the flash to distance himself. But at this time, Pig Girl finally arrived belatedly to ensure Lucian's safety. But this is also disgusting. His state was severely disabled and he lost flash, which meant that Lucian had to go home again. Who can withstand this? Hey! Little Peanut came in time. He is indeed a jungler who is better at protecting the top laner. At this time, we have to be grateful for the success of Taoba's first level team. Otherwise the road will not be so smooth now. Miller talked freely. Although I couldn't get the kill. But this wave is no different from killing Khan. During the time when Khan returned home, Li Hansheng did not ask Gao Tianliang to help him push the line, but continued to control the line development and patiently played money. At this time, the game between the two sides on the top road is temporarily over. Long Zhu had to accept the situation where Lucian could not suppress Vayne. After Gao Tianliang returned home for the first time, he set his sights on the middle. Since Toba has come up with the Kalma swing system, it has an extra rhythm point Japanese girl on the field. so it is natural to take advantage of it. How to use it? Of course, it was Nosook who was working together to cause trouble.
Sure, Saming. It's almost time for you to go home and replenish your health. Have you bought the eyes?
He asked proactively.
That's right.
Sure Saming nodded.
Okay then. Go directly to the middle lane later,
he warned, and then spoke again.
Brother Wei, can you break the shield in the middle lane and control the wave first? Okay. Come on.
Gao Dui nodded. Gao Tianyang immediately rushed out of the spring and headed straight for the middle road. This side of the middle road, the landing of Karma and Malzahar is actually a battle. These two heroes are pure top-level tools. They both lack damage in the early stage. Neither one has any way to defeat the other. A tacit understanding of the battle is a better situation. Wei Shen seized the moment when BDD stepped forward to replenish his troops, accelerated himself with an E, and hit a flat A, breaking Malzahar's passive cover. BDD was very alert at first, but after a long time, they didn't find anything, and they took the initiative to replenish their troops again. This is the moment. Caught by Gao Dui. Gao Dui is a thief. He flashed directly to W to time Malzahar, and he accelerated himself immediately. In this case, even Malzahar flashed over immediately. But because Malzahar himself did not have the ability to accelerate, after Karma accelerated himself, the distance between the two sides continued to shrink, which meant that Malzahar was unable to break free from the chains and was imprisoned in place. In other circumstances, even if the prince can come out at this time, the damage from Karma plus the prince is not enough to pose a fatal threat to a Malzahar who is in good condition. It is nothing more than exchanging flashes. However, there are Japanese girls in the Taobao lineup. The Japanese girl can make up for the poor damage and control. And the Japanese girl also brings ignition, which makes it impossible for Taobao's attack on the middle to lack damage and control.
Nosook is linking up. This is the first time in this game.
After Malzahar was imprisoned in place, the prince decisively followed up with EQ and knocked him back. The Japanese girl followed up with E to catch AQ, stun and ignite the attack. A set of combos was completed in one go, without giving Malzahar any chance to operate. Although, the three people's damage still didn't kill Malzahar instantly, but they actually knocked him to a low level of health. Malzahar didn't flash. So how could he escape? The moment Kalma succeeded in taking the lead, Malzahar's fate was already doomed. Finally, the head was taken away by Malzahar's ordinary Q skill.
Nice! Perfect Nosook's linkage! Tubwa got a kill again!
Wadaba shouted excitedly.
Jack in the bottom lane wasn't affected much either.
Virus plus Lulu do not have the ability to jump over the tower to kill. Yuinba just lost a few supplementary troops, which damaged his personal development. But what they got in exchange was the victory of the overall rhythm of the Taoba team.
It seems that this game is as we guessed,
Wawa said with a smile on his face, quite gloating.
Long Yu insisted on using the top shooter system to compete with Taoba, but they ignored it to understand the impact of the swing system. Let's connect one link after another. The first level team advantage brought by the swing system will allow Taoba to gain a huge advantage at the first level,
PDD added, pointing out the most critical point. The root of everything lies in the design of the first level group, which gave Taoba a huge advantage.
Looking at it this way, as long as Nu can kill Khan alone in the top lane, the game will completely lose its suspense.
They are also top lane shooter systems, so the development of the top laner is the top priority. Once one side's top laner has a crushing advantage, isn't winning a matter of course? It makes sense for Miller to make such an inference. And the situation on the field is developing in the direction they predicted. On the upper road, Li Hanxing has already pressed more than a dozen swords. When both sides are at range, it is not easy to press the swords, as long as there is a pressure knife. It tells a lot about the situation. And Li Hanxing chose to go home when he was at level 5. He was not in a hurry to be defeated. Instead, she chose the equipment that was the most cost-effective in the early stage for Vayne. Those are attack speed boots. Chapter 462, what else can be a single shooter? Actually, if you calculate it purely based on cost-effectiveness, the two-level shoes with a maximum price of 1,100 yuan are one of the most cost-effective equipment in League of Legends. After all, movement speed is an attribute you can hardly get from other equipment. For a shooter like Vayne who relies heavily on level A as a means of output, the improvement brought by attack speed shoes is much higher than that of ordinary shooters. If shooters such as Wayne, Policewoman, and Big Mouth can use their attack speed boots in the early stage, they can greatly increase their pressure on the line. For heroes like Lucian and Xiao Bao, the benefits of attack speed shoes are not that high. After all, They rely more on skills to create damage. For 1,100. Buying 3 long swords to increase the attack power of the panel can significantly increase the skill damage. It's much more cost-effective than using 1 to 2 more aces. As for why Li Hansheng released this piece of equipment first, it's also very simple. Rundown is too expensive. Before the dilapidation was synthesized into clothing, the price/performance ratio was not very high. Of course, part of the reason is to better pull the opponent. Now that he has the dual advantages of movement speed and shooting range, doesn't it take a matter of minutes to pull him? No. Seeing Lucian anxious to push the line home, he took the initiative to step forward and hit Lucian. Khan's first reaction was to pull back and distance himself. Result? He saw that Li Hansheng actually took the initiative to pursue him. Now Khan will not be polite to you. He has a wave of soldiers to help him. Why should he be afraid of you? He immediately stopped and wanted to turn around and counterattack. And he still wanted to start with A, and then use E's to close the distance and use other skills. But at this time, Khan was dumbfounded. Vayne, who was moving forward, suddenly turned around and looked back. She happened to be stuck at an awkward distance, where Lucian couldn't hit even A. This was very uncomfortable. Khan didn't dare to have sex with E because he had no flash. Once he took the initiative to E, he would have no choice but to fight to the end. And there would be no way out. So he could only give up and run back. Result? Wayne caught up again and hit a flat A, followed by a Q roll to refresh the flat A, which was a triple ring. After suffering a big loss, Lucian once again wanted to turn around and tie A. As a result, Wayne immediately turned around again and refused to give Lucian the chance to tie A. The picture that appeared on the court was that the two sides were swinging back and forth. But Lucian didn't even hit a draw. Oh my god! This level A distance control. Noob is really terrifying. PDD couldn't help but sigh. Khan is dead. Wayne himself has 2 speed boots and passive movement speed. His pursuit ability is very powerful. Now Khan has lost 40% of his health, even if he uses E to distance himself. Lucian's E displacement distance is not the same. It's not too far away, and Wayne will soon be able to catch up on foot. What followed was an unpretentious pursuit of Ping A. Lucian was chased all the way to his own defense tower, and then died. Single kill. Vayne lost 40% of her health. But this was all caused by the focus of fire by the minions. Lucian never touched Vayne even once. This is Noob! It can be said that even if Noob announces that he will change his position to play ADC, then with his operation, I have every reason to believe that he can become the world's #1 ADC. Wah. It was like blowing Li Hansheng to the sky. As a veteran in the commentary box, he may not understand the game very well, but he knows how to please the audience very well. Praise Li Hansheng. Touting Li Hansheng as the traffic code in the LPL commentary box. What do you say about this thing? It's not that other players can't boast, but there is a risk of being slapped in the face. After all, no one can guarantee that they will always be in peak condition. Their condition will fluctuate, and their performance on the field will naturally have ups and downs. Only Li Hansheng, always at his peak, always at his best, always showing off to others, always winning. Such a player will never be slapped in the face no matter how much you praise him. So why not do it? Backstage, Jin Juju was completely desperate when he saw the scene. He knew exactly what this wave of solo kills meant. This means that Long Zhu has completely lost the initiative in the game. And there is a high probability that this one is gone. There is no comeback point, and no hope of comeback in sight. How to make a comeback? In the same lineup. If others are more proactive than you, it means that they have more offensive opportunities. And you can only be passively beaten. This thing is like a duel between 2 parties in an octagonal cage. You have no ability to fight back, and can only be beaten passively. So how can you play it? After gaining the initiative in the first half, Talbot was seen to have entered that streamlined operation mode. After winning the Canyon Pioneer in the first half of the area, the First Blood Tower became Li Hansheng's bag. The bounty of the First Blood Tower plus the additional bounty provided by Extraction allowed Li Hansheng to directly own it in 11 minutes. Got 2 core props, attack speed shoes plus destruction. This is also where the hero Wayne is great. 1 piece of ruin is enough to give Vayne the combat power of a traditional 2-piece critical strike shooter, while Lucian is completely unable to line up. How to play? In this case, even Lucian with ruin cannot defeat Vayne. The king of duels among shooters is no joke. Wayne's duel ability is even comparable to that of a warrior. He has room to operate against most warriors, and even assassins. This is definitely not what Lucian can match. Besides, the coordination between Gao Tianliang and Shi Seming was also very good, making the middle
and lower lanes of Longu miserable. Although Dragon Ball has also used the initiative ability of Virus and Malzahar to get some kills. The problem is that compared with the disadvantages they face, the things they get back after getting kills are simply not good enough. When the game time came to 20 minutes, the head count of both sides was already 15-7, and Tabwa had an absolute lead. Li Hansheng already owns a luxurious 3-piece set of Dilapidation plus Sheep Knife plus Big Ice Hammer. The equipment of the Big Ice Hammer is also a good supplement for Vin. Just like Nar. The deceleration effect of the Big Ice Hammer allows you to better pull the opponent. And the blood volume provided can also bring you a good fault tolerance rate. That's exactly what it is. Dragon Ball is even more unbeatable. Although their control chain is very long. The damage is not enough. Mainly due to Lucian's stunted growth. Khan's line was completely destroyed by Li Hansheng. What harm could a collapsed Lucian do? In this case, the ending of the game is reasonable. The game lasted for 21 minutes. Tabwa got the Baron. Win, who was ruined, had a sheep knife and an earth dragon buff. Beat the Baron too fast. In addition, it was a dual shooter system. Dragon Ball didn't even have time to react. Nothing. In fact, what would happen even if we reacted? Can they come? The swing system can select hard assistance to gain the initiative, which is also fully reflected in the advancement of Tabwa. When they were on the high ground, Shinming's Japanese girl used a beautiful E-dodge to take the lead, successfully controlling Virus, and then immediately used Ignite. The serious injury buff brought by Ignite had Lulu's ultimate move and healing effect. Bo just rushed Virus to death. Dragon Ball is the same as Tabwa. It belongs to the double shooter system. The overall source of damage for the team relies on the fire suppression brought by the dual shooters. The 3 positions of Nakano and Auxiliary are pure tool roles, and have almost no damage ability. Virus was killed and Lucian was stunted. Longzhu had completely lost its ability to fight back, and could almost only stare. It was only reasonable that he would be tortured and killed by Tao Bo in the end. Wow! If you look at it this way, the swing system must be better. Wawa gave his own judgment, which was also his sense of watching the game. This one. It is precisely because of the hard support in the swing system that Tabwa has the capital to force the opponent to switch to the jungle area with him in the first level team. Only by changing to the jungle area can he have the advantage of the top lane, and then use the advantage of the top lane to break the surface, thus forming all-around advantages. Indeed, I estimate that the hero Karma will most likely be difficult to release again in the next game. The game time was finally fixed at 25 minutes, and Tabwa easily won the first game. The audience immediately burst into thunderous applause, and everyone shouted excitedly, laughing. What kind of Dragon Balls are they? Are they worthy of using the same tactics as Tao Bo? Is this all con? 10% off water bottles? Perhaps Koreans don't understand what Dongshi Xiaofeng means. They may not have this concept. Can Brother Han Sheng torture his opponent even more miserably? I don't know why, but I just hate this Conbi. He obviously has no ability, and he keeps messing around with me. Brother Han Sheng. Every day. The moment he took off his headphones, Li Hansheng felt the fiery atmosphere created by the audience. Playing in such an atmosphere, the whole person will be inspired and motivated. The coach also rushed out immediately. Hongmi smiled and praised. Everyone performed well. But next we will come to the red side, and the opponent will most likely block it frantically. Han Sheng, the second round will have to be it's up to you. Hey, let them block it, Li Hansheng said with a bad smile. I don't mind giving them a little shock. The other side. The Dragon Ball players were obviously a little confused by the abuse. Especially Khan, who was full of confidence and wanted to compete with Li Hansheng. The result of it? Li Hansheng's underwear was even seen through. Jinzhuzi also said, Don't take the failure of the first round seriously. This time we will come to the blue side. We can completely block Noob's top lane hero pool selection. Don't huh? You have to cheer up. Get up. You are the key to our victory. If you slump, we will not be able to defeat each other. I know. Khan nodded. Don't worry. Coach, I won't give the opponent another chance in the second game. Very good. Jin Juju nodded. This kind of BO5 game can be accepted as long as the confidence of the players does not collapse. A loss in one game is nothing. After all, they still have room for adjustment. The biggest fear in a BO5 game is that the team member's confidence collapses. And then, they are afraid that they won't be able to win even if they use all their cards. In that case, there really is no room for adjustment. If it comes to this, it can only show that there is a gap in strength between the two sides. Losing the game is a crime of right and wrong. I'm not as capable as you.
So isn't it normal to lose to you? It is gratifying to see the weak defeat the strong. But this is an exception and a minority. It is precisely because of its scarcity that it is precious to the audience.
Okay. The second round of the two sides is about to officially begin. Talbot will come to the red side, and Longzhu will come to the blue side. This is also a test for Talbot,
Miller said.
Yes,
PDD nodded.
Because on the blue side, Dragon Ball does not need to take on the banned positions of Karma and Callista. They can completely block Vayne and Lucian at the same time, forcing you Noob to play with Khan. Traditional top order. It's not that Noob's traditional top laner is not good, but Talbot has been using the top lane shooter system since the knockout stage. This means that the top lane shooter must be their best thing. If they can't use it, it will be a problem for Talbot. It will definitely have a certain degree of impact. As for why Lucian and Vayne were banned and top lane shooters were unable to play, this is also very simple. Because currently it seems that only these two heroes can be used to play top lane.
A shooter who can play top lane must be the kind of shooter who is flexible and has strong one-on-one ability. For example, Lucian and Vayne. Callista are not counted. One of the important reasons why Shyman is able to kill other top laners in S10 with Callista is the talents and equipment of the time. Cluster Blade brings extremely strong pressure to Callista's line, and Blood Blade, an orphan equipment, greatly strengthens Callista's pressure in the single line. Although Callista is a non-banned player in the S7 World Championship version. But it's not because of how strong Callista is. It's simply because Callista's ultimate move can protect the incense burner monster very well. Without suitable talents and equipment, top laner Callista will not be able to achieve the desired effect. The top three banners on both sides also confirmed what the commentator said. Dragon Ball directly banned Lucian, Vayne and Feng knew in the first three moves, while Talbot banned Callista, Karma and Rakan. Longzhu immediately grabbed the prince. The reason why I didn't choose Galio is purely because BDD doesn't play well. And, in the eyes of professional teams, the strength of the hero Galio is actually just that. Not to the point where it cannot be handled. In essence, Galio is similar to the single big tree. And he belongs to the type of father in the middle. Because Galio cannot be suppressed in the lane. Any hero can develop peacefully with Galio. And most heroes can even play comfortably against Galio. In the original time and space. This was also the reason why RNG released Galio 5 times. In the finals, Samsung did not deliberately target Lee Sang-hyuk's Galio, because they felt that although this hero was high in intensity, it could be handled.
Let's take a look at Talbot's choice. Will it bring us something exciting?
Chapter 463 Shunbao really understands traffic flow.
I personally think Talbot may return to the normal lineup selection. Mainly because there are no good top lane shooter options.
PDD gave his own opinion. Among the shooters, there are only two heroes with strong dual ability, and they have collectively taken the banned position. The remaining shooters are either the type of turrets without displacement. Are you looking for death if you go on the road as a squishy without displacement? Either it is a skill-based shooter like Easy. Easy is flexible enough. But the problem is that this hero does not have enough early landing suppression power. And it does not fit the incense burner version at all.
Have you forgotten that Noob is not famous for being a top lane shooter? Think about him who just debuted last year. He is not proficient in top lane wizards, tanks, and warriors. Even if he chooses heroes normally, he is not afraid of Khan. That's right.
Miller nodded.
Maybe it's because recently I've seen noobs use long hands to suppress players in the top lane, which gave us the illusion that shooters should be on the top lane. But this is not the norm.
Talbot was not in a hurry to play the top laner, but instead locked on Galio plus Lulu first. Without Feng Nu and Luo, Lulu became the best choice for the auxiliary position. Dragon Ball locked Virus plus Gems with its backhand. In fact, it can be seen from the first three choices that Longzhu still wants to get a more proactive lineup. Both the Prince and Virus have the ability to strike first. And Gems he can cooperate with the Prince to perform combos. While Gems' ultimate move can also bring a very high fault tolerance rate for the team's face-off. The Korean team particularly loves Virus, just like they love Easy. Talbot selected Xia on the third floor. If you can get the S7 version of Xia Luo at the same time, you will be invincible. As for the dog male and female combination, that has not been weakened too much. Even if it is taken alone, it belongs to T1. The joint version is T0. And the separate version is T1. The game officially entered the second round of BP between the two sides. Talbot is targeting the middle lane, banning Syndra and Rise. These two heroes can effectively limit Galio's push, so Talbot naturally cannot make them so comfortable. Dragon Ball, on the other hand, has gone back to restrict Tobwa's jungle options. Tobwa is currently in the jungle. No one would be stupid enough to want to limit Li Hanxing's performance through the hero pool, because Li Hanxing has proven countless times that his hero pool is bottomless. In comparison, Gao Tianliang is easier to target. Therefore, they set both Wine Barrel and Pig Girl to the ban position. In this way, Gao Tianliang was left with some unconventional choices. Topo's final choice is the Excavator. There is no way. There are only 3 popular choices in this version: Prince, Pig Girl and Wine Barrel. 1 has been robbed and 2 have been banned. Naturally, we can only settle for the next best thing. Seeing that Tobwa left the Kong special position to Li Hanxing, Long Zhu no longer hesitated. Jin Huzit even concluded that Tobwa would choose the normal lineup.
This is obvious. Are you confident to help you grab Jace?
East River.
His judgment is similar to that of PDD. The 2 shooters suitable for the road are gone. Tobwa will inevitably return to the normal selection. The Kong special position is left to Li Hanxing to make Li Hanxing more comfortable in the lane. If you want to play a top lane shooter, you don't need the counter position at all, because the top lane shooter will basically not be too uncomfortable against anyone in the lane. However, he was still quite surprised as to why Tobwa didn't choose Jace, because the remaining popular top lane options are nothing more than some tanks and 2 Yordles. Why can Longju beat Samsung in the Korean LCK League? It's very simple. Samsung's top laner is the Yordle Jinchuriki, and Jace is the Yordle's nemesis. Neither Gnar nor Kennen can compete with Jace. Khan dominates the LCK with Jace. Hit the road, help the team win the championship, and earn himself the reputation of being the top laner in the LCK. Khan was thinking carefully. It was not impossible for Jace to choose, but when he thought about Li Hanxing being in the counter position, he didn't have the courage. Jess could be said to be his last underwear. If Li Hanxing stripped off all his underwear, he would be really embarrassed and would not be able to find any reason or excuse to evade it. How to say? There was not much time left for selection, so Golden Pig could only ask again. I'd better choose Kennen. Jace is not easy to perform. Khan decided to play it safe. The best choice now is 2 Yordles. And between these 2 Yordles, Kennen can suppress Gnar. There is no other. Only your hands are long. Gnar is very good at beating AP Kennen in the mid to late stage, because after getting the meaty equipment, as long as he can resist the burst of AP Kennen, he can chase the opponent. But AD Kennen is different. All against A. Kennen's control is very stable and unavoidable. And whether Gnar's W or Tathagata Palm, it is difficult to control Kennen in a 1v1 situation. How do you hit the right A with someone? It seems that if Gnar has 3 rings, the damage may be higher, but it depends on the situation. Although AD Kennen will take the half-tank route, the only equipment that can support health is the Big Eyes Hammer. Gnar's 3rd ring is that the more fleshy you are, the higher the damage. Until your maximum health does not exceed that threshold, you are not as good as Kennen. What about the stable extra damage provided by W? And you also have to involve team fights. Even if Gnar is level 18, his range is only 500 yards, while Kennen has 550 yards, and can be used as the second ADC on the field. During the team fight stage, my biggest advantage is my long hands. There is another reason. In previous games, Li Hanxing only used a few heroes to defeat Kennen, including Prince, Lucian, and Rambo. Now, Rambo has been eliminated from the version. Lucian has been banned, and the Prince has been robbed. There are not many better choices left. Khan thought well. Jin Juju nodded immediately after thinking for a moment. Then choose Kennen and Malzahar. Kennen? There is no Prince now. What hero will Noob use to deal with Kennen? Jess?
Wawa analyzed.
Jessie can beat Kennen in the lane, but it's not very easy to play.
PDD shook his head.
The Censor Monster version of the Poke hero is not easy to play, and there is a strong hero like the Prince on the opposite side that can restrain Jace. I personally feel that Jace is not a great choice.
Everyone was brainstorming, racking their brains to guess Li Hanxing's final choice. On Tao Bo's side, it seemed that he was deliberately trying to put off the situation, delaying for a long time before giving his final answer. When they saw the final hero, everyone was stunned, and the scene was in an uproar. The commentators were so surprised that they opened their mouths wide but were speechless.
Huh? Noob really refreshed our understanding of this game once again. This hero can also go on the road?
Miller was completely dumbfounded. So what hero makes everyone look like this? The hero who appeared on the 5th floor of Tobwa was exactly the same. Merlin Gunner.
The cannon is walking up? That can only be like this. Could it be that Xia is walking up? At least the cannon has a W that can move.
Miller's shallow understanding of the game is really unable to give an effective explanation. Don't talk about him. Even the professional top laner PDD was confused at this time. For a top laner like him in ancient times, top laners Wayne and Lucian were already very novel things. But he could barely do it. Understand? Small cannon? Sorry. He really can't understand. It's actually really easy. Xiao Pao is far less flexible than Wayne and Lucian. But his explosive ability is more terrifying than these two. And due to the passive existence of Yi's skill, Xiao Pao can easily gain lane rights. Certainly, if you are facing such flexible fighters, such as the four sisters in the top lane, it is really not easy to deal with small guns. But here's the thing. There are no four sisters in the top lane in this version. Bullies bully tanks. Bullies bully Yordles. No. Xiao Pao himself is also a Yordle. What's wrong with my Yordle bullying the Yordles? The only disadvantage is that the cannon cannot control the line. If you want to play explosively, you must have E. As long as you learn E, this hero does not have line control. This is where the cannon is not as good as Vayne and Lucian. Therefore, even in later versions, Xiao Pao's solo lane is still in the middle. Because the most important thing in the middle is line rights. And the middle line is short. The risk you take even if you push the line is not that great. But this also proves that Xiao Pao has the ability to play solo. Based on this, it's not like Tobua didn't make preparations. Look at the strong midfielder. Why should all characters like Ryze and Syndra, who can limit Galio's lane push, be banned? Isn't it just to pave the way for the final move? Galio plus Excavator. A mid laner with absolute lane rights in the early game plus a rhythmic jungler who focuses on the early and mid game. The combination of the two clearly tells you that Dragon Ball will go to the top lane. Then let's see who can get on the road better. After all, this is also a specific choice under a specific version. There are many seemingly incredible choices, and they are not so difficult to understand if you put them in a specific version. It's like the S12 World Championship. I couldn't even think about supporting the majority in the past. But why was it so popular during S12? Because combined with the version, if you have lane rights in the bottom lane, you can grab the canyon, control the dragon, and the dragon's soul. This has a complete set of tactical logic and playstyle. Now, the same goes for Li Hansheng when he takes out the top laner's cannon. Thus, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. The Dragon Ball is on the blue side, and the Tobua is on the red side. Top road, Kennen vs Xiao Pao. Jungler, Prince vs Excavator. Middle, Malzahar vs Galio. Bottom lane, Virus plus Jim vs Xayah plus Lulu.
This can only be said that Long Zhu is a very satisfactory lineup selection for the World Championship version. If you put this lineup on any team, they will probably choose such a lineup. But Tobua, with all due respect, although it's a top lane shooter system, but it's hard to say how effective the top lane small cannon will be. At least we still have to believe in Tobua. I personally feel that Noob has missed out on all the heroes that Noob dared to play. We can't understand that our level is not enough. Let's take a look at the shot that Noob brings to us.
The reaction from the audience was also lively. I can only say that Brother Hansheng understands traffic and live broadcasting. He deserves his popularity. I just want to ask you if you are convinced that you dare to act like this in the semifinals of the global finals. I am the only one in the world who dares to act like this. Right? Gui Gui. It reminds me of what Brother Hansheng said. We are responsible for imagining, and he is responsible for realizing it. The problem is that I can't even think of taking out a small cannon. The coaches of both sides were about to leave. Hongbi patted Gao Dui and Gao Tianliang on the shoulders.
Look more at the situation of the troops on the top lane, and pay more attention to protecting the top lane.
The two didn't speak, but they both nodded. Then he came to the center of the stage, and shook hands with Jin Juju again. Seeing the confused expression on his face, Hongbi felt very happy inexplicably. Is your head buzzing? Don't tell me. Coaching such a talented player is just so fun. Otherwise, if he were Li Hansheng's opponent, wouldn't he have to have the same expression as Jin Juju now? Everyone on Taobua's side knew that Li Hansheng had such a choice, and would not feel uncomfortable with it. But on Longzhu's side, they were quite uncomfortable with it. Khan was confused. How to hit the small cannon in the top lane. Waiting online. Quite urgent.
Brother Donghe, I know you are in a hurry, but don't be anxious yet.
Little Peanut comforted him.
If it doesn't work out, I'll run over and help you catch him. Yeah.
Khan nodded. In this case, you can only rely on the jungler to help you. No matter how fancy Li Hansheng is. As long as the jungler helps him establish an advantage, and has the equipment advantage. There is nothing to be afraid of. One force can defeat 10. There is no first-level team design in this game, and the lineups of both sides do not support themselves in any invasion. It is a relatively normal start. Khan was quite cautious when he came up. As a top laner, he didn't know that Kenin's level 1 shooting range was farther than that of a small cannon. The passive of the small cannon is that its range will increase with the level, so the initial range of the small cannon is not high. If it is too high, the small cannon will be too scary in the later stage. Therefore, the first level of the small cannon has a range of 525 yards, which is almost only at level 3 to 4 can the range be equal to Kenin's. Therefore, Kenin's initiative is in the early stage, and anyone who has played small cannons will know that the power stage is also at level 3. In the wave with 3 small skills, as long as someone helps to control it, the small cannons can have a very terrifying explosion. The level 1 cannon is not very powerful. Khan didn't know anything about it. No way. As a top laner, you can't ask him to understand the characteristics of so many shooter heroes. And Li Hansheng didn't have the chance to press. So how could he press if his hands were shorter than others? He takes the simplest approach. That's pushing the line. Since it takes level 3 to maintain the same range, I will just push the line, and I can reset the line of soldiers at that time. As soon as he came online, he learned E skillfully, then threw an E at the blue side's ranged soldier and started to level the A stack. Upon seeing this, Khan immediately stepped forward to interfere with A. But that was all. The hero Kenin's wave clearing ability was average, and AD Kenin had to rely on hurricanes to have the ability to clear the wave. Facing Kenin's push, he had nothing to do, and he was even affected by the AoE damage from Kenin's E skill. He hit it twice, and when he looked at the blood volume, the two sides were still even. But this did give him a message.
The other side is pushing the lane. If you want to come, maybe there is a chance?
The prince can gank at level 2, but the excavator will basically not choose level 2 gank. Little Peanut glanced at the upper road. After brushing the red buff, he went directly to the upper road. It didn't matter even if the excavator was in the upper half of the area, because the excavator had to clear 3 groups of jungle quickly to reach the 3rd level, and the prince started from the bottom. Even if half of the area rushes over, it is impossible for the excavator to reach level 3. Miller quickly discovered from God's perspective that the prince's route was wrong.
It's broken. Are you planning to catch Little Peanut at 2 levels? Noob is pushing the lane at the beginning. If the prince comes to the road, he really has a chance.
Miller couldn't help but frown.
Although the little cannon has W, we all understand. Xu Pao's W has a very low priority and can be interrupted by almost every skill.
There are 2 types of displacement skills. One is the displacement of small cannons, airplanes, and policewomen. They have obvious movement trajectories. This type of displacement can be easily interrupted. The other type is the displacement of Kassadin and Easy. This type of displacement is a flickering effect, and the judgment level is much higher than the former. Seeing the prince approaching the top lane step by step, while Xiao Pao was still pushing the line, the audience couldn't help but worry.
This is where the cannon is inferior to Vayne and Lucian. If it were these 2 heroes, there would be no need to rush to push the lane when fighting Kenin.
Li Hansheng really didn't know that the prince was coming to arrest him. Because so what if he came to arrest him? He must have made his own preparations if he dared to push the line. No. Facing the prince, who suddenly came out from the direction of the river, Li Hansheng didn't panic at all. And his expression didn't change at all. Very simple. The only control on the opposite side is the prince's EQ second company. Kenin at level 2 has no ability to control quickly. Kenin must reach level 3 to be able to stun instantly. So there is no need to worry about any combo between Kenin and the prince. Therefore, he only needs to be wary of the prince.
The prince is walking straight toward Xu Pao's phase, and Xiao Pao is pushing back. The level 2 prince does not have W, so he cannot slow down with his hand hanger first. So he can only rely on the second company of EQ.
Little Peanut saw that he could not quickly close the distance with Li Hansheng, so he directly EQ shot. If he could force a flash, it would be a big profit. If Xiao Pao lost his flash, his success rate for gank would soar next time. The prince's EQ second company rushed straight towards the cannon, and just when the prince was about to touch him, Xiao Pao released W. A magical scene appeared. It was obvious that the cannon had been shot into the air by the prince, but it still completed the jumping movement.
Oh?
Miller was stunned at first.
Is this a bug? Hasn't the cannon been shot away? Why wasn't it interrupted?
But no players on the court requested a timeout. But the audience who played a lot of tricks off the court understood it very well. This is a wonderful use of Xiaopao W. Xiaopao's W priority judgment is actually very similar to the prince's EQ. If you say the judgment level is high, almost any skill can interrupt it. You said the judgment level is low. Even if the prince is imprisoned or stunned, he will still forcefully complete the displacement of EQ. And the same is true for the small cannon. Chapter 464 Perfect Closed Loop. In fact, how do you describe the priority of this determination? It is determined based on the time of your release. Anyone who has played Xiaopao knows that the hero Xiaopao's W, rocket jump, will not jump instantly when released, but has an obvious takeoff action. That is, it will pause in place. Many times, players will find this action very awkward, especially when escaping, and it will not be as useful as other people's flicker-type displacements. If used well, this can have an effect similar to Overlord. And Li Hansheng used this little trick wonderfully. Use a small Overlord during the reading phase of the small cannon to forcefully counteract the knock-up effect of the second company of the prince's EQ, thus keeping himself away from the opponent. It's not a bug. It's just a pure game mechanic. PDD in the commentary booth explained this principle immediately. After Miller and Wawa understood it, they couldn't help but sigh again. How can a noob top laner know so many shooters' tricks? In their view, human energy is limited. It is normal for you to say that Li Hansheng can master the skills of all top lane heroes. But if you master this kind of hero, who is not a regular top laner, it would be too scary to be able to connect so well. Right? But it's normal. Miller suddenly smiled. Have you forgotten a legend back then? I remember last year someone said that Noob was an energy monster. He only slept 4 to 5 hours a day and spent most of the rest of the time. After all, after playing games for so long, Noob has not had any scandals, which proves that he does not have a girlfriend. And judging from the length of his live broadcast, he does not like to go out to play. He is a pure otaku. Everyone is lamenting that South Korea has a pure professional player like Faker. But it is not ignored that we actually have an esports player as pure as Faker. In a big country with such a large population base, you can become the top benchmark in the industry. And the temptation you receive in your daily life is absolutely immeasurable. This is also the reason why many LPL players cannot maintain their true intentions even after gaining a little fame. Women. Money. There are always things you can't control. And there are always people trying to challenge your weaknesses. And people like Li Hansheng are just pure monsters in the eyes of ordinary people. If anyone else could reach this point, news about cheating on fans would have been flying all over the sky. But there is no similar negative news about Li Hansheng. Occasionally, I interact with a female anchor, but everyone understands that it is just to create the effect of the program. So, the more I understand Noob's daily life, the more I feel how valuable it is for the LPL to have such a player. PDD couldn't help but sigh. He is one of the oldest professional players in the country, and one of the first esports players in the country. To be honest, the overall quality is indeed not high enough. And he is just a big-sized internet-addicted boy. After the commentators chatted for a while, they turned their attention back to the court. After Li Hansheng escaped successfully, it also indicated that Xiao Peanut's attack was in vain. Running to the online gank at level 2 jungle can indeed have a surprising effect, because most people are wary of the wave of ganks when you are at level 3 jungle with double buffs. So the success rate of running to the online gank at level 2 it will improve a lot. But there are very few risk-free attempts in League of Legends. It's nothing more than the size of the risk or consequences you take. This wave. Failure to gank on the road wastes Little Peanut's time. Although there is experience compensation in the jungle of S7, you still have to rush to the jungle to make up for the lagging jungle progress. And your position is exposed. So the opponent's jungler does not need to bear the risk of being counter-crouched when making the first wave of gank attempts. This is the consequence that Peanut needs to bear if he fails to launch level 2 gank on the road. So, Little Peanut naturally knew this. So he reminded Khan, who was on the road, I will be farming in the upper half of the area. Brother Dongha, please pay attention to your health and don't let the opponent jump over the tower for an instant. I can support you at any time. Okay. Khan nodded. They all feel that Gao Tianliang will be on the top lane in the first wave. After all, Li Hansheng has even taken out heroes such as top laner Xiaopao. What reason does your jungler have not to help him? But actually, from a god's perspective, the excavator did quickly brush the 3 groups of wild monsters in the upper half of the area to the 3rd level. But he did not go up, but was heading towards the middle road. In the middle, BDD cannot be left defenseless, because Gao Di plays Galio. Galio has only one way of playing the hero in the first 3 levels. He uses his own status to change the line of troops, and forcibly carries the opponent's damage to push the line. Therefore, the troop line on the middle side was pushed past, and it happened to be stuck in front of the first tower on the blue square. It was actually quite safe for Malzahar to replenish troops in this place. Even if Galio used Q to break his passive cover, he didn't think anything happened. How could a Malzahar, who was nearly full of health, be killed? The most important thing is that Long Zhu doesn't think Toba will hit it at all. To put it bluntly, Galio is a pure tool. A tool hero does not have the ability to carry the game. Gao Tianyang took advantage of this mentality. That is the reverse logic on the field. You all think that I want to help the core of the team. But I don't. I want to help the tool man. Just playing in the wild. The gank route is fictitious and real. And the game is based on the narrow-minded. People who don't have much imagination will not be able to play jungle well.
Brother Wei, can you come up?
Gao Tianyang crouched in the grass on the left side of the middle road and asked.
Wait for me to make the first move. Don't skimp on your skills.
Gao Du reminded.
I know.
In the middle, Galio began to charge W on the spot. This behavior aroused BDD's alert to a certain extent. But when he saw that Galio had his E attached to him, he wondered if Gao Dui wanted to use W's damage reduction. Maintain your blood volume? It was this hesitation that gave Galio the opportunity to strike first. After all, if you hesitate, you will lose. After Galio W charged up to the maximum value, there was a buzzing sound. It turned into a golden light and disappeared in place.
W flash.
The doll was full of anger and shouted excitedly.
It's time to ridicule.
That's right. Galio's W flash can be said to be the most mindless way to start. It is precisely because of this mechanism that even if the mid laner Galio is weakened to the point that he can no longer play, he can still shine in the auxiliary position. It wasn't until after the S9 season that Riot cut off this bug-like first move. Abnormal indeed. What do you think of the Barrel's E flash? Enshin's E flash? Although it can also produce group control effects. Shin is a line, and the barrel is a very small circle. How can Galio control a huge one? Circular range. After Galio successfully taunted, he immediately connected with E to knock Malzahar away, then connected with A, then with Q, then with A, completing his own set of small bursts. The excavator immediately turned to E to move. First, he fired a shot with Q underground to add some damage, and then Gao Tianyang flashed out unconsciously. Flashed directly under Malzahar's feet. Added control, and Malzahar flew away with 2 consecutive hits. Shiba, BDD's expression changed greatly. But he had no choice but to press the D button to death, just thinking that he would flash away and distance himself as soon as the control chain ended. But Taoba's perfect cooperation in the middle and jungle didn't give him any room to operate. He could only watch his blood bar drop one by one. The damage done by the excavator in the early stage is really terrifying. After firing Q, A will hit 3 times followed by E for real damage. Even warriors and tank heroes cannot withstand it, let alone a small Malzahar. First blood. A blood. Galio landed a heavy punch with a passive effect and hit Malzahar, successfully getting first blood. The audience immediately burst into excitement.
Beautiful! Taoba's perfect mid-jungle linkage. BDD never expected that Taoba's mid-jungle would be so decisive.
Miller praised with a smile on his face.
Shutian's thinking is also very flexible. Everyone thought he was going to when he went up. He just wanted to cause trouble in the middle. Ha ha ha. Isn't this situation very common in the league? It can only be said that the number of times Long Yu and Taoba have played against each other is still too few. And they still don't understand Taoba well enough.
Wawa laughed happily. Really? Taoba is giving Li Hansheng a powerful hero in the top lane. The lineup is built around the strong heroes in the team. Under normal thinking, it is normal logic to help such heroes. For example, if you choose a female police officer, you must focus on the female police officer. Right? Taoba is not good at it, and he often deliberately thinks in the opposite direction. Essentially, Li Hansheng is used as bait to seduce the opponent's top laner, and what he relies on is Li Hansheng's strong personal ability. After all, if his personal ability is not strong, he will be caught to death by the opponent once or twice, and will directly collapse. And then he will be unable to play. This is why all viewers feel the same. It wasn't Taoba who created Li Hansheng, but Li Hansheng created this team of Taoba. After all, Taoba is so strong, and all of Taoba's playing styles are designed based on Li Hansheng's strong personal ability and dominance in the top lane. As for why Taoba wants to focus on the middle, it's very simple. Although there are only 2 players in the World Championship, The middle road is still the most important road in the canyon. When you liberate the center, you are actually helping the side lanes. The center has lane rights, and the opponent's mid laner has no pressure. At worst, I will hide under the tower to replenish troops. How can you, Galio, kill me alone? The real pressure is on the two wings. The pressure that a missing Galio put on them was not ordinary. It seems to be helping the middle lane. But in fact it is still helping the top lane. But only indirectly. No. After getting the first blood, Gao Dui went home not only to make up for the double Dolan, but also had enough money to buy a pair of straw sandals to increase his map running ability. On the top lane, after Li Hansheng forced the lane into the tower, he went home and made up extraction immediately, and then went online again. His gameplay was very simple. I just push your lane without thinking, because the AD Kinnan who bullied you doesn't have any lane clearing ability, and his damage ability in the early stage is not enough. If you hit me when I'm clearing the lane, it's nothing more than I'll mark it down, and it can't be fatal damage. If the army line has passed, you will have to be pressed under the tower, but I can still press you in turn. And as the level increases, the range of the small cannon gradually increases, and the line's suppression power continues to increase. Little Peanut has been on the road just to help Khan relieve his stress. He can only move on the road. Judging from the lineup of Dragon Ball, the bottom lane is composed of Virus plus Jim, including him as a prince. No matter whether it is control or damage, it cannot cause fatal damage at all. Not to mention the middle lane. Before Malzahar reaches level 6, he basically does not have the ability to cooperate with the jungle. The only way he could go was on the road. Tabua also protects the top lane very well. After Gao Tianliang made a green jungle knife and added a real eye, all three eye positions were arranged in the upper half, almost blocking all the prince's gank routes. Occasionally, I wandered out of sight once or twice. In the middle, BDD frantically sent signals to indicate that Galio was missing, which also made Xia Wannanen dare not take action. The picture that emerged was that the prince was in the upper half of the area, seemingly trying to cause trouble. But in fact it had no effect at all. It looks like you were shopping around. I finally discovered that Little Peanut is also a pure shockwave. Not so Little Peanut. Why is the world's #1 jungler worthy of him? Little Peanut? Small batches. You can just check your steps on WeChat. The champion of WeChat steps is also the champion. Right? It can only be said that Smeb and Xia have achieved mutual success. After leaving each other, their performance was far worse than before. In fact, Little Peanut was also wronged. He still played like that, but there was no chance on the court. What can be done? That's what jungle players are like. The location that changes the most every year is the jungle area. The change of your online heroes is nothing more than a change of commonly used heroes. It is nothing more than the choice of two types of heroes, warriors and tanks. There is no need to readjust to the details of the line. This is one reason why the shelf life of online players is longer than that of jungle players. Jungling is different. Herbivorous jungle, carnivorous jungle, wildcore jungle. This is not only a matter of hero selection, but also accompanied by changes in the refresh time of wild monsters. Your jungle farming plan needs to keep changing. And your gank ideas also need to change. If you encounter a suitable version, you may be able to soar into the sky. But once you cannot adapt to the version, you will be a loser on the court. Isn't that what Gao Tianliang is like? The S9 version only needs to be a thug. He is the FMEP. When the S10 started to play wild core farming, he was a little confused and even played very green. The same goes for Little Peanuts. He is good at attacking. In the version of S6 that mainly focuses on carnivorous jungle and offensive rhythm, he is like a duck in water. S7's positioning as a jungler is that of a tool man, a herbivore, focusing on operations and control vision. He plays a bit green, has no ideas and clues on the court, and seems to have no sense of presence. The result is the result. Khan, who was on the road, had no choice at all. He has been pushed out of the lane and can only grow under the tower. It would be fine if he could grow stably. But Tabua kept leaning up, putting all kinds of pressure on him. Moreover, small artillery is famous for demolishing towers quickly. Once the troops enter the tower, hang E and activate Q to transform into a demolition team. Even if there is a protection mechanism for 5 minutes after entering the tower on the road, it cannot withstand such consumption of small artillery. The situation seems to be a bit stalemate. But in fact, Tabua's advantages are constantly accumulating. After finally reaching level 6, Malzahar finally came out and wanted to cooperate with the jungler to cause trouble. But the aggressive midfielder came to him again. This time, Galio took the initiative to move forward with E, but failed to charge W to the full value. This gave BDD a chance to react. Before the excavator even touched him, he decisively handed over Flash to distance himself. Safe and spicy? BDD looking back. Something was wrong. Damn it. The arrogant Nakano didn't even think about doing anything to him. Wasn't it just to force him to show up? To know. If Malzahar wants to catch the cannon, the safest way is to flash to R and directly force him to stay. Otherwise, whether the cannon jumps away with W or pushes him away with R, Malzahar's the gank was in vain.
Ha! So beautiful. Tallball's idea of fighting the middle and jungle is too clear. Sometimes if you want to help the side, you don't have to go through direct gank. In this way,
you can eliminate the potential threats that the cannon may encounter. This it's all in a good way.
The middle lane forced Malzahar's flash, and the excavator went directly to the top lane. On the top road, Li Hanxing has absolute lane rights, and AD Kennen has no way of stopping the lane from entering the tower. The excavator came out directly from behind the tower, and without even any operation, it directly hit Keenan's face with E. Galio, who was far away in the river, immediately used the ultimate move to provide the excavator with a huge damage reduction effect. Although Kennen activates his ultimate move immediately, what damage can AD Kennen do? It just interferes with the output of the excavator. But the excavator doesn't need to output. If there is a small cannon, what output does it need? After reaching the limit of resisting the tower, the excavator directly activated his ultimate move and successfully diverted the defense tower's hatred. The head was easily taken away by Li Hanxing with an RA.
Nice.
Miller shouted excitedly.
Perfect tower jump.
With Keenan's death, things would suffer on the road. 5 minutes had already passed, and Xiaopao successfully transformed into a demolition team and started to demolish the tower crazily. I easily won the first blood tower bounty on the top lane.
Gui. You demolished the top tower so early? Talbo's offensive rhythm is too perfect.
Right? How could it not be perfect? Li Hanxing's small cannon was simply perfectly developed. He didn't miss a last hit, and he also ate the first blood tower bounty. It was only a matter of time before the extraction deposit was withdrawn. In 10 minutes, Tubwa gathered in the middle and jungle to win the Canyon Pioneer. And this time, Talbo's bottom lane duo suddenly changed lanes and came to the middle. Tobwa instantly gathered a wave of 5 people in the middle. Long Zhu didn't even think about it. Wait until Talbot summons the Canyon Herald in the middle, and then the 5 of them approach at the same time. Dragon Ball's midfielder and jungler didn't dare to forcefully defend the tower under the tower, so they could only retreat. Then the 5 people who watched Talbot forcibly demolished a tower in their middle road. At this time, Talbot's economic lead has reached more than 4,000, and the economic lead of Xiaopao alone is more than 2,000. The game seems to have entered the rhythm that Talbot is most accustomed to. Chapter 465, if you can't think of it. It will be 3-0. This is a nickname given by fans after watching too many Talbot games. This early offensive rhythm, with a huge advantage, is likened to Talbot's offensive workflow to express the smoothness of Talbot's offensive rhythm.
We are familiar with the next scene.
Miller chuckled.
Noob will use his advantage to keep rolling snowballs on the wing, while Longzhu can only be exhausted and keep defending. And then Tobal will easily defeat the defense.
How else can you play Dragon Ball? The gameplay of AD Kennen is destined to require a lot of economy to accumulate. At least it must be Ruin plus Big Eye's hammer to have good one-on-one ability. But Xiaopao is not afraid of you. My hands are longer than yours, and my bursts are higher than yours. Li Hanxing just followed the normal critical attack route. How could you be afraid of facing Kennen against A? What's more, his economic advantage is so great. With the equipment advantage, it is even more impossible for him to be afraid of facing you.
Let's see if Longzhu can use Malzahar to recover more of its disadvantages.
PDD pointed out the only thing that Longzhu can do to set the pace. But one thing that makes Malzahar inferior to Galio is that Galio is an all-map hero, and he doesn't need to come to you to pose a substantial threat to you. Malzahar can't do it. He has to walk up to you before he can use his ultimate move to keep you behind. Then here comes the problem. Talbo's economic lead reached over 4,000 in more than 10 minutes. The key positions on the map are covered with vision. How can you close the distance if Malzahar can't fly like Galio? It's not like BDD hasn't tried before. He's always wanted to take the initiative, but he never had the chance.
Longzhu can only watch the economic snowball rolling, and its biggest disadvantage still comes from the side. In 15 minutes, Li Hanxing took down the first tower of Longzhu's bottom lane. further expanding his economic advantage. And Taobao also kept controlling Xiaolong. When the game time came to 20 minutes, Taobao had already removed all the outer towers of Dragon Ball except the second tower in the middle, compressing the development space of Dragon Ball players almost on the high ground, and play vision battles at all costs. From the perspective of the Dragon Ball players, except for the high ground and part of the field of view in the middle, the entire map is completely black, shrouded in the fog of war. For them, every time they enter the wild area, they will bear the risk of being killed.
Long Zhu has actually tried to push back, but Taobao can always counterattack and further expand the snowball.
Judging from the head-to-head ratio, 7 to 13, it seems that Taobao is only 6 heads ahead. But the economic gap between the two sides is much larger than imagined. Taobao didn't drop any outer towers, and Dragon Ball dropped 5. Not counting the bounty of the First Blood Tower, the economic value of a defensive tower was almost 1,000 yuan. In terms of defense towers alone, Taobao was 5,000 yuan ahead of the others. Not to mention the jungle economy that is constantly being plundered. Let's take a look at the level difference between the two junglers. The prince is already 2 levels behind the excavator. This is because the resources in the wild are constantly plundered by Taobao, and the prince cannot find a place to develop. This situation occurs. However, the prince's level is backward and his development is not good. The body of this hero is very fragile. It is very likely that the cosmic brilliance of the gem's ultimate move has not yet fallen, and the prince will be instantly killed by the firepower of the Taobao double shooters before he can reach invincibility.
It seems that Taobao will most likely attack the dragon.
Miller just finished speaking. On the field, the Longvu players also began to take action, but they did not sign up to go to the Daolong pit. Instead, they came to the bottom lane collectively.
Huh? Are you trying to catch noobs at all costs? Dragon Balls are a little too high-spirited. Right.
The doll's eyes widened.
Wouldn't it be that big dragons like them are gone? I guess the mentality of being manipulated by noob in these two games has caused a bit of a breakdown. They are trying to catch noob by force at all costs. Hey, our old IG would do the same thing back then. Gao Xueqing messed up our mentality. Sun Yaolong and he would say in his voice that it doesn't matter whether he wins or loses the game. Gao Xueqing must die.
PDD let out his iconic saucy laugh. And the past events, he said, also aroused the memories of many old audiences at the scene. Back then, the old Wii and the old IG fell in love and killed each other in China. And they were incompatible with each other. The old IG is known to like to play with sexy things. And PDD said that they had such behavior back then, which is very credible. No. Kennen made the first move and used the big move, and the small cannon was stunned. Malzahar flashed over and used the big move to save people. Li Hansheng hadn't made the Mercury tie yet, so he had no room to operate at all. He could only leave the keyboard with his hands and let the people of Dragon Ball do it. Kill yourself. Although Li Hansheng died, but the audience at the scene could not see any sad expressions on their faces. Instead, they kept laughing and teasing each other with their friends. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Long Zhu is desperate to lose. Killing Li Hansheng at all costs is purely an act of venting anger. It can even be said that they no longer care about the outcome of the game. The other 4 members of Taobao successfully obtained the Baron buff to lay the foundation for the next advancement. After Taobao got the big dragon buff, the Dragon Balls couldn't stop their advance at all. Their mid laner is Malzahar, and their ADC is Virus. Their wave clearing abilities are average. Facing the super minions enhanced by the Baron buff, they have no choice but to keep retreating. First, the mid lane to the tower was broken, and then the health of the Highland Tower in the middle was also in danger. And Taobao would not be polite to them. The excavator lurked beneath the ground, saw the right moment and fired a Q, accurately hitting Virus in the crowd. At this moment, the high ground tower in the middle was broken. There was a hissing sound in the canyon, as if some creature was screaming. The next second, the excavator jumped directly into the air and dived into the ground, then appeared in front of Virus. Galio immediately used his ultimate move to prevent the excavator from being killed instantly.
Taobao is here. Gem immediately uses the big move, but it still needs some time. Can it kill Virus instantly? The Prince backhand EQs to receive the big move. Xia uses the big move to avoid damage, and the small cannon W moves forward, hanging an open Q.
After Virus found himself locked by the excavator's ultimate move, he immediately flashed out and tried to escape from the range of Galio's ultimate move. But the excavator was in hot pursuit. After W re-enters the ground, he flashes to catch up, and W knocks it away. At this time, The cannon had already jumped over with W, and Malzahar immediately suppressed it in place with his ultimate move. However, after he was killed in the previous battle and returned home, Li Hanxing had already replenished the Mercury Belt, which was instantly resolved, and he was hit by E. Turn on Q for crazy output. The prince originally wanted to make a big move against Jia Zhuxia. Xia directly fired her ultimate move to avoid the prince's damage, and the moment she landed, the frame of the prince's ultimate move flashed out, causing all the feathers fired by the ultimate move to fall behind Virus. Immediately after the E-barb, countless feathers passed through Virus' body to create a confinement effect again, and Galio had already landed on the ground. Xiaopo's last RA. Li Hanxing comes back with a wave of classic reenactments.
Oh? It's Xiaopo's RA again? Perfect. Virus was instantly killed. Noob didn't make the mistake of Bang. Instead, he performed the operation that Bang imagined. Open R and then A to instantly kill the opponent.
At this time, Jim's ultimate move came down, and the other 4 people in Longzhu entered an invincible state. Only then did everyone realize that there was another Kenan. It turned out that Kenan wanted to activate R on the spot to protect Virus at the first moment. But Lulu flashed W into Sheep at the first moment. So he was unable to activate any skills, and could only watch Virus being killed. Instant kill. By the time he activated his ultimate move again, Tao Bo's entire team no longer mattered. The damage of AD Kenan's ultimate move is negligible. But without Virus, the damage of the other 4 players in Dragon Ball is mediocre, and not fatal at all. The collapse of the team battle is understandable.
Nice. Now Longdu can no longer stop Tao Bo's progress. 2-0.
After Tao Bo's wave of group-killing dragon beats, no one could stop them, and they pushed forward with their troops. Then he directly pushed away the base crystal of Dragon Ball.
2-0. Let us congratulate Tao Bo for winning the key match point game. With just one more victory, they will enter the finals again. Becoming the first team in history to defend the S-Game Championship is no longer an issue. It's a dream.
Along with the roar of the doll, the audience cheered enthusiastically. They are happy from the bottom of their hearts. What could be more gratifying than witnessing the birth of a dynasty team? League of Legends is an esports project, and it is different from others. Games like StarCraft, World of Warcraft, and CSGO have almost no version changes. Therefore, if a player is at his peak, it is not a problem to win multiple championships in a row. After all, StarCraft and Warcraft are single-player events. Can he win the championship? It depends on yourself. And although CSGO is a team sport, if the eldest brother in the team is really in the god-killing mode, he can also bear the burden and move forward. The same is true for football and basketball, because the rules rarely change there, as long as no one is injured. But League of Legends is different. Basically, there are small patches every half a month to a month, and medium and large patches every half a year. These are patches that directly change the game ecology. In such a changing environment, it is almost impossible for you to win consecutive championships in the original time and space. In League of Legends for so many years, only SKT has won consecutive championships in S5 and S6. This is because in S5 and S6, Riot did not control the game that well. If you put it a little bit behind, Riot has a good grasp of the balance of the patch. Almost there is no way any team can win 2 consecutive championships. On the stage, everyone at Tao Bo is very happy. This is the second time that Li Hanxing and Gao Dui have entered the finals. The other 3 newcomers all entered the finals for the first time, with excited smiles on their faces. The excitement of the bottom duo was palpable. If the game hadn't ended yet, they would have jumped up and started playing a set of troops. Body boxing.
Okay. I think the other side has nothing to do,
Hongmi said with a smile.
They can't turn around in terms of BP.
Very simple. In the third game, Dragon Ball will come to the red side, and it will have to bear the 2 banned positions of Kalista and Karma. If they want to target it again, Lucian, Vayne, and a small cannon, that is, all 5 banned positions are used. Once they ban people like this, how can they still play? Doesn't it mean that all the popular choices in other positions have been given to Tao Bo? Redmi's guess is indeed correct. Everyone on Longzhu's side was indeed looking sad. And even Golden Piggy was very distressed because he couldn't think of any solution. How to deal with it? There are not enough banned seats. At times like this even he didn't know what to say to cheer up the period. Because we lost so badly in the first 2 games. There was no hope of winning at all. The 2 sides are not opponents of the same level. In this case, everything you say is in vain. Soon, the third game between the 2 sides has officially begun. Tobwa is really a thief here. Feng knew. Lulu and Galio were all given banned positions, while Dragon Ball's 3 banned positions were given to Callista, Karma and Lucian. Talbo immediately grabbed Luo. This is forcing you, the Rat King, to choose Xia. Otherwise, I will just take the Xia-Luo combination. Doesn't the Rat King know how to play Xia? It's really possible. Yes. The Xia-Luo combination is invincible. Everyone knows this. But you have to look at the configuration of the team. The Longzhu team is a replica of last year's Tigers team. The upfield is the core of the offense, and the bottom lane is stable and developed. Therefore, Dragon Ball's bottom lane will basically not go for strong landing combinations. Because if you use a strong landing combination, the jungler will be kidnapped in the bottom lane, and the top laner will not get any support, which is inconsistent with Dragon Ball's traditional playstyle. It is precisely based on this. It is unlikely that Rat King will practice Xayah frequently. Even if Xayah is a popular choice in the game, you can get it, but proficiency and performance are not guaranteed. Any idea? Just bite the bullet and take it. Dragon Ball immediately grabbed Syndra plus Xayah. Then Talbo locked the mouse plus Prince with his backhand. Although Xia has a big move, Xia has no displacement. The Prince is Tianka's undisplaced shooter. This also prevents the opponent from grabbing the Prince and disgusting the mouse. As for why not play mid lane? Very simple. Dragon Ball's second round of bans must be aimed at Li Hansheng, and they have already released mid laner Syndra. So, there is a lot of room for Gao Dui to play. No. Dragon Ball instantly spawns a wet nurse on the 3rd floor. This can be regarded as a helpless move. At least the wet nurse is comfortable in lane. And the ultimate move can be regarded as a full map flow, which can achieve unexpected results. The two sides have officially entered the second round of BP.
Now Longzhu is going to have a headache. Should Wayne and Xiaopao be banned? If not, Tobwa will definitely take it. When the time comes,
they can't handle these two heroes, and they will still lose. Then it will be 3-0.
Miller and the doll laughed happily. It seems that seeing Longzhu having a headache makes them happy.
PDD also said, hey, thinking about it this way, Longzhu is really desperate and can't find any solution at all.
Chapter 466, Have you forgotten the warriors of Shenbao? Dragon Ball is indeed troubled. At present, they are facing a deadlock that cannot be solved at the BP level. They were unable to crack Talbo's top lane shooter system. But Talbo has cracked their top lane shooter system. What should we do? Jin Juju frowned and kept thinking about a solution. But the result made him despair. He couldn't think of any solution at all. It's over. Falling behind 0-2 and unable to find any solution. The player's mentality was on the verge of collapse. Generally speaking, in such desperate situations, coaches usually choose to trust their players and let them use the hero they are best at. The same goes for Golden Pig.
Dong He, go ahead and get out Jace. Which one of Pao and Vayne do you think is more difficult to defeat? Or should you ban them both?
Jin Juju asked.
Ban the little cannon.
Khan said. The reason is simple. Vayne does not have the ability to push the line. But Jace does. He can push the line to boost Li Han under the tower and then consume it. Just like how Li Hansheng dealt with himself in the last game. He will push the line to suppress you without any brain. At worst, he can just ask Little Peanut to keep squatting for him on the road end.
It will be fine.
Xiaopao has the ability to clear the line. If he wants to suppress it, it is not that easy. Moreover, Xiaopao has a higher burst in the early stage, and the threat to himself is higher when combined with the jungler.
That's okay.
Jin Juju nodded. Ban Xiaopao and Rise. But who would have expected that Talbot chose to ban Jess and Pig Girl? As if they were sure that you would play Jess. Hongmi has indeed calculated this. Because he swapped the roles of himself and Golden Pig. In this desperate situation, all the coach can do is trust the players. In this case, all your tactical designs it's all in vain. We can only rely on players to stimulate their potential to create miracles on the field.
In this case, will Longzhu steal Wayne?
Wawa was quite worried.
Unlikely.
Miller shook his head.
Khan has never practiced Vayne in his recent ranking records. Although the skills of the shooter hero are not too many. It seems easy to get started. But you really want to reach this, it is impossible to compete in a high-level competition without a lot of training. That's right.
PDD also nodded.
Proficiency is very important. Usually, in this case, you have to pick out the hero you are most confident in. As a result, Longzhu was plotted by Hongmi. This is terrible.
As a former professional player, PDD seems to have more say in what he says. After weighing it repeatedly, Long Wu made a bold decision. They directly took out a hand of spiders. With the barrel, excavator, and other heroes present, Long Wu directly took out the spider.
Gui. Yer. Long Wu is going to fight Taoba at all costs.
PDD's eyes widened. A little unbelievable.
Although it's outrageous. It's normal. Last year, Peanut Spider was very brilliant and left a very deep impression on us. This should be his best hero.
Miller reminded.
In this case, obviously aimed at the noob top lane shooter. I warn you not to choose Wayne.
Just at this time, Noob, who was thought by the audience to like talking nonsense, suddenly said,
"Did you forget Long Zhu? How did Noob become the world's #1 top laner? It wasn't by being a top laner shooter, but by playing seriously. A single warrior hero killed it."
The audience was still confused at first, but Wawa reminded me like this. Everyone suddenly realized it. Yes, Li Hansheng was already the world's #1 top laner last year. He didn't play any top lane shooter last year, but he was a warrior hero. Taoba also gave the answer quickly. Rockbird plus Sword Girl.
Sword Lady. Sword Lady is here.
Miller shouted.
I have forgotten how long it has been since I saw Noob Sword Lady. In this crucial game, he took out his own sword again, one of the famous heroes.
In fact, Taoba probably guessed that Long Zhu was going to fight him desperately, so he would come up with a Desert Spider Widow combination. Li Hansheng would definitely not be so stubborn and forcefully beat Vayne. On the Dragon Ball side, Khan can only bite the bullet and take out the crocodile. First of all, it is impossible for tank heroes to get it, and other warrior heroes are not easy to fight. Only crocodiles can have deep linkage with spiders. In this case, Taoba is on the blue side, and Dragon Ball is on the red side. The lineups of both sides are determined as: on the road, Sword Lady versus Crocodile. Jungler, Prince versus Spider. Mid lane, Rockbird versus Indra. Bottom lane, Rat plus Luo versus Xia plus Wet Nurse.
The lineups on both sides have a bit of a Renaissance feel, especially the combination of Desert Spiders, which I haven't seen since S6, and the hero Sword Girl has not appeared on the field for a long time. In comparison, Dragon Ball's offensive pressure is greater. Everyone knows that Spider is a hero. There is no middle and late stages. This hero must catch the opponent in the landing period to help the team establish a huge advantage and develop a Big Daddy comes to make up for his shortcomings in team battles. And the same goes for Crocodile. Crocodile is a hero with short legs, so it is difficult to perform against shooters protected by incense burner monsters. And it requires a lot of economy to accumulate advantages. So what can be seen is that the winner of both sides is in the top lane. Whoever can gain more advantages in the top lane will be the final winner of the game. In the end, it is Taoba who wins directly 2-0 and continues to maintain his position in the game. The undefeated golden status in this World Championship is still Longju's successful counterattack to create a miracle, so that his journey to the World Championship can continue. Let us wait and see.
Still waiting for a hammer. 3-0. 3-0. That is, Brother Hansheng promised us that he will win the World Championship this time. Only the last 4 games are left. Taoba must withstand it and create an unprecedented record that is very unlikely to be followed by anyone else. You fake fans. The real Taoba fans are not panic at all now, and even want to increase their positions. Brother Hansheng said that if he wins the championship, he will definitely win the championship, accompanied by cheers from the audience. The scene of Summoner's Rift appeared in front of everyone again. I'm coming. Both sides still had no idea of a first-level team and chose to start normally. Li Hansheng was thinking about coping strategies. Sword Queen's attack on Crocodile is similar to Sword Queen's attack on Nuo Shou. It is essentially a game. The release of W from both sides is the key. If Crocodile's W is rebounded by Sword Queen's W, it will definitely be single-killed. But Sword Girl's words are more proactive, because even if Sword Lady's W doesn't counter Crocodile's W, she can still gain a huge advantage in the duel if she can block the Red Fury Q. However, it would be a bit miserable if Crocodile deceives you with her W using normal attack. Under normal circumstances, the Crocodile still has a slight advantage in the early stage. After all, the Crocodile has a stronger recovery ability and can push the lane. Before Tiamat, Sword Lady had no ability to push the line, which is the same as Vayne. Under other circumstances, the most likely outcome for Sword Princess in the early stage would be to shrink under the tower and develop. But we have to consider whether Dragon Ball's jungler is a spider, or a spider from Little Peanut. Why is the combination of Desert Spiders so scary? Isn't it because if these two heroes are combined, Jumping the tower is too simple, too brainless, and too violent?
Gao Tianliang. You can go directly to the bottom lane this time.
Li Hansheng communicated in advance.
Brother Hansheng. Is it really okay if I don't come up?
Gao Tianliang rarely refutes Li Hansheng. But this time, he really couldn't help but speak. No way. Opposite him was Little Peanut plus Khan. Taken alone, these two people would not be a match for Li Hansheng. But he still understood that it was difficult for two fists to defeat four hands. Besides,
the other party came up with a combination like Desert Spider just to kill Li Hansheng.
It's okay.
Li Hansheng smiled and waved his hand.
The other side is very anxious now. But I am not anxious. Can you still believe me? That's right. Gao Tianliang. Can you please stop saying me words? Just do whatever Brother Hansheng tells you to do.
Jack followed. The reason why? It is also because Tobwa has different skills in carrying it. The summoner skills of the Tobwa bottom duo are not the conventional healing plus shield in the current version, but shield plus ignite. Mouse brought a shield, and Luo brought ignition. Dragon Ball is also discussing this.
Luo Dai's lights are on. Is the prince trying to seize the bottom lane?
Gloria was a little worried. After all, judging from the combination, the early lane control in the bottom lane is in the hands of Long Zhu. If they push the lane rashly, it will be really difficult for them to escape once they are knocked away by Luo Xian and ignited by the prince. Neither the wet nurse nor Xiaoku moved. But Long Zhu was worried that this was Tobwa's smoke bomb, and he pretended to attack the bottom lane. But the prince instead went to the top lane. Judging from Tobwa's past tactics, it's not that they can't do such a thing, mainly because it was hard for Long Zhu to believe that Tobwa would give up on the road. This is the Desert Spider combination. Does Li Hansheng really have such confidence?
No matter how many things there are, I will definitely go to the top lane to gank normally in the first wave,
Zaiwawa said.
Let's keep it simple when playing Tobwa. Don't think so much. Just play normally in the bottom lane. The prince will definitely come. On the road. That's right.
The Rat King nodded.
There's no reason for Tobwa to give up on the road.
The junglers of both sides are playing solo on the red buff. The difference is, the spider chose to quickly brush 3 groups of jungle. The spider also has the ability to gank at level 2. But the burst is not that high. And the most important thing is that the crocodile has not reached level 3. The hero crocodile doesn't have level 3. So he can't cooperate with the jungle. If you don't learn E, you won't be able to get close to others. If you don't learn W, you won't have stable control of the first move. So you must reach level 3. Certainly, crocodile can also flash W first. Then here comes the problem. Judging from the state Li Hansheng showed, how could he not react? Longdu doesn't want to gamble. And he doesn't dare to gamble. Mainly because he has lost too many times before. But the prince was completely different. After getting the red buff and reaching level 2, the prince headed straight to the bottom lane. He went directly to the river grass in the lower lane. Longdu responded completely according to the situation, where he was going to gank on the upper lane. So there was no defense at all on the lower lane. At this time, the bottom lane of both sides is still level 1. The 2 elders, Xianming and Ming, were trying to suppress it when they suddenly heard a buzzing sound. Luo suddenly disappeared from the spot with a flash of golden light, and suddenly appeared in front of the 2 of them. The 2 of them were startled, and they quickly realized something was wrong.
Shiba, the prince is here?
The 2 of them were shocked, especially since Luo had already hung the ignition on the nanny's body first, scaring the nanny into handing over the flash. The prince immediately connected with EQ twice, and knocked the wet nurse away. The mouse learned the Q skill at level 1. He activated Q stealth in advance as early as possible, and walked to the side of the wet nurse before revealing himself. If the rats are purely trading blood in the lane, learning Q at level 1 is better than learning E, because it is difficult for you to stack up the layers of venom. After all, you can't really fight someone directly to the end. Right? Then if you have one more A than others, the damage caused will be much more cost effective. With the mouse's draw A, the Nani's health bar was cleared, and the first blood broke out. First blood obtained.
It's beautiful,
Miller shouted excitedly.
Although Talbot didn't design a first-level regiment, they designed a perfect attack path. But in this case, wouldn't it be dangerous to go on the road?
PDD was quite worried.
Unless Sword Lady retreats immediately. In that case, at least nearly 3 waves of soldiers will be lost. This is still a huge loss.
The screen comes to the top road. After realizing that he had been caught on the road, Xiao Peanut became a little autistic. After all, he was the one who made the judgment that the prince would not go down. This also made him more impatient, eager to restore his disadvantage. Can you not be in a hurry? When trailing 0-2, there is something wrong in not being in a hurry.
Brother Dongha, hurry up and push the line. Let's jump over the tower.
Little Peanut kept urging. Khan also had troubles that he couldn't express. Li Hansheng is a thief. The crocodile is at level 1 when it is at its weakest. A crocodile without anger at level 1 is not even as good as a super soldier. On the contrary, if the level 1 sword lady uses her Q skill to suppress her, it will be really difficult for the crocodile to fight back. There must be a reason why Li Hansheng dared to ask Gao Tianliang to give up on him and catch people in the bottom lane. First of all, he wants to forcefully exchange blood with the crocodile at level 1. This will lead to a result. That is, the crocodile pushes the line very slowly. The troop line that should have entered the tower at the beginning of 3 minutes was delayed by nearly 10 seconds. Don't underestimate this, because this means that the health line of the red square artillery troops will become even lower. The key to whether he can reach level 3 is actually relying on artillery soldiers. After all, the experience of the racing soldiers in the early stage is too high. When the crocodile followed the troops into the tower, the spider burst out from the triangular grass behind the tower. The two of them trapped Sword Queen under the defense tower one after the other.
It's broken. Noob can't leave. Let's see how he responds. Can we force a replacement?
Miller couldn't help but worry. But Li Hansheng looked so calm under the close-up shot. Chapter 467 The Insurmountable Mountain. There is a wolf before and a tiger behind, which is the bad situation Li Hansheng is facing now. Sword Queen's counterattack ability under the tower is actually very strong due to her W, a top-notch skill in League of Legends, and the displacement effect attached to her Q skill. But facing a bug-level off-road and off-road combo like Desert Spider, I really can't get enough of it. Desert Spider, the top and jungle combination, was born for the purpose of jumping over towers and killing with force. In terms of the ability to jump over towers and forcibly jump over towers, it is the #1 top and jungle combination in League of Legends.
Noob is facing a bad situation. From the moment Xiaoyan decided to capture him at level 2, it was already doomed that he would be jumped over the top of the tower. I believe there must have been communication within the Talbot team, and Noob did not choose to retreat, but standing under the defense tower. You should be prepared.
As a former professional player, PDD has a strong say in this aspect. This situation is impossible without prior communication. It is possible for weak teams, but it is unlikely for a strong championship-level team like Tobua.
Is it because the middle lane requires TP to protect?
Wawa asked, but Miller immediately shook his head and refuted.
It's unlikely. In the early stage, Yenke can only push the lane equally against Syndra, but can't seize the lane rights.
The biggest improvement in Dragon Ball's BP is that it's a little clearer. The middle lane must have lane rights. The carryability of the middle lane in the World Championship version is greatly reduced. So pushing the lane and roaming are what the middle lane needs most. And all of this is inseparable from the ability to push the lane. In the first 2 games, Longzhu suffered a big loss in this regard and were forced to pick Malzahar, who had no line rights. In this game, Syndra was chosen to compete for line rights. After all, the hero Syndra is a well-known lane tyrant in the middle, and can control the lane against any mid-lane hero. Without line rights, it is impossible for Gao Dui to leave the middle. Not to mention that Syndra can let you force TP into the lane in front of him? Isn't this something that can be interrupted by a second QE company? The only one Li Hansheng can rely on now is himself. The spider stood behind the defense tower, waiting for the crocodile and soldiers to enter the tower.
Oh!
PDD suddenly exclaimed.
The artillery soldier's HP is wrong.
Professional players are still much more sensitive than these commentators in this aspect. When the artillery soldiers enter the tower, their HP is just over 1/3, which means that they can hardly withstand much damage from the defense tower. The artillery soldiers will be killed directly, and then they will provide Sword Queen with a lot of experience. Even if Winnow on Dragon Ball's side is more dawdling, Sword Princess finds the opportunity to Q and A to kill 1 or 2 melee soldiers with residual health. It is very likely that Sword Princess will be directly promoted to level 3. By that time, the more the tower becomes a luxury. Little Peanut and Khan also realized this. Both of them widened their eyes and were very anxious.
Brother Dongha, you have to hurry up, or you won't have a chance.
Little Peanut urged anxiously. Desert Spider, unless the spider is hiding in the grass unknown to others to carry out a sneak attack. The crocodile must use the Red Fury W to provide a stable control first, and the spider will then follow up with a burst and supplementary control. But the problem is that you know this set of simple and crude coordination.
And Li Hanxing also knows it. When the crocodile activates W, its eyes will turn red, with a very obvious animation effect. Sword Princess only needs to block this point to issue W. Seeing that the defense tower had reduced the health of the artillery soldiers to residual health, time is no longer on Longju's side. This is the effect Li Hanxing wants. Dragon Ball has no retreat. Although the Desert Spider combination is strong in the early stage, it also has a lot of offensive pressure, because the team battles of these two heroes rely on defense. If the crocodile does not accumulate advantages in the early stage when facing Sword Queen, it will only be able to hide under the tower from the midterm. Not even the capital to shrink the defense tower. Sword Queen W blocking Crocodile W is essentially a psychological game between each other. If both parties have an equal mentality, it may be like rock paper scissors. In most cases, you can only gamble on luck. But now, can the Dragon Ball players maintain a stable mentality? Trailing 0-2 with a big score, the third game started at a disadvantage again. The bottom lane was caught and the upper and junglers came up with an offensive combination that needed to grab the rhythm. In this case, Dragon Ball players cannot guarantee that they are in an absolutely calm state, and their anxious state of mind will coerce them into irritable behavior. No! Khan gritted his teeth. He decided to take the lead. The crocodile walked directly to Jianji's face. He directly moved to draw A, trying to deceive Jianji. But it turned out that Jianji was not fooled. The crocodile is on! Flat A. If you want to cheat W, there is no way! Khan made another move with A. This time he directly followed up with W. In fact, this behavior was very covert. It was equivalent to using W to cancel the back swing of A, which was very deceptive. But the moment he raised his hand, Khan immediately regretted it, because Sword Girl had already placed the Western long sword in her hand across her chest, assuming a blocking posture. Blocked successfully. Blocked! Sword Lady's W blocked Crocodile's W. However, this time it was really lucky. Originally, the flaw was applied to the back of the crocodile. Maybe too much time had passed, but the flaw was refreshed again, just on the front. The sword energy reflected by the Sword Girl perfectly shattered the flaw, but the little peanut on the side reacted quickly. He was not greedy, because he also knew that the crocodile might not be able to succeed with W first. So he kept staring at Sword Girl. Sword Queen's W and Crocodile's W are essentially the same, because you can't move when you release W. So in one sentence, controlling others is equivalent to controlling yourself. He got the timing right, and used his E skill to stop Sword Princess in place just at the moment Sword Princess W ended. In this way, although Sword Princess stunned the crocodile, she was unable to fight back immediately, and is also charged in situ. The spider directly WAQs and then switches forms. Q goes to Sword Girl's face and fires W, which instantly unleashes an explosion of thunder, and both Q skills have beheading effects. Spider's single burst knocked out the Sword Lady with half health, if the damage of Crocodile's Red Fury W takes effect. In this case, Sword Princess should already have residual health. If she adds another Red Fury Q, Sword Princess will basically die. But why? Now the damage of Crocodile Red Fury W has no effect, and Sword Lady is not dying. And the control time of Spider E increases with the skill level. The early control time is not as long as that of Sword Queen W. As long as the sword energy of Sword Queen W is blocked and controlled successfully, it will stun the enemy for 2 seconds. This is equivalent to saying yes. The crocodile was still dizzy, but Sword Girl had already recovered first. Without saying a word, Li Hanxing handed Q directly, came to the side of the crocodile, smashed the second flaw, and combined with the damage of the defense tower to further reduce the crocodile's health. At this time, only then did the crocodile break free. Backhand a red angry Q to raise his health a little, and then wanted E to run out of the tower. Khan's first reaction was actually fine. Any crocodile player, in this situation, will instinctively turn E first to move. Crocodile's E is not the flickering type of displacement, but has a movement trajectory like the displacement of heroes such as Cannon and Policewoman. If you directly cross-flash and escape outside the defense tower, then the defense tower will lose the target and be unable to hit the highest damage blow. But he chose to skip the flash and turn in E first. The third attack from the defense tower directly locked onto the crocodile and flew out. After the crocodile escaped from the defense tower with 2 E in a row, he saw Sword Princess chasing after him and wanted to escape in a flash. But Sword Girl had already taken the lead, flashed to follow, and fired a fatal flat A, once again crushing the flaw under the crocodile.
She failed to kill the crocodile directly, but she reduced the crocodile to its residual health. After the crocodile flashed out, the magic light wave from the defense tower followed, directly cleared the crocodile's health bar.
Oh my god! Counterattack! The crocodile is dead! The sword lady gained experience and upgraded. Ha ha ha! The spider did no subsequent damage, and Noob actually survived.
Miller was so excited that he was a little incoherent. The doll on the side also screamed repeatedly.
This is the charm of Noob. The more desperate the situation, the more his personal abilities can be reflected. It is really hot.
On the field, Little Peanut was obviously confused. The hero spider only has one set of bursts. Of course, the damage of a set of bursts far exceeds that of most heroes, but the subsequent damage ability is just average. If you fail to kill anyone after a set of bursts, you will have to rely on flat A to deal damage due to the vacuum period of your skills. This is also one of the reasons why there are spiders in the passerby game who choose Nash's Fong. The purpose is to prevent the embarrassing situation of being counterattacked after a set of explosions, while others are not dead and you are not harmed. But now the game has just started, and Little Peanut doesn't have Nash's tooth, and now the defense tower's damage layer is at its highest. Since the effect of the red buff continues to damage Sword Queen, the defense tower immediately transfers its hatred to him. One magical light wave knocked out more than a third of his health. He was so frightened that he immediately used E to fly to avoid the damage from the defense tower. While Sword Queen still had a little HP, he made a rough calculation and found that level 3 Sword Queen had E. If he forced himself to exchange it with Sword Queen, he might not be able to replace it. So he chose to give up on killing Sword Lady and ran away in despair.
Duck!
PDD let out his signature saucy laugh.
Dragon Ball has collapsed now. The combination of Crocodile plus Spider must have an advantage in the early stage. It can even be said that the success of the first wave of tower jumping determines the fate of this combination. Now the Crocodile is still dead after handing over Flash, but the Sword Queen has not been replaced. And Spider there is no way to interfere with Sword Queen's ability to eat the minions under the tower, which means that Longju's attack is not only a failure, but even loses his wife and troops. And Sword Queen will gain advanced development. I guess you don't need me to say anything more. Right. The Sword Queen will fight the Crocodile. If the Crocodile doesn't grasp the advantage in the early stage, it won't even have to be in the midterm. As long as the Sword Queen can quickly make Tiamat, she can suppress the Crocodile and fight.
After all, the reason why Crocodile was able to suppress GNG in the early stage, in addition to its super recovery ability, relied more on its own ability to push the line. I can't beat him in a duel. What about the creeps? In the early stage, no one can carry the minions and fight against the opponent head-on. But now, the Crocodile will be sad next.
What a pity.
After the initial excitement, the doll, like the audience, was a little greedy.
It's a pity that the Little Peanut didn't get the upper hand. If he did, even if Noob was replaced, 1 for 2, it would still be Noob's gain. Ah, brother, are you a little too greedy?
Miller chuckled and teased.
Being able to kill someone back is already awesome. You can't expect everyone in Longzhou to make mistakes. Right. It's not a mistake. If I hadn't taken action at that time, I would have had no chance. I can only say that Noob is so cool.
Really? If Dragon Ball Winnow takes action a little later, Sword Princess will have to draw troops to level 3, making her even more impossible to kill. So they can only fight. And the huge 0-2 deficit, as well as the 0-1 head count deficit on the field, force the Longzhou team to try every means to attack and regain the disadvantage. This situation is also common on the playing field. For example, EDG had a financial advantage of tens of thousands against SKT in the group stage, but was overturned because of impatience. Why? Very simple. Their lineup doesn't support them dragging it out. Top laner Rambo and mid laner Lucian. These two heroes are difficult to perform in team battles in the middle and late stages of the current version. So, it was SKT who was clearly lagging behind. But they were not in a hurry at all, and had no brains to delay anyway. EDG did not dare to delay, but seemed very impatient, eager to end the game as soon as possible. The result was that SKT seized the opportunity and made a comeback. There are more examples, such as getting a poke system to establish an advantage of tens of thousands, but still being unable to get to the high ground. As a result, the rush to get the Baron gave others the opportunity to start a team, and was overturned in one fell swoop. Don't the players know that you have to be more stable when you have an advantage? How can it be It's just that there is a reason that forces them to be unstable. This side of the field. Li Hansheng hurried back to the city. He did not consider using extraction this time, but went home to make up for 2 long swords. The purpose is clear. Tiamat must be naked. Tiamat's equipment is a qualitative leap forward for heroes like Sword Girl and Revan. Especially Sword Girl. The ability to push the line completely depends on this piece of equipment. Moreover, 4 swords per second and 4 attacks at the speed of light also require the help of Tiamat to reset the effect of the basic attack.
Gui Gui! Brother Han Sheng is still awesome. Gao Tianyang. Did you see it? I'm telling you that Brother Han Sheng will definitely not be afraid of jumping the tower from the opposite side. You kid.
Don't question me, Brother Han Sheng. Next time.
Jack. The boy. Instantly transformed. The #1 dog licker. Gao Tianyang just rolled his eyes. This group of rebellious young people was indeed conquered by Li Hansheng with his strength. And what about Dragon Ball? Everyone is very pessimistic. A lineup that was ready to attack in the early stage suffered repeated setbacks in the process of early attack, and even faced huge disadvantages. Although no one said it explicitly, but they all know it. This world championship may really be over for them. They can't cross the mountain to touch the championship trophy. Chapter 468. Please wait for our coronation. It won't be long.
The situation on the field has developed in a direction that is more beneficial to Talbot. Personally, I think there is a high probability that it will be 3-0.
When Wawa says this now, he is not afraid of the so-called poisonous milk. Nor is he afraid of the audience complaining about his expansion. Because almost all the spectators who watched the game thought so. The strength shown by Talbot is so strong. What can you do? You wouldn't say against your will that Talbot should be careful and cautious. Longu still has a great chance of making a comeback?
Absolutely.
PDD nodded in agreement.
Once the 2 heroes Crocodile and Spider cannot gain an advantage in the early stage, they will be super soldiers in team battles. What's more, Dragon Ball itself is such a top and jungle combination forcibly selected against the version. In fact, these 2 heroes are simply not suitable to appear in the current version.
Not to mention Spiders. This is a hero that pursues ultimate offense and needs deep linkage with online heroes. However, in this version, none of the popular heroes in the 3-line versions work well with Spider. Not to mention Crocodiles. To know, the Crocodile in the S7 season has not been strengthened, and W has no shield-breaking effect. Faced with the numerous shields provided by the Incense Burner monster to Crispy, maybe a set of Crocodiles will only destroy other people's shields. How you fight? Right. In fact, the Sword Lady is not very good, and it is difficult to kill the shooters and crispy ones protected by the Incense Burner monster. But here's the problem. Why do I, Sword Girl, want to play in a group with you? My one-on-one wing ability and one-on-one ability are all overpowering your Crocodile. Can it be?
Okay.
If I just play for an 1-point push? Anyway, as long as Sword Queen's equipment is arranged, the Crocodile will be more uncomfortable. Even if it doesn't even have the capital to huddle under the defense tower. Sword Queen can even ignore the defense tower and forcefully exchange blood with you. As long as you have the greedy Hydra in hand and the Sword Lady loses blood, a wave of soldiers can suck it back.
Although it's still early in the game. It may be too early to tell the outcome of the game. But I can tell you something.
PDD continued to analyze.
Talbot's lineup can delay the late stage without thinking. Rat and Sword Queen are both that kind of hero with extremely high equipment growth. The Rat in the later stage is a little better than Yuxia, while the shooter hero only cares about the range in the later stage.
After Mouse activates her ultimate move, her range is further than that of the policewoman and the max level cannon, which is something Xayah can't match.
In other words, the offensive pressure is on Long Zhu. In the League of Legends game, as long as you take the initiative to attack, you will definitely show flaws, and the opponent will have the opportunity to catch your offensive mistakes. This is how SKT plays at the top. They never attack, just waiting for you to attack and then catching your mistakes.
To be more precise, all strong teams can use this approach, because even if you are a strong team, you will make mistakes sometimes. Not everyone is like Li Hansheng, who has all his attributes digitized and will always be at the top and will never make mistakes. So, you just choose a regular lineup. Select 1 or 2 heroes who can support you in the later stage, and then put the offensive pressure on the opponent without any thought. What makes a strong team better than a weak team?
In fact, there is not that big a gap in personal ability between players. Isn't the place where the team gap really reflects the mid to late stage operations? And it's easy to keep the lower limit with this style of play. When one or even several games determine life and death, the lower limit is the most important thing. Because the upper limit is hard to get. But the lower limit can be continuously improved through many ways and means. As long as my lower limit is higher than your lower limit, then my advantage is greater than yours. From the perspective of the game, the behavior of maintaining the minimum limit is actually a brainless selection of strong heroes, with only a few choices. This is almost uninteresting for the audience. But in fact, the competitive field itself is so cruel. And the pursuit of entertainment is essentially the opposite of competing for championships. The more fancy it is, the more likely it is to go wrong. At its peak, Barcelona claims to be invincible in passing and control, pursuing the ultimate ball possession rate. It seems that they are playing against the opponent, but they often keep playing back and forth in the midfield. Do you think this kind of game is good to watch? But Barcelona at its peak relied on this move to sweep Europe. In essence, it improved the fault tolerance rate. Football is always at my feet, and you will never be able to do anything to me. In the NBA's highest level matchups in recent years, the fierce battles, and even the subsequent playoff matchups with higher intensity, no fancy pass and cut tactics were used at all. Because as long as you pass the ball in too many rounds, problems will inevitably occur. This is the same as when you do things at work. As long as there are more people handling the matter, problems will easily occur. At the end of the day, it's essentially about competing for star quality and constant singles to determine the outcome of the game. When it comes to League of Legends, if I can win with one lineup, then I will keep choosing. If I can win with one set of playstyle, then I won't change it until I lose. On the field, Dragon Ball is really edgy. It can be seen from the range of activities of Xiaohua on the map. The spider is really trying hard to make things happen, constantly leaning towards the top lane, and occasionally leaning towards the middle lane, trying to find opportunities to open a gap and let the team have a good rhythm. But here's the problem. The S7 version has a green jungle knife as an item, so it is not that difficult to control the field of view. Especially since the prince's first wave of gank was successful. His economy is relatively good, and he replenished the green jungle knife and real eye when he returned home for the first time. With 3 eye positions arranged, it will become a luxury for your spider to bypass the field of vision and attack the top lane. You can only come from the front, along the line. But this is too difficult and almost impossible to operate. First, the sword lady will not get too close to the crocodile at all, even if it is a blood exchange. She will use the edge Q to poke holes, and use the acceleration effect to pull away immediately. She will not stand there stupidly, and give the crocodile a chance to fight her A. And if the crocodile wants to take the lead, it must use ease to close the distance first. With such an obvious first move, how can Sword Princess be unprepared? Oh! Is Li Hansheng a pig? No reaction at all? Essentially, the Desert Spider's best chance is in the level 3 wave, using the crocodile's push advantage to create a level difference on the top lane to jump over the tower and kill. Once this opportunity is missed, it will be even more difficult to find an opportunity to open a gap. Talbot is just like PD said. Basically he doesn't make any offensive attempts, and just focuses on brushing troops and jungle development. Gao Tianyang is responsible for controlling the vision in the upper half, and leaves the lower half to Shi Siming. By arranging the key positions of the eyes, he can make himself more comfortable, develop in an absolutely safe state. Talbot is very clear. They don't need to fight. With a big 2-0 lead, the situation in the third game was also an advantage. But do you really think that Talbot can attack? That's not necessarily the case. At the beginning of 6 minutes, Li Hansheng, who had already taken out Tiamat, suddenly launched an attack online. Crocodile originally wanted to go up to the minion pile with E, pick up a red angry Q, and then move away with E to clear the troops quickly. Khan never imagined that he would be killed just because he wanted to simply clear out his soldiers. Sword Girl immediately started RW. The reflected sword energy directly broke through the flaw on the left side of the crocodile, and the swordswoman used acceleration to quickly follow A, and reach the upper right side of the crocodile at an oblique angle Q to pick up Tiamat. A set of combos went smoothly, but the crocodile was slowed down by the sword energy of Sword Princess W, and did not immediately distance itself. Instead, it released the Q skill at the first time, and failed to hand over the W immediately. Wait until Crocodile W stuns Sword Queen. Sword Princess has already completed 4 breaks in 1 second using RW approach followed by AQ Tiamat. Oh my god! Noob broke so fast! PDD was shocked. This should be the fastest I've ever seen Sword Princess break 4 times in 1 second. He didn't even need to use flash.
The most common 4 in 1 second break for Sword Princess is to start with R, flash AE, and then connect Q to Tiamat diagonally. In this way, as long as your hand speed is fast enough, you can hit 4 in 1 second in a few tenths of a second. But Li Hansheng didn't flash. So he took advantage of the situation and chose RW to start, so that the sword energy could break the first flaw. Certainly, this set isn't nearly as fast as the first set, but it's enough. The crocodile immediately ran back with the second E without looking back. After the stun period ended, Sword Princess was still chasing after her. After her Q recovered, she caught up with her Q and hit another AE. Sword Princess's first E can create a slowing effect, which allows him to chase and deal the critical damage of the second E. But this is still not enough. The crocodile itself was in good condition, and he also used the Red Fury Q to restore blood, because Li Hansheng used W to attack. It was naturally impossible to successfully block the opponent's skills. But the crocodile was already low on health, and could only retreat to the defense tower and press B to return to the city. Shiba Khan was very angry. He felt that he was wronged, but there was nothing he could do about it. And just when he was stunned, the voice of BDD in the middle suddenly sounded. Be careful. The rock bird is gone. Rock bird. Khan's hair stood up immediately when he heard the name. Didn't wait for any reaction from him. A wall of earth spread out from the ground. Yenke stepped on a rock skateboard and sprinted in front of him in a surfing posture. There was not much BB after landing. Start with E. Then predict W. Crocodile doesn't have any skills. After being slowed down by the E skill, it can't twist away from the rock bird's W. It can only be lifted up and instantly suffer a burst of damage. Then the rock bird opens Q, and while Q's damage is also maxed out, the crocodile was killed directly. I just said that the damage is obviously not enough. Why did Noob make such an attempt? If the spider is behind him, it is not very dangerous. I can explain it now. Miller suddenly realized. We all thought that Tabwa would win this safely. During the game, Tubwa told us with practical actions that they will never give up the option of taking the initiative to attack on the field. Crocodile died again, and the data came to 0 to 2, which actually meant that the hero was completely disconnected. A hero like Crocodile simply cannot accept disadvantage. The 0 to 2 Crocodile is only worthy of being a super soldier on the field. Anyone with a little knowledge of the game understands this. How can the Dragon Ball people not understand this? Understandable. So what? The form on the field was doomed, and they were simply unable to reverse the team's decline. In this case, accepting failure calmly seems to be a kind of relief. And then Talbot did not give Long Nu any chance to make a comeback. From the beginning to the end, he did not take the initiative to sign up for the team. He just let Li Hansheng split push from the side. Although the pace of the push would not be too fast, it could ensure that the team won the game steadily. The final game time was fixed at 34 minutes. Li Hansheng's 6 God Swordsman penetrated both the upper and lower paths, grinding the Dragon Ball to death. 3 to 0. Miller roared excitedly. Tobo has advanced to the finals again. And judging from their performance, the defending champion is just around the corner. Ha ha ha! Tobo has made it to the finals. Now it's up to RNG. The pressure is on RNG. RNG must work hard tomorrow. Try to make the finals a civil war in our LPL division. Wawa said more expansion. It may seem arrogant, but in fact, he speaks very measuredly, knowing that saying such things in this situation will not offend the audience. On the field, after all members of Talbot hugged each other to celebrate, Li Hansheng led his teammates to the Longzhu player bench. Looking at the lost little peanut, he took the initiative to open his hands and hug him into his arms. Patted his back. Wanghu, come on! Fight again next year. I will wait for you. When Jack behind him heard this, he immediately wanted to laugh out loud. What's waiting for you next year? In love, you want to eliminate the little peanut with your own hands every year, right? After shaking hands with your opponent, Li Hansheng came to the front of the stage again and accepted an interview with the host. Congratulations to Talbot for defeating Long Nu and successfully advancing to the finals, and getting the ticket to the bird's nest. Rendong chuckled. How do you feel about entering the finals again? When I entered the finals last year, I was very excited because I felt that the championship was so close to me. At the same time, I was also a little nervous, because in this state of being within reach, once I lose the championship, I will feel very excited. It's a very interesting mentality, Li Hansheng said eloquently. My mood is different after reaching the finals again this year. I am still excited now, but I am full of confidence, because in my opinion, this year's championship must belong to us. I will definitely win the cup with my teammates in the bird's nest. Ha! I can see that Noob is really confident now.
Rendong then asked.
So, what do you want to say to the audience and the audience watching the live broadcast? Of course.
Li Hansheng smiled and paused for a moment before speaking.
Please wait a little longer for our coronation again. It won't be too long. I promise I won't make you wait too long.
He was responded to by cheers and applause from the audience. This is the response from the audience to Li Hansheng. Chapter 469. This match is as you wish. Certainly. Li Hansheng also did not forget to cue RNG.
I also know what everyone wants to see. If possible, our team will definitely do our best to help RNG defeat Samsung. The bird's nest is a place of great significance to our entire nation. Naturally, there will be two only teams belonging to our LPL division will do. Of course, I also hope that everyone will not put too much pressure on the RNG players. The players definitely want to win more than anyone else. At this time, you don't need to go to other people's Weibo to speak. Maybe you are it's well-intentioned, but may cause unnecessary pressure on other players. So everyone is just like me. Just watch the game in peace and silently cheer for RNG.
He really meant it. How to say? As a time traveler, you have to ask Li Hansheng which year of the League of Legends game made him regret the most? That was definitely the year of the S7. There are so many regrets this year. The first thing to bear the brunt is that it is the first time that an event is held at home, in a place with special significance like the bird's nest. But not a single LPL team can be seen. And why is this happening? The S7 is different from previous years. S5 and S6 were the darkest 2 years in the LPL region. Fortunately, everyone's confidence in S5 was extremely high before going to the World Championship. As a result, the World Championship failed, which greatly damaged the confidence of the entire LPL region. From the players to the audience, S6 has been the darkest year of all time. We haven't even participated in the competition yet, and we already don't have any hope. The reason why there are regrets. Isn't it because there was obviously a chance to achieve it? But in the end, it was not achieved. This is exactly what happened with the S7 this year. The version of Sensor Monster makes the bottom lane have an infinitely greater influence on the outcome of the game. It is even considered by the audience to be the version of the LPL. After all, the whole world knows that the LPL is a region with serious AD cancer. It can be said that the importance of the bottom lane is almost to the point of obsession. There are also conspiracy theories that Riot Games was fed up with Koreans dominating the World Championship. So they deliberately created a version of the Incense Burner to give the LPL a chance to win the championship. And we and RNG were also very competitive, both advancing to the semifinals, while SKT was almost taken away by the Rabbitohs in the quarterfinals. Everyone could see how weak this legendary Dynasty team was in S7 this year. And Samsung they were also severely beaten by RNG in the group stage. The combination of various factors makes people see a civil war in the bird's nest. And the LPL will eventually win the championship. The results of it? Both RNG and we failed in the semifinals, causing the bird's nest to stage a civil war among Koreans. Even though they were at their own doorstep, they could only watch a group of Koreans show off their power here. How can people accept this? This is one of the regrets. Another regret is the players. This was the last glory of the factory director's career. In the S7 World Championship this year, the factory director performed the strongest performance of his career. But things went counterproductive. But fate always plays tricks on the factory director. In previous years, the best teammate did not meet the best factory director. But this year, it is obviously the most suitable version for the factory director. But the best factory director did not meet the best teammate. At the same time, unfortunately there is also Uzi. Before the S8 World Championship, Uzi could be said to have truly reached the peak of his career. Many fans are thinking, how great would it be if Uzi could reach his peak a year earlier and reach his peak in S7? It is precisely because S7 has so many regrets this year that so many viewers will never forget it. What Li Hansheng said about striving for the bird's nest to stage a civil war belonging to the LPL was not a joke. Gui Gui. Brother Ming. Why did I offend Ni Ming by crying? This is the pattern that belongs to Brother Hansheng. Don't those emperors feel ashamed after hearing Brother Hansheng's speech? How did you humiliate me, Brother Hansheng, back then? And how do I, Brother Hansheng, treat you now? No comparison. No harm. This wave. I can only say that Brother Hansheng's situation has indeed opened up. Who doesn't know how to say polite words? I don't believe that Taobao will really help RNG unconditionally. Is Huang Zha out of his mind and unable to check the news online? Taobao told RNG and EDG about the tactics of the Incense Burner monster before the start of the World Championship. Isn't it difficult to check it yourself? It's so funny that Tobwa is afraid of RNG. Have your RNG ever defeated Tobwa even once? Tobwa is afraid of RNG. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. No doubt. What Li Hansheng said is what the audience most wants to hear and see. Of course, some people will question whether Tobwa is so kind. Something to say. As far as these domestic teams are concerned, Tobwa is really not afraid. And there is no need to be afraid. Just like the fan said. Has your RNG ever defeated Tobwa even once? Not to mention, Tobwa also posed a problem for all teams. That is, do you want to target Tobwa's top lane shooter system? Do you have a way to crack it? Longzhu originally wanted to use the same tactical system to fight. But the final result was obvious that they failed. Two teams in the bottom half. Samsung's top laner is withered and specializes in Yordles. His hero pool can be said to be defeated by Li Hansheng's top lane shooter system. As for RNG, Rangdi only knows how to play tanks. So it is impossible to crack the top lane shooter system. And in terms of Zoom, his personal ability is far worse than Li Hansheng. So, no matter who is in the lower half, Tobwa is 100% determined to defeat the opponent. Backstage, the teammates are waiting for Li Hansheng's return.
Finally entered the finals.
Jack looked very excited. Although he participated in the S6 championship last year. But he was a substitute. And he had the guts to refuse to come off the bench once in the group stage to gain the skin of a champion. This is why there are only 5 champion skins in Tobwa S6. Not 6. Now, seeing that he is about to receive the first championship skin that he will truly win as the main player, how can you not be excited?
Hey, this is the first time I feel so excited about winning a championship.
Sure, Sinming also seemed very happy. After all, the championship of the S competition is of too great significance. And no other honor can compare with the championship of the S competition. RNG has the most say on this point. They have won the MSI title many times. But so what? The honor of your MSI championship is incomparable with the honor of S championship. The two are not the same gold at all. The championship skin alone can directly crush you to death.
Okay. I know you are all very excited. But the finals have not officially started yet. So you should be patient for a while. But you can go out to celebrate a little first.
Guihao had already made a reservation at a high-end restaurant with local cuisine in the city, just to take the players there as soon as the game ended to celebrate the victory.
Oh, I can eat delicious food again.
Who doesn't like eating, drinking and having fun? All members of Taobo had a good time. But they did not rush to the imperial capital. Instead, they stayed in the magic capital to watch the semi-final showdown between RNG and Samsung. The Shanghai Oriental Sports Center was still packed with seats. Audiences in all LPL divisions are looking forward to RNG's ability to defeat powerful enemies.
Brother Hansheng, do you think RNG can really do it?
Jack doesn't have that much confidence in RNG.
It's hard to say. Let's see how it goes.
Li Hansheng shook his head. The current world line has deviated from the time and space he is familiar with. If it were the previous time and space, Samsung might suffer a loss when it encounters RNG for the first time. But it's hard to say. Many people think that Samsung cannot beat RNG in the group stage. And it will definitely not be able to beat RNG in the subsequent knockout rounds. This kind of thinking is
sitting in the boat to find a sword.
And things are always changing. Samsung is also learning and growing. If they really didn't grow at all, how could they easily take away Dragon Ball 3-0? After all, in South Korea, Longwu was beating Samsung. You can only show that Samsung learns and grows very quickly. Even if they encounter RNG again in the knockout stage, they may not admit defeat. But now, neither side has encountered it before. And RNG may have unexpected effects. Mainly the Xianghua Hunger Strike style. Although Gao Tianlian also practiced the Hunger Strike style when facing the leader in. He was not as thorough as the Hunger Strike. The spicy hot pot is nicknamed Gank Machi. He is a Hunger Striker in the true sense. In order to gank, he can really not farm any wild monsters. This is not. The first game between the two sides started soon. And Mala Xianghua quickly taught Mr. N a lesson. After getting the prince, he ran directly to the bottom lane at level 2 and grabbed a wave, helping Uzi establish a landing advantage. Just when the entire Samsung team thought he would stop for a while, Malaxiangwo appeared in the middle again. He was still at level 2, helping Xiaohu gain the advantage again. These 2 consecutive waves of gank made Samsung feel a little confused. It is almost impossible to have such a jungler who mainly focuses on ganking in the professional circle in South Korea. Very simple. South Korea pursues an operation style of play. To understand it simply, Operation means artificially raising the lower limit through various means. How to increase the minimum limit for the jungle position? Isn't it just to reduce gambling-style ganking behavior and focus more on brushing the jungle and counter-crouching? In this way, with the support of the jungle economy, you can at least play a positive role in frontal battles. If you spend a lot of time ganking, it will inevitably affect your jungle farming rhythm. Not being able to get enough economy from the jungle means that your development will definitely not be good. Because, after so many years of League of Legends versions, except for the year of S10, the economy of the jungle at other times was just enough for the jungle to develop normally. There is only the wild core version of S10, which is too misshapen. The jungler can do nothing and just farm the jungle. And he can be fatter than the lane heroes, which leads to the emergence of a deformed lineup where the entire team is dedicated to the more convenient jungle farming service for the jungler. There have also been famous scenes where a silver ADC like Ghost King can win the championship, and Uzi's attack on Chi-Chi Emperor seemed to be suppressed by his bloodline. But he was so stunned that there was no sound at all from Chi-Chi Emperor. RNG easily won the first game, and came to the second game. Samsung has obviously made adjustments. They were more conservative in the early landing phase, and did not give Malaz Xianghua too many gank opportunities. Wither in the top lane was a single point blast to Emperor Rang. He tortured Rang Emperor with Kennen. It was miserable. And in the next split push from the side, RNG had to worry about one thing and the other. 1-1.
It's okay. It's okay. Now the two sides are back on the same starting line. RNG still has a great chance.
Wang Lauer in the commentary box kept cheering for RNG. Really? The big score of 1-1. Doesn't it just change from BO5 to BO3? Come to the third game. What no one expected was that RNG actually lost again. And the reason for this defeat was actually because Uzi made a mistake in a key team battle. He was stopped in place by a wave of our flashes from Virus of Ruler Emperor. And Samsung killed him with a long control chain. Uzi won the key Dragon Team victory, thereby defeating RNG. 1-2. RNG's current situation is very dangerous. And at this time, RNG also made a substitution decision.
We received news that RNG was going to replace its top laner. And Let Me was replaced by their substitute top laner Zoom. What signal is this? Could it be that RNG was hiding something?
Guan Ziyuan was a little surprised. Zoom joined RNG in the summer split, but has never had many opportunities to play. But he is different from Lemmy. At least Zoom can play some carry-type top laners.
We all know that Zoom is a player who came out of Tabwa youth training. Could it be said that Zoom can also play as a top lane shooter?
Longview obviously didn't realize this. But when the game started, they discovered it. It turns out that Zoom really knows how to play top laner Lucian. In the crucial fourth game, Zoom relied on its top laner Lucian to crush Wither. And RNG also used Zoom as a breakthrough point to successfully come back. 2-2.
The two sides are about to enter a crucial decisive game. At this point, it is a competition of willpower. Both sides have already exhausted their cards and cannot hold anything back. Dragon Ball will definitely target top laner Lucian. And Zoom is not very good. Maybe we can develop a second top lane shooter in a short period of time. And then the real competition will begin.
BO5 fights to the last game. And there is really no other skill to speak of. Because both parties have seen through each other's underwear. And it was in such a crucial match that Uzi stood up. In a desperate situation, he took out his signature hero Vin, with both sides selecting a tank top laner. His signature Vin transformed into a tank killer, and won the team a key team battle victory. And this way, the final score between the two sides was 3-2. The moment when RNG bulldozed the opponent's base Crystal, the audience at the scene was excited. The commentators even shouted together,
RNG! They did not let us down! Facing a desperate situation,
they successfully made a comeback. Advanced to the finals. See you in the bird's nest. The LPL is awesome. This year, it is really the strongest year of the LPL. And we can already lock in this year's championship and advanced champion.
Chapter 470 The future belongs to you. The moment I saw RNG defeat Samsung to advance, the LPL audience went crazy. There were thunderous applause, cheers, and screams. Those who didn't know it thought this was the scene after winning the finals. That golden rain started falling on the scene?
Really?
Li Hansheng probably guessed this. Different from what he remembered. Samsung in this time and space did not meet RNG until the semifinals. Right. You can indeed study RNG's previous game videos to summarize the opponent's playing style. But if you study the video 10,000 times, it is not as practical as fighting the opponent with real swords and guns in person. This thing is just like some brothers dating online. I always think that I can get everything done by chatting online. And I have also studied why your aunt puts the phone on her stomach when she has a stomachache. And I call you. And the buzzing vibration is like I am rubbing your belly. Outrageous words. Even if you chat about 1,000 flirtatious things online, it's not as practical as meeting someone in person for a meal. In the first few games, Liderin was very uncomfortable with the complete hunger strike style of Mala Xianghua, although he has adjusted in the later games. And you have to admit that a veteran like Liderin can adjust so quickly. Obviously, this is also the conclusion reached after carefully studying RNG's game videos before. But by the time you adapt, it will be too late. Not to mention that once you adapt to the spicy hot pot, RNG has other things. The real deciding factor lies in Zoom. Dragon Ball did not know that Zoom would play top laner Lucian in advance. So RNG stole the crucial fourth game. When entering the fifth game, both sides had no trump cards to speak of. Of course, it was pure strength. And let's see who has the stronger will to survive. Uzi has been criticized for being unable to stand up at critical moments. But in this critical game, he stood up. And he still uses his signature hero Vayne, who is famous all over the world.
Nice. RNG did not disappoint everyone. They did it. They really did it.
Wang Lao shouted excitedly.
Puppy fulfilled his pregame promise. And he once again led the team to the finals. Teacher Shenchao, what do you think when you see the scene?
The guest invited today is a former royal family member, a member of the S3 World runner-up, and a godlike who was known as the best crocodile in the national server at that time. Shenchao, as a teammate who once reached the finals with Uzi, he obviously has more say than others. Maybe the scene really reminded Shenchao of the green years in the past, and he was so moved by the scene that his eyes turned red, and he could even see tears. He suppressed his excitement and nodded.
I'm very excited. The puppy has made it to the finals again. I am also very happy for him. What we failed to do back then. I hope he can get his wish this year and win the championship he has always wanted. Ha ha ha. Teacher Shenchao is still looking towards his old teammates. But it is too early to talk about the ownership of the championship at this time. Now is the carnival moment for our LPL division. Because LCK staged the global finals into a Korean civil war. Now, we can do it too. Wherever Ko can go, I can go too.
Wang Lauer looked very excited and happy. He is different from Chang Mao. Although Chang Mao has been working in LPL for so many years, he has always had a pure wage earner mentality and has never thought about integrating. But Wang Lauer is different. He truly regards the LPL as his main competition area. Otherwise, he would not have been able to create so many famous scenes in the commentary box. The real big losers in the commentary box are naturally Samsung fans, Crown fans, and Park Taewon. From the moment the game ended, he fell into silence.
Teacher Ziyuan, why are you silent?
Wang Lauer didn't forget to cue him and asked with a chuckle.
What do you think Samsung failed to do well in being eliminated? There's nothing to say.
Park Ziyuan knew how many people were waiting to see his jokes at this time. The harder he spoke and the more he talked,
the more he would become the laughing stock of others. Are you still being tough now? Isn't it just that the wind is against the tower, and the output of the tower is still required? Pretending to be dead quietly is the way to go. And forcing your mouth to bite will only make the audience more amused.
The outcome of the game has been announced. The winner is the stronger side. Obviously RNG has richer tactical reserves than Samsung, especially Zoom's skills with Lucian. Samsung obviously does not know this information. And it is this key information. They lost the crucial fourth game. I think Samsung has done a good job. They are the third seed in the LCK. No one is optimistic about them. But they still made it to the semifinals. They have improved compared to last year. We can look forward to competing again next year.
Wang Lauer and Shenchao just smiled. Guan Ziyuan was not like this in the commentary box just now. Before the winner was announced, Guan Ziyuan screamed fiercely. Can only say, regardless of whether Guan Ziyuan installed it hard for traffic or something else, at least he did establish himself as a die-hard Samsung fan. No wonder some people question him. The game League of Legends has a very frequent turnover of personnel due to the version. So, unless you are a club like SKT, you will have serious team fans. And this is also because the sole man Lee Sang-hyuk has always stayed on the team. If Lee Sang-hyuk transfers, SKT will not have too many team fans. And domestic, there is only one club that can be said to have fans. That's we. That is also because in the budding period of the game, the old we received too many honors. And the overwhelming publicity at that time left a deep impression in the minds of players. However, There has been no championship all year round. And W's team fans are gradually decreasing. To be honest, as an emerging project, esports is not like traditional sports, which have hundreds of years of traditional giants. And there is no such community culture in China. Many teams are in the local community. They have been indoctrinated and cultivated since childhood. And they naturally regard it as the home team. Guan Ziyuan is not even Korean. If he is a fan of a Korean team, it is no wonder that some people will question him. The audience at the scene is going crazy. And the netizens watching the live broadcast are also going crazy. Ghost. I never dared to dream. Is it really a civil war in the bird's nest? Ha ha ha. RNG is so tough this time. I will not criticize you during this period of time. Uzi didn't show any mercy this time. It was quite generous. But what if you make it to the finals? It was as if RNG had beaten Tobua. But Tobua was still destined to win the championship. Brother. Although everyone knows this. But at this time, there is no need for a reasonable guest like you to remind everyone that you should be happy when you should be happy. You don't really think that you will look like you if you say such things. Very cool. You know it. Right? Labor and management are most annoyed by such an understanding brother. Who would talk about the championship so early? Aren't they all celebrating the civil war between the two LPL teams in the bird's nest? And after the game, RNG's official Weibo immediately posted a message to celebrate the team's entry into the finals. And also thanked Tobua, especially Li Hansheng, for conducting special training on Zoom before the game, which allowed Zoom to take Lucian's proficiency to the next level. The people who left comments below naturally took advantage of Li Hansheng's big picture. This thing. The main reason is that there is no harm without comparison. And some people even forget to cue EDG. After all, EDG deliberately did not play training matches with domestic teams during the World Championships a few years ago. And everyone basically knew that they had to hide their tactics. By contrast, you will know what a pattern is. And after the semifinals, the members of the remaining two teams, Tobua and RNG, took a special plane to the Imperial Capital together. The next finals will be held at the Bird's Nest Stadium in the Imperial Capital, since two teams from the LPL division entered the finals at the same time. The popularity of this finals was unprecedented. Tickets for the finals have been online and open for pre-sale a long time ago. And they are already sold out. Now you can only buy scalper tickets at high prices online. Tickets for slightly better locations have even been sold for over 100,000 yuan. No way. Last year, Toppo represented the LPL division and won its first S championship for the first time. Because they were far away in North America, many domestic audiences were unable to go to the scene to cheer for Toppo in person. And now, the two teams in this year's finals are both from the LPL division. Which means that no matter who the champion is, the final championship will belong to the LPL division. Moreover, the meaning is also extraordinary. Either it is Uzi, the veteran who has persisted from ancient times until now, leading the team to win the first S championship in his career, which is also the first championship honor in Uzi's career. Either Li Hansheng led Tobua to make history and become the first team to successfully defend the S-Game championship. No matter what the situation is, it is of great significance, which makes many viewers have the desire and impulse to go to watch the game live. Even if it has been hyped to such a sky-high price, it's still hard to get tickets from online scalpers. But contestants like Li Hansheng don't have to worry, because the official has thoughtfully prepared a lot of family tickets. Winning the championship at home can be regarded as a homecoming in glory. It is natural to invite parents and relatives to watch such a joyful moment. As for preparing for war, entering the final stage, basically there is no preparation for war. In particular, Tobua and RNG are teams from the same division. They have played against each other many times in domestic leagues, and they know each other well. There are no secrets from each other, especially in this World Championship. Toppo has been sharing his understanding of the game, so there is not much difference between the two sides in terms of game understanding. What ultimately determines the outcome is the overall strength of the team and the on-the-spot performance of the players. In fact, no matter who the opponent is, at this point, the first problem was that he could not find a suitable opponent for the training match. Last year, Tobua solved this problem by paying the Tigers to be his sparring partner. Second, it makes no sense. Just hit rank every day to keep your hands warm. Not to mention, there are still a lot of shooting tasks every day, and Tingjing is working hard to promote it. Joke. This year is the first year that Tingjing took back the right to host the event from the Banana Project. And the result was the best result in history. This is all their performance. How could they not take it seriously? Li Hansheng is an absolute frontman.
His personal shots took 2 days to complete. Traveling around various scenic spots in the imperial capital, relevant departments are also particularly cooperative. Otherwise, given the busyness of scenic spots like the imperial capital, it would be impossible to complete the shooting task if you did not specifically close the museum for shooting. Besides, there are also many luxury stores asking to sign contracts with Li Hansheng. Although you need to wear team uniforms when you play, you don't need to when going to the competition venue. Their request is that Li Hansheng wear his own brand of clothes to the competition site. In fact, this thing is the same as BMW and Mercedes-Benz naming the LPL league and teams. The esports group, which is mainly college students, may not be able to afford BMW, Mercedes-Benz and various luxury goods at the moment. But they don't force you to afford it now. Advertising is just to leave an impression in your mind. After you work and have a financial foundation, when you want to make a purchase, you will think of these brands immediately. What people want is this subtle effect. And it's not just the shooting before the game, as Tabwa is the absolute favorite to win. Many brands have already set their sights on Li Hansheng, waiting for him to sign contracts and shoot advertisements after he wins the championship and when the traffic is the largest. After all, even those who are not involved in esports can understand how much attention this finals has attracted. In fact, Li Hansheng himself didn't know much about it. How much money can I make if I get the traffic of S7's local championship? Maybe it really is a 100 million yuan contract? But that's okay. For Li Hansheng, he is really not short of money now. As a time traveler, as long as you have a little bit of capital, you can make money quickly. Don't say anything else. Now is the time when virtual currencies are the most popular. If he puts all his money into it, and then sells it out at the highest point a few years later, he will not earn even a little bit. It really doesn't work. He can also open an MCN company. In the era when Douyin is about to explode, he can just praise internet celebrities without thinking. Again, as a time traveler, there are many ways to make money. As long as you can accumulate the first pot of gold and have capital, it is really not difficult to make money. I'm exhausted. After a busy day of shooting, Li Hansheng returned to the hotel room and lay directly on the bed. Might as well play a day game. TSK. TSK. Jack, who was in the same room as him, cast an envious look. Yeah. Almost all of them are Brother Hansheng's personal shots. And they're also all shooting. Why don't I feel tired? What? Are you not convinced? Li Hansheng asked with a smile. It's okay. Your time has not come yet. The future belongs to you. Huh? Jack was stunned. He didn't know why. When he heard this, the first thing that came to his mind was that a fool known as the Stone Buddha touched a certain king's head and said such words to comfort him. Chapter 471. Isn't this pure cheating? Just a joke. For Li Hansheng, he can keep playing like this until the League of Legends collapses. After all, since all his attributes have been digitized, there is no such thing as an irreversible decline in physical function due to age. In layman's terms, how can a dick be restricted by the rules of the physical world? Even if Newton hammered the coffin board apart today, Li Hansheng would not have suffered any decline. Last year, Li Hansheng just traveled to this time and space. At that time, he actually had no sense of belonging, especially during holidays. The team base is empty, and other teammates are going home to reunite with their families. Do you want to say that Li Hansheng is not lonely at all? That must be bullshit. After all, humans are social creatures, and there are only a few people who can truly be solitary. The reason why Li Hansheng has been able to persevere until now is simply that his 2 lives have made his psychological quality far superior to that of his peers. However, he treats the symptoms rather than the root cause. And this problem always exists. Originally, what Li Hansheng wanted was to have a proper relationship as his honors increased, and to buy a nice car and a luxury house. Firstly, it is for enjoyment. And secondly, it is so that I can integrate well with the world and have a better anchor point. But looking at it now, he has bought a luxury house, a luxury car, and even more and more honors. As soon as this year is over, just in terms of honors, even if Lee Sang-hyuk is standing in front of him, he will be able to dominate the opponent. After all, no matter how low the gold content of the MSI championship is, and no matter how the intercontinental competition is said to be a team competition, these 2 honors are not available to you Lee Sang-hyuk for the time being. Lee Sang-hyuk's career resume is indeed rich enough, and it is indeed comparable to ordinary people. But it's a pity. Li Hansheng does not belong to this ordinary person. As for the champion of the S competition, is it 2-2? If you really want to talk about it, Lee Han-sung can win FMVP twice in a row, but Lee Sang-hyuk can't. Right? The FMVP of S5 is Ma Datu in the top lane, not Lee Sang-hyuk in the middle. His current experience makes Lee Han-sung feel like a tool assigned by the system to play the game. In other words, he is a complete tool for the game. It is purely for cheating in this time and space to gain honor. If not, his daily life consists of game live broadcasts and competitions, and there is almost nothing else to talk about. As for emotions, being a human being for 2 lives made him pursue soul resonance more than pure physical enjoyment, which meant that he wanted to find a true soul-level partner. In such an impetuous society, it's not that you can't find it at all, but you need to spend a lot of time to resolve it with others. How can you practice with the opposite sex when you stay in the team training room all day long? That's exactly what it is. Lee Han-sung's statement that the future belongs to you is really not a joke. He really has the idea of retiring and returning to a normal life. Perhaps finding a soulmate, traveling together to visit the great rivers and mountains of the motherland, and leaving your presence everywhere can give you a greater sense of belonging. He didn't mention this idea to anyone. After all, anyone who hears such words will think that Lee Han-sung is crazy. Retire at the peak of your career? Such a crazy move has never been done in the field of League of Legends. In other fields, it should be considered that Jordan chose to retire for 2 years to play baseball after 3 consecutive championships. It was this decision to retire that made Jordan's career even more legendary and unreplicable. The reason why GOAT is called GOAT is because it is almost impossible for anyone to come after him. Lee Han-sung wants to be the Jordan of League of Legends? Isn't it impossible? In fact, there is another reason. Lee Han-sung is really just like Jordan. As a time traveler, he traveled back and was playing League of Legends again, and all the values in the system had been filled up. There was almost no possibility of losing for him now, because the team knows that investment will definitely pay off. And the team he is on must be that kind of super galactic battleship. The meaning of continuing to play for him is to keep collecting various honors and statistics, which is meaningless. This is the same as when you play 2K, FIFA, or live career modes. The most interesting thing is when you can add points in the early stage and watch your character become stronger little by little. When the data score is full, you will be doing boring and mechanical data brushing, because you are unlikely to lose again. It's just a matter of how long the winning streak can be extended. Lee Han-sung fell into the same state as a showmaker when he was interviewing the media. He lost his love for games. No one comes into contact with League of Legends just to play professionally. In the beginning, it all came from the fun of the game, from the love for the game, and then because of his own talent, he stood out in the game. So he was discovered and entered the professional arena to compete with other geniuses. Once you lose your love for the game and develop a dislike for the game, your status will inevitably decline. And that's where the bad part comes from. If Lee Han-sung is a normal person, with such a mentality, he neglects training, his condition declines, and is ridiculed by the entire internet. Perhaps in such a public opinion environment, he will realize his shame and then be brave, catch up, and stage a wave of Sister Wang returns. But as a wall hanger, even if he doesn't train every day, he will always be in the best state to beat others. That's not fair. Lee Han-sung could accept that he had cheats, because at the beginning, he loved this game and he was eager to win the championship through his own efforts. So he racked up points day and night. If he didn't have this hard work, why would he do it? Anyway, it will be filled up sooner or later. Just like being a civil servant every day. Wouldn't it be the same if you grind steadily for a few years and then win the championship? Why did you work so hard in S6? In the end, it comes from love, regardless of whether League of Legends will really become unfun in the future, or even close the server or go bankrupt. But this game is Lee Han-sung's youth, accompanying him from an ignorant student to a middle-aged man in his 30s. He didn't want to tarnish the game. So, after realizing that you don't love someone, it's better to leave decisively. Brother Han-sung, stop joking. Jack couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. His thoughts were the same as everyone else's. Lee Han-sung's form and dominance on the field were at their peak, with no downward trend in sight. Retirement? What a joke. If Lee Han-sung really said this, everyone might subconsciously take a look at the calendar to see if it's April Fool's Day. Ha! What do you think will happen if I really retire? Lee Han-sung asked with a deliberate smile. Jack frowned and thought seriously. There is a high probability that all the professional League of Legends players around the world will celebrate. Right. After all, they only have a chance when you retire. Only Jack truly understands how exaggerated Lee Han-sung's dominance is. As Lee Han-sung's teammate, it's really not easy to win the game.
Train normally and maintain a normal state. Even if you are targeted in the game, you will develop steadily. Even if you die once or twice, it doesn't matter, as long as you stabilize your mentality. Right. For professional players, this is an extremely common requirement. This is almost the basic quality of professional players. You have to do this whether you win the game or not. However, if you are Li Hanqing's teammate, then that's all you need to do to win the game. It's so exaggerated. Everyone says that Lee Sang-hyuk is awesome. But even at his peak, Lee Sang-hyuk has never shown such terrifying dominance as Lee Han-sung. Many times the opponents don't know, but their teammates know best. The really scary thing about Lee Han-sung is that he can quickly adapt to the version. He can even discover the correct gameplay of the version immediately, and then give feedback to his teammates. As Li Hanqing's teammate, you don't even need to explore the version yourself. Just wait for him to analyze it. It is equivalent to Li Han-sung doing all the work of analysts and coaches. You must know that League of Legends is a game that undergoes changes once every half month and neutral changes once every half year. The impact of each change is huge. Generations of versions and generations of gods are not joking with you. Being able to cross versions and minimize the impact of versions on one's performance is the threshold for a star player. And Li Han-sung? The version has no effect on him at all. He can always prove that he is the most suitable person for the version. Even if he can only play tanks on the road, he can still use tank heroes to carry. This is no joke. And even more terrifying. That is, there is a lot of solo work in the Taobao team privately. And almost everyone who works in Taobao is sure of this. Li Han-sung can change positions seamlessly, as long as he wants. He now immediately switches to jungle and mid lane. And he is also ranked number 1 in the world at that position. If one day the top laner's influence on the game continues to decline, Li Han-sung can change his position immediately. This is the most terrifying thing.
Ha ha ha. It seems really true?
Li Han-sung smiled.
If nothing else, Koreans will definitely be very excited. Isn't it true that being sent home by you every year is more heart-wrenching to the Koreans than making gestures of the universe with your fingertips?
South Korea is a country founded on esports. The state supports esports projects seriously. So as long as it is a project in which Koreans are heavily involved, it will be monopolized by Koreans almost without exception. Certainly, next door Dota 2 is an exception. But Li Han-sung feels more that it's because of Valve's inaction. You can't even set up a serious league. And you just rely on the so-called tens of millions of bonuses every year? Right. Getting this bonus really takes off. But what if you don't get it? Doesn't it mean that a year's investment has been wasted? You don't have a complete league system. And you can't bring stable lower limit returns to investors. Just relying on the so-called sky-high championship bonuses. Isn't this just a scumbag trying to make a big deal? Come. As long as you win the championship, all your investment will be rewarded. But what if I don't succeed? When doing business, you can't just think about making money. That's what you should do when trying to make a big pie for investors. If you really spend money on your own business, you must give priority to profits. You can say it's because the game Dota 2 has many variables, and Koreans are not accustomed to it and cannot adapt to it. But it might just be one of the reasons.
Hey, we're going to play in the finals tomorrow. Are you nervous?
Li Han-sung suddenly asked.
It's okay.
Jack shrugged.
Do you think my brother is the kind of person who gets nervous in situations? But it's a little bit. Mainly because Brother Hao insisted on picking up my parents and beating them in front of them. The game just feels a little weird.
Jack is only 17 years old this year, and is in the most embarrassing stage of his life. I haven't gone through the rebellious stage yet. And my relationship with my parents is very awkward. This awkwardness is reflected in. I can be considered an absolute genius and a leader in the gaming field, which can be considered a successful career. But he felt that when he was exposed to games, his parents had said a few words to him. So he held back his breath and wanted to prove it to them. The mood seemed particularly awkward.
Ha ha ha.
Li Han-sung laughed. Having lived in 2 lifetimes, he could understand Jack's awkward state of mind at this moment. Who hasn't come from this age? He smiled and waved his hand.
Isn't that good? This is a good opportunity to make their faces shine. Perform well and play well. I will ask Gao Tianyang to help you more tomorrow. Huh?
Jack was stunned for a moment.
Don't. Tomorrow is the finals. There are so many people watching. And everyone is looking forward to you coming to carry the game. Do I care about this?
Li Han-sung rolled his eyes.
That's it. You should have a good rest. Don't be so excited that you can't sleep and cause your hips to stretch out tomorrow. Which is embarrassing. That's not the case. I have a big heart. The bigger the scene, the better I will perform.
Jack really couldn't see any stage fright. I don't know if his character is good or bad. Are you saying it's bad? That's better than a kid who obviously has good talent, but gets nervous when it comes to situations, and his hands are trembling, and he can't perform normally. Right? But do you agree? This kind of carefree personality, coupled with the fact that he is so smooth sailing, can easily lead to that kind of don't care attitude. For example, random delivery on the field. No player's original intention was to force a wave. The reason why they sent it was simply because they wanted to go up and operate. As a result, they did not calculate well, and did not operate well, which led to the final mistake. So why was it not calculated properly? Isn't it because of the don't care attitude that we don't pay enough attention to the consequences of our mistakes? I always feel that this doesn't matter. That doesn't matter either. There was no psychological pressure at all when I went up to operate. The result is that there is no famous scene, and it is turned into a ghost scene.
Hey, champion of the S competition! Here he comes!
Jack shouted slightly excitedly, then laid down on the bed and fell asleep. Li Hansheng did not force himself to hold on. Soon he also fell asleep. Chapter 472. Wow. Look at this dragon. November 4th. This is a feast that will affect League of Legends players around the world. Although there are no teams from the European and American divisions in this year's finals, even the Korean team from the world's top division, which has always been regarded as a strong contender for the championship, has also failed in the semifinals. But it didn't affect the excitement of this finals at all. In this time and space, the ratings of the League of Legends World Championship are guaranteed to be not only one Lee Sang-hyuk, but also one Lee Han-sung. Players also joked about it. There are two Lee dads in Fist. One is Lee Sang-hyuk, and the other is Lee Han-sung. Even with Lee Hansheng's impeccable performance in the past 2 years, he has won various honors, and has even gradually begun to overpower Lee Sang-hyuk. However, Lee Sang-hyuk's popularity is still terrifying. In fact, it is not difficult to understand. Lee Sang-hyuk has been with League of Legends from its early days to becoming the most popular game in the world. This thing is just like when you watch the NBA and football. You will always have a special affection for the stars of your generation, even if their strength has declined, even if they no longer have the ability to gallop on the court at their peak. As long as they're on the field, you want to watch. That's the case with Lee Sang-hyuk. League of Legends belongs to the youth of a generation, and Lee Sang-hyuk is the brightest star in this youthful memory. That is to say, it took such a strong performance by Lee Han-sheng to equal the popularity of Lee Sang-hyuk. In the time and space before Lee Han-sheng traveled through time, there was no second professional player who could have the global influence of Lee Sang-hyuk. Noon. The team members have packed their luggage and are ready to go. The entire Tabwa team did not wear team uniforms, but instead wore various luxury clothes. They needed to wear these luxury clothes to enter the stadium. This can also be regarded as a way for the opponent to advertise. After arriving at the scene, all members of Tabwa can change into their team uniforms. In fact, this can also be seen from this point how exaggerated the popularity of this finals is. Even a simple entrance will have luxury goods rushing to buy out and advertise.
Damn it! There is no harm without comparison.
Jack looked a little depressed.
We are standing together with Brother Han-sheng. Isn't that the difference between ordinary people and celebrities? Why is Brother Han-sheng so tall and so handsome?
Normally it's not so obvious when everyone wears team uniforms. But once they wear these slim-fitting luxury goods, the image gap suddenly becomes apparent.
You win, Ba. Where did you get the courage to compete with Brother Han-sheng for your looks?
Sher Siming curled his lips and teased relentlessly.
You really think you can compete with Brother Han-sheng just because your fans are praising you for being so young? That's right.
Gao Tianyan also came over.
You are too incompetent. Go. Go. That's much better than you too.
Jack retorted mercilessly. I can't compare to Lee Han-sheng. And I can't compare to you guys?
In terms of appearance, I say third. Who dares to say second? You? You? And Brother Wei.
Gao Dui, who was inexplicably cute, raised his head and glanced at this kid. He inadvertently shook his wrist. On it was a couple bracelet between him and B-Boy, who was standing next to him, helping him arrange his clothes. The meaning is obvious. My brothers already have families and are ready to get married. Are you comparing yourself to me? But Sher Sunming and Gao Tianliang really couldn't talk back. These two boys were not much taller than Wenbo, and one was thinner than the other. Maybe it was because of the competition today that Gao Tianliang's hair was neatly styled. Not like before. After not cutting her hair for a long time, coupled with the lack of energy, It is no exaggeration to say that she looks like those drug addicts in the slums of America. Sure, Semming is slightly better. As a well-known
Hee weird.
in the circle, he likes to laugh, and his little puppy temperament is really a plus.
Can you be more reliable?
Guohao's head was getting big.
There will be a competition later. Are you discussing this now?
He didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. At least it proves that the team members have no stage fright at all, and have no idea of being timid in the face of the upcoming life and death battle.
Right.
RNG is also an old rival in China, and has been pinned to the ground by Talbot all year round. At least on a psychological level, Talbot's advantage is really great. This is one of the reasons why the outside world generally believes that Talbot can easily win the championship before the game starts. Even RNG fans themselves think this way. The only suspense may be that when the three armies are using their lives, RNG can steal 1 or 2 games from Talbot, so that it will not lose so ugly. If you don't get swept, you win, but it is difficult to achieve this condition. After all, Li Hansheng said a long time ago that Talbot's goal this year is to defend the S competition championship with a complete victory without losing a game in front of his hometown elders.
Hey, Brother Hao. Ask yourself, would you be nervous when playing RNG?
Jack immediately retorted. Guohao was stunned, and for a moment, he really didn't know how to reply to him. Say you're afraid. These words were too false. So false that he himself was embarrassed to say such words without conscience. I'm not afraid, but I'm afraid that the team members will be too inflated. He looked at it vertically, and saw that it had to be Li Hansheng. Look! He is worthy of being the eldest brother in the team. The absolute core of the team. So stable. With him as the team's ballast, there is no need to worry too much. But the next second, as soon as Li Hansheng opened his mouth, Guohao's mind immediately changed.
Brothers, let me tell you a number. 3-0, 2 hours. Let's decide quickly. Don't waste too much time. Take advantage of RNG easily,
Li Hansheng said. Really? This is Li Hansheng, who is qualified and confident to say such things. If it were someone else who said such things, Guohaobao would rush up to him with 2 big dicks to wake him up.
Okay. Once you packed up, let's set off with me to avoid traffic jams later.
The traffic in the imperial capital is famous throughout the country. It is not news to be stuck on the ring road for 1 to 2 hours when there is a traffic jam. Everyone got ready and set off. In fact, they left the hotel at about the same time as RNG, and the 2 sides met at the door of the hotel. There is no smell of gunpowder between them as before the war. How to say? The RNG players themselves actually know very well that in terms of overall strength, they are not as good as Talbot. But as the bottom line of professional players, they can't do such a futile thing as giving up before the game starts. Moreover, during this World Championship, Talbot did provide a lot of help to RNG and EDG. And the matter between Li Hansheng and Uzi has gradually diluted over time. And there is no so-called smell of gunpowder between them. They can even greet each other in a friendly way. This thing. The turnover of people in the esports circle is huge. Except for people like Li Hansheng who are absolutely not for sale. There is no doubt that they will become teammates with each other in the future. There is no need to make their relationship too rigid. It doesn't take much time to get to the bird's nest. The main organizers also took this into consideration. So the hotels they chose were not too far from the competition venue. When we got here, there was already a sea of people outside the venue. Considering that many spectators did not have tickets, the officials were very considerate and set up several large electronic screens outside the bird's nest to broadcast the game footage in real time. So that even if there were no one to have officially entered the venue, you can also feel the atmosphere outside the venue.
I heard that today's guest performer is Jay Chou. Let's go to him later and ask for an autograph. Right,
Wei Shen suggested. The main reason is that B-Boy wants Jay Chou's autograph. The post-90s generation like Li Hansheng grew up listening to Milk Tea Week songs. This is also one of the youth. And Milk Tea Zhou wrote a song, Hero, for the 7th anniversary of League of Legends. A hymn. Although the quality of this song is not very good, it does not prevent him from becoming the guest of the opening performance today. Li Hansheng also thinks it is okay. A group of them specially ran to the backstage, where Milk Tea Zhou was putting on makeup. And he did not refuse. Signing is a piece of cake for him. After signing autographs, the team members took photos with Milk Tea Week, and then returned to the lounge with satisfaction, waiting for the live performance.
I heard that 3D imaging technology will be used today, but I don't know what it will be like.
Jack looked forward to it. On the main stage, the guests preparing for the performance are already in place. For such large-scale performance projects, it really depends on the country. After Milk Tea Week finished singing Hero, he immediately performed a piano solo. And this piece of music was the theme song of the S7 Global Finals in recent years.
The legend will never die.
The foreign lady with a beautiful voice and sweet voice also performed well. Although the scene was a little tense. It was normal. How many people can sing the same tune live and in the studio? At the climax of the performance, all the music at the scene suddenly stopped and was replaced by a huge dragon roar. In the uproar of everyone, I saw that the elemental dragon, which was supposed to be a unique product of Summoner's Rift, fell from the sky, spread its wings and flew around the auditorium in a full circle, then landed on the stage, raised its head again, spread its wings, and let out a loud dragon roar.
What a pity!
Li Hansheng couldn't help but curl his lips with regret. To be honest. After all, League of Legends is a game with a Western background. And the creatures in them are all products of Western background stories, including dragons. Dragons in the West are large lizards with wings. They are not the same concept as dragons in traditional Chinese culture. No matter how loud the dragon roars, it still has inherent deficiencies in the sense of resonance and sense of substitution. We promised to make a dragon hero, but because of the modeling, we made a dragon king. But the result is that the image is quite nondescript.
Okay, now it's our turn.
The staff came over to inform at this time. And Li Hansheng stood up directly and motioned to his teammates to follow him. Both parties came to the edge of the stage. At this time, the performance on the field has also come to an end. And Ren Dong, who serves as the host, comes to the stage again. He is still the same. Big slick back hair. Decent suit.
Dear Summoner friends, how are you?
He greeted warmly.
I'm glad to see you here. The 1-month journey will come to a successful end today. Whether the new king of RNG will be crowned and become the second LPL team to win the S Championship, or will Topwa make history and successfully defend the championship? The answer will be revealed next. Next, let us warmly a round of applause to welcome both teams to the stage. First up is the third seed Team RNG from the LPL division. Top laner Lemmy, jungler Mala Xiangwa, mid laner Shihu, bottom laner Uzi and support section. Substitute Zoom and Coach Fly.
Under the warm applause of the audience, under the leadership of Uzi, the entire RNG team came to the center of the stage one after another. Although Uzi's situation has not been good in the past 2 years, he has reached the finals again this year. It also allows countless of his fans to once again exclaim that Yi Qing is back. After all, if you want to say who before Li Hansheng gave domestic players the first chance to win the S game, it would have to be Uzi. You can criticize his giant baby, but you cannot criticize his game level. Nor can you question his game level. Being the world runner-up should be an honor, not a black history that others wantonly ridicule. Wait until the audience stops. Ren Dong spoke again.
Next, let us applaud and welcome the number 1 seed team from the LPL division, the S6 World Champion Team Topo.
This time, Ren Dong couldn't even finish the words. The audience at the scene had already started shouting in advance. Li Hansheng and the team members were standing on the side of the stage, and the director had already given a close-up shot in advance. With close-up shots, Li Hansheng waved every time. The audience at the scene will give out bursts of warm cheers and applause. It's been a while. Only then did Ren Dong find the opportunity to speak.
Top laner Noob, jungler Shout Yan, middle laner Gao Dui, bottom laner Jackie Love, assistant Xiaoming and coach Hongmi.
The contestants from both sides came to the center of the stage and officially stood in front of the audience. And as per usual, the pre-match trash-talking session is essential. Only, this time it was still recorded in advance and played back through vlog. The players took the time to debug their machines during this period. As the video of the trash talk session ended, the on-site director also switched the camera directly to the commentary box, which also heralded that the battle between the two sides was about to officially begin. Chapter 473 RNG's Desperate Move.
Welcome to the 2017 League of Legends Global Finals. This is the Bird's Nest. It is a place of special significance to our nation. And today, on such a special occasion, we will witness 2 teams from the LPL, the teams in the division, launch a final attack on this year's Global Finals Championship. Wawa made an opening statement as usual, and without disturbing the emotions of the audience. A civil war in the finals, locking in the World Championship in advance. This is the scene that our LPL audience has dreamed of. And now, it has finally come true. What the LCK can do, we in the LPL can do the same.
There is no doubt that this sentence is like a fuse, directly igniting the enthusiasm in the chests of all the audience. Last year, Li Hansheng has helped the LPL division realize its dream and win that damn championship, which can be regarded as making up for a small regret in the LPL division. But that's not all. Chinese people have such an arrogant mentality, probably because they have been number one in the world for a long time in the past 5,000 years. The pride of being number one in everything has been deeply engraved in their DNA. How do you say that? Only China and foreign countries will get the first place in the mentioned fields. South Korea, a small country and a former tributary country, has now become a clown. And the LPL has been suppressed by such clowns for a long time. The audience in the LPL region simply cannot accept this. I want to win the S competition championship. There will be a civil war in the finals. Only children make choices. Adults choose everything.
For the audience, today is undoubtedly the ultimate day of enjoyment.
Miller continued.
We don't need to be afraid that the championship will fall into the hands of other divisions. The championship will eventually belong to our LPL division. It just depends on the final ownership. It just depends on which team it is. Although Taobua is highly regarded by everyone, RNG should not be underestimated. After experiencing a desperate comeback in the semifinals, I have every reason to believe that the RNG players will undergo a real transformation. If Taobua takes it lightly, there will be a price to pay. Speaking of which, we can't help but want to ask, Zhang Wei, what do you think of today's championship showdown?
In the commentary box of the finals, in addition to the Higher Brothers, an absolutely veteran pair, there were also special guests. This can be regarded as a practice in the LPL competition area, and it can also be regarded as a means of attracting traffic. After all, the Rise Circle economy is easy to make money. Tingjing is trying every means to let LPL also have a Rise Circle culture. It is to invite some people from the entertainment industry to provide cross-border commentary, a way to divert traffic. But now Tingjing is not proficient enough in this trick, and is not so completely shameless for the sake of traffic. Most of the invited guests are celebrities who have some connection with League of Legends, such as Milk Tea Week. Although his sword master is as eye-catching as his basketball skills, at least he can actually play League of Legends. So he is often invited as a guest at anniversary celebrations. And for example, sitting in the commentary box today, Zhang Wei, who is known as the most talented man in iPartment, is also a senior League of Legends fan. He is a bit more reliable than Milk Tea Week. Zhang Wei showed off his League of Legends record chart on Weibo. If Li Hansheng remembers correctly, he seems to be in the platinum tier. This is already better than 90% of players. And it is not even an exaggeration to say that it is a little better than 95% of players. After all, the number of diamond players is estimated to be less than 5%. Certainly, it's a real hand-done diamond. Rhinestones brought along by someone like a power leveler or a companion don't count.
Although saying this is very unfriendly to RNG fans, I still want to say that Taobua's chances of winning are obviously better today.
Zhang Wei talked about it. He also expressed on Weibo that he likes to watch Li Hansheng play games, can be regarded as an old fan of Taobua, and he did his homework before coming here. Therefore, when he was asked about relevant issues, he would not hesitate for a long time like other guests. Instead, he could speak clearly.
Let me just say one thing. The top lane shooter system. As long as Taobua shows this, RNG will not be able to match, unless they spend a lot of banned positions to target them. But the problem is that Longnoo has done this before, and the result everyone saw it too. The great thing about Noob is that he ranks first in the world in top lane shooter system. But he doesn't just rely on this top lane shooter. Even if he plays normally as a warrior or a tank, he is also number one in the world. They say that the world championship is an incense burner. A strange version. But you, the incense burner monster, have to rely on your teammates to support you. Right. Taobua's top, middle and jungle are stronger, and the rhythm must be in Taobua's hands. So I judge that RNG may be able to fight for the next game. But the final victory still belongs to Taobua.
Ghost. He is indeed the most classy man in Love Apartment. I think this analysis is more professional than some explanations. Major, what is professionalism? This is called TM's profession. I agree with Zhang Wei's explanation. Tingjing will follow this standard when inviting special guests in the future. Snake. His. Zhang Wei's opinion is similar to mine. I also think Taobua has a greater chance of winning. Sure enough, handsome people all have the same opinion. Zhang Wei's professional analysis is undoubtedly very fan-attracting. League of Legends players are not inherently hostile to entertainment stars, but they hate those who bully them without doing any homework. For example, some foreign artists don't object to you making money But you should at least show some sincerity. Right? Isn't it too much to learn a few Chinese sentences? If you can't do this and just want to make money, don't blame others for disliking you.
The machines of both sides have been debugged. Let's return the stage to the players of both sides. Let's enjoy this wonderful showdown together.
As a short cutscene played, when he came back again, the director had switched the screen to the BP screen of both sides.
In the coin guessing session before the game, Tabwa won, so Tabwa got the priority to choose sides. Let's see what choices the two sides will make.
As soon as Tabwa came up, he took the initiative to ban Rise. Very simple. It is said that S7's Uzi can't play Xiao. But in fact, S7 Xiaohu is not that enthusiastic about the popular hero Galio. Otherwise, RNG would not be able to do the thing of releasing Galio 5 times. If Xiaohu is like Xia, if you release Galio, I will pick him instantly. Can't he use grab instead of ban? After all, this year's RNG in S7 was not completely designed around Uzi's tactics. At the beginning, they were still learning from Tabwa to focus on the middle and jungle, and even had the so-called selling dog tactic at one point. Xiaohu needs to take on a lot of output responsibilities. Take a look at his signature heroes in the summer split. Airplane and Snake. Especially airplanes. Tiger 9W's reputation is not in vain. Compared to the tool role, Xiaohu prefers the output type role. But due to version reasons, Airplane and Snake Girl have no chance to appear. So heroes, like Rise, are Xiaohu's best choice. Ban him directly. Just to discuss Xiaohu, RNG banned Kalma with a backhand. At this stage of the finals, if anyone dares to use the Tabwa swing system plus top lane shooter system, then the audience will wonder if the head coach is Lone Stud. Tabwa's second-hand banner was Syndra.
Wow! Tabwa is going to risk his life by banning the mid laner and letting Xiaohu and Wei Shen fight for the hero pool. If this is the case, Tabwa will have an advantage.
Gao Dui's hero pool has always been bottomless. During the S5 period, he had mutual show hero pools with Song Yijin and Fad General. Moreover, his transformation has been normal in the past 2 years. And he is also very good at playing the rhythm mid laner and the tool mid laner. RNG obviously realized this, and they took the initiative to ban Luo.
Does this really confirm the rumor? Xiao Luo is such a strong combination, but RNG has never won a game. People say that puppies can't play Xiao Luo. Can it be true?
Normally, whoever takes the initiative to ban Xiao Luo will not be able to play this combination. Otherwise, the worst case scenario is that we can take one from each other. There is no need to forcibly give away the ban. Tabwa's last move banned Syndra. RNG had no choice but to ban Kalista. Galio and Kalista both ban the latter with their eyes closed. And their tactical settings are to make Xiaohu play more comfortable. Galio, the hero, is really a kind of foster father in the middle.
There's nothing more to say. Tabwa is most likely going to grab Galio.
What is said? Can. Tabwa didn't say that at all. Tabwa immediately grabs the prince. The intention is very obvious. If you feel like it, just play Galio. I don't care anyway. If you don't take Galio, I will choose a midfield system that can do whatever you want. RNG is really struggling and entangled here. The hero Galio is not an option in their tactical system. But the mid laners left on the field are really not very good. The final choice for RNG is Policewoman plus Flirty Girl.
Wow! Are RNG going to choose the Policewoman speed promotion system? But if they can't get a hero with lane rights in the middle, are they afraid they will make the same mistake as SKT?
During the quarterfinals, SKT faced Tabwa twice and used the Policewoman. But the final result was not very good. A very important reason is that the hero of the Policewoman is a system. Your whole team has to work around the Policewoman. The midfielder must be strong and must have lane rights, so that the female police officer can have no worries and will not be easily interfered by the opponent and disrupt the female police officer's rapid push rhythm. But now, Rise and Syndra were both banned, and it was almost difficult for other mid laners to get lane rights when facing Galio. In this case, can the Policewoman still push quickly?
If you don't know, let's take a look.
Talbot naturally had no surprises. After locking Galio plus Lulu, there are still many shooters left anyway, so there is no need to worry too much about not getting the shooter hero. On the contrary, RNG's third floor choice is a bit strange.
Shen?
Miller's eyes widened in disbelief. The top laners in this version are basically tanks, and the careful selection is also in line with RNG's tactical style. But Tubo will not deliberately target this kind of hero at all. If you put it on the third floor to grab it, how will you choose between jungler and mid laner?
Could it be that RNG has some hidden tactics?
Wawa guessed. But until the specific situation comes out, he is not easy to make a conclusion. The main reason is that the sparring team formed by the LPL has been disbanded a long time ago, and their commentators cannot get any inside information. They were really confused about the tactical reserves of both teams. Hongmi frowned. He didn't quite know what kind of medicine RNG was selling in the gourd, but he didn't take it too seriously. The overall stronger side was Talbot. Staying unchanged in response to all changes is the best way for the strong to deal with the weak. Both sides entered the second round of BP. RNG chose to send both Vayne and Xiaopao to the ban position.
Huh? Only chose to release Lucian? Is it some special design?
The doll was surprised again, because it can be seen in previous games. The most effective top lane shooter is actually Lucian, because Lucian can take care of lane pushing, suppression, one-on-one, and team battles. Vian's ability to push the lane is a bit weak, and the small gun's ability to protect itself and duel are slightly inferior. Lucian is the most compromised choice. Result? Is RNG giving this best option to Talbot? It's hard not to be suspicious. On Talbot's side, they sent all the wine barrels and pig girls to the ban position as usual, preventing Mala Xianghua from getting the more popular jungle choice in the version. However, the scene was suddenly in an uproar. In the second round of BP for both sides, the red side will be eligible for first selection. In other words, RNG will be the first to choose a hero, and they will grab Lucian instantly.
Huh? What kind of operation is this? RNG is not on Zoom. Did Let Me train Lucian in this week's special training?
Miller couldn't help but exclaimed.
Wow. RNG is so shady. This is the legend using your own method to defeat you? That's not right. RNG has already played top laner Shin. And this Lucian can only be mid lane? Xiaohu wants to play mid laner Lucian? Gui. Is RNG really going to fight Talbot today?
Miller seemed a little incoherent. But this is enough to show how shocked RNG was when they took out Lucian in their hand. Even everyone in Talbot was stunned. Hongmi was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses and said, Shiba. He finally understood. Why does RNG dare to launch the policewoman's speed promotion system? Because they want to take mid laner Lucian. No hero can match Lucian's early strength in the middle. It's very easy to get the lane right against Galio, when there is line rights in the middle. If there is a stronger jungler in the jungle, such as Excavator, Blind Monk or even,
they shouldn't choose Spider Jungler. Right.
Li Hansheng suddenly said, instantly attracting Hongmi's attention. He looked at Li Hansheng in surprise. Unexpectedly, Li Hansheng actually thought about it with me. Lucian plus Spider. In this version, it is almost impossible to find a more powerful early midfield combination than this. Get this pair of midfielders. It seems like RNG's speed promotion system can really work, because they will have the absolute initiative in the second half. No matter what Talbot chooses from the next two games, it is impossible to change this result. Wrong. There is another possibility. Chapter 474 The Hope of the Whole Village? There is another possibility. Hongmi thought of this solution almost immediately, and he looked at Li Hansheng again. The key to cracking the seemingly unsolvable BP of RNG is Li Hansheng. But before he could speak, Li Hansheng seemed to understand his thoughts, and immediately spoke in the voice message.
If the other side wants to choose the Spider, we can grab it first and let Gao Tianyang play the Spider. Give me the Prince, and let Ao play the Prince.
That's right. The only solution is to switch the Prince, who was originally the jungler, to the top lane, and let Li Hansheng play the top lane Prince. In this case, Talbot can grab the Spider, and this is the only solution. Very simple. Because there are no other shooters. What if you, Li Hansheng, take out some warrior heroes such as Jace, Sword Girl, and King Yangying on the road and defeat Shin? RNG's clear strategy is to abandon the top lane and focus on the bottom lane. Maybe before you, Li Hansheng, can break through to the top lane. RNG has already penetrated your bottom lane. It still depends on the lineup. Lucian in the middle and Spider in the jungle. The early suppression power of these two heroes combined is too terrifying. When the middle and jungle have an absolute advantage, RNG's bottom lane combination can push the lane unscrupulously. Policewoman plus Fengnu have absolute lane rights, because Fengnu is not afraid of playing Lulu in lane. And you can't find a second shooter hero who can compete with the policewoman in Talbot. And the most important thing, Jack's personal abilities are just not as good as Uzi's. And there's nothing to say about that. Very few people can withstand Uzi's landing pressure and ability in the bottom lane. Do you expect Jack, a fledgling young man, to withstand the pressure from Uzi? At that time,
The spiders of Malaxiangwo don't even need to do anything, as long as they clear the wild monsters. Even RNG can forcefully design a first-level group to force Taobao to swap wild areas with itself. After the spiders finish clearing the wild areas, they will run to go down the road and stand in the grass to play chess. Gao Tianlian also goes to the bottom lane. But the problem lies with RNG's bottom lane advantage. Even if Gao Tianlian goes to the bottom lane, you can't beat him. What's more, the support speed of your mid laner Lucian must be faster than your mid laner Galio. To put it bluntly, RNG's advantage in the lower half is greater than yours. Moreover, the spider, can avoid farming. How can your prince not farm? The spider was probably grinning crookedly. He was a waste in a team fight. If he could pull the prince to self-destruct, he could force a 1-for-1 exchange. The only way to break it is to steal the spider. Take Spider, a hero with strong early offensive ability, into your own hands, and use the strength of the jungle to make up for the weakness in the middle. Your RNG just chooses Blind Monk and Excavator? The early offensive capabilities of these two heroes are incomparable to Spider's. Spider is stronger than these two heroes. It has a higher explosive ability in the early stage, and has the ability to jump over towers without any solution. When two heroes, like Blind Monk and Excavator, jump over towers, they need to take risks. Spiders don't need to. When the resistance reaches the limit, use the E skill to fly into the air to transfer the hatred of the defense tower. This can also prevent the jungler from accidentally grabbing kills. But if that's the case, Hongni also had a little worry. The prince was careful, not easy to fight. The prince is easy to fight against, such as Kennen and Nar, who are fragile in the early stage and do not have sufficient recovery ability. The effect against heavy warriors or tank heroes is actually mediocre. Not to mention Shen, who has a strong ability to withstand pressure. To know, Taobao wants to destroy RNG's tactical intention, not only to let Li Hansheng take the top lane prince, but he, the top lane prince, must also play a matchup advantage in the early stage to relieve the pressure on the bottom lane. It's okay. Just believe me. Li Hansheng didn't feel any pressure, but said with certainty, even if you play the prince, I can crush the opponent. That's okay. Taobao makes changes immediately. Grab the spider in seconds on the 4th floor, and then grab the Virus in seconds on the 5th floor. For Taobao, there is no late-stage argument for selecting the lineup in this way. It is necessary to accumulate huge advantages in the early and mid-term, or directly establish a winning streak. So, Virus, a special effects shooter hero who can exert power with a 2-piece set of Sheath Knife plus Destruction, is the best choice. In fact, there is another option, and that is Big Mouth. The combination of Big Mouth plus Lulu is a combination that requires a landing advantage and cannot withstand pressure. Compared with Virus, Virus's ability to withstand pressure is stronger. After all, under normal circumstances, Virus's range is longer than that of Big Mouth. Therefore, it is more comfortable to line up. Not to mention that Virus also has a big move to force the team to open up. Taobao already has Prince plus Galio's unbreakable force opening system. And with the addition of Virus backup control, the entire control chain lasts longer. Huh? Did Taobao sway the prince to the top lane and snatch away the spider? Miller's eyes widened. Oh my god! It seems that Taobao realized that RNG wanted to choose Spider to strengthen the team. Early offensive rhythm. It has to be Noob. Even if other teams are aware of RNG's intentions, they don't have the capital to sway. Only Noob. How dare you have the confidence to force the prince to the top lane? It's true. Zhang Depeo nodded in agreement. It's actually not easy for the prince to beat Shen. If it's to make himself more comfortable in the lane, Noob won't want the prince. He can only make certain sacrifices for the team, in exchange for the team's tactical advantage. RNG was also completely dumbfounded. They have obviously calculated everything. But the result? I didn't expect that Taobao would resolve it in this way. Who can you blame? A crime other than war. Gone! Laoli! How dare he do that? The spicy hotpot was shocked. It is true that the prince's top laner was popular before. But in the second half of the summer split, and after entering the World Championship, the top laner's prince's style of play has become extinct. First, the version has slightly weakened the prince, and the data no longer supports the prince to fight melee with a group of gay guys on the top lane. Going to the jungle is the best destination. But Li Hansheng was stunned because he chose the prince in a reverse version. This undoubtedly made the RNG players feel as if they had taken a bite of Xiang-flavored chocolate, which was very unpleasant. What should I do? What should I choose now? Things developed beyond their expectations and plans, and all RNG members were confused. Blind Monk or Excavator. These are the only two choices left, Uzi reminded. Finally, RNG chose Blind Monk. How to say? Both the Excavator and the Lee Sin are relatively useless in the later stage. But at least the Lee Sin can still get away with it if he is not good enough. Even if it is not good, he can kick the ADC's face away with his ultimate move, so that he will not be like the Excavator. This is a competition, not a ranking. Is it possible for an Excavator to have a single second rear row? Do you think that in the mythical version, Dark Claw can give you a set of instant crispy skin? Even if the Dark Claw version of the Excavator encounters the crispy skin of the Sensor Monster version, it will be in vain, because the shield value is so high that you will be desperate. RNG finally chose a compromise option, which can be regarded as a helpless move. With the final selection confirmed, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. Top Ball is on the blue side, and RNG is on the red side. On the road, Prince vs Shin. Jungler, Spider vs Blind Sin. Mid lane, Galio vs Lucian. Bottom lane, Virus plus Lulu vs Policewoman plus Feng Nu. Looking at the lineup, I think that although RNG's lineup failed to get the Spider, it is still pretty good. The firepower of the dual shooters can ensure that they will not be at a disadvantage in a head-on battle. Lucian's strength in the midterm can perfectly makes up for the weak output of the Policewoman in the midterm. If they can successfully implement the Policewoman's speed push system and allow the Policewoman to gain advanced development, then it will be difficult for the Policewoman to withstand RNG's frontal firepower in the midterm. This is no joke. The Prince's body is not solid enough, and the Spider is even more fragile. Then they will have to rely on Galio. As for Tabwa, their lineup is more proactive and easier to cause trouble in the early stage. Let's see if they can accumulate enough advantages for themselves in their best early offense. Miller's lineup analysis is basically in place. In fact, from a BP perspective, RNG is considered the more dominant side, although it failed to get the Spider as planned, allowing itself to have an unsolvable offensive rhythm in the early stage. They also successfully put offensive pressure on Taobao. With offensive pressure, Taobao must do something to attack in the early stage. Then they will have the opportunity to catch Taobao's mistakes. Steady. We must be steady in the early stage. As long as the opponent has no advantage, we have a chance to win the game. Before Fly left the field, he kept pouring chicken soup to the players. And here is Taobao. Hongmi was slightly calm, although it was difficult to do so. He believed in Li Hanxing's personal ability, accompanied by cheers and cheers from the audience. The full view of Summoner's Rift was immediately presented to everyone. Let's see if RNG will choose level 1 Forced Invasion. Judging from the lineup, RNG seems to have the capital to invade. The level 1 combat effectiveness of Taobao's Spider and Prince are very weak, and they are disabled heroes in the first level group. However, the level 1 group combat effectiveness of the 5 heroes on RNG's side is pretty good, especially in places with narrow terrain like the jungle. If Feng Nu learns AQ at level 1, and if the charge is full, 1Q can hit 5 people, and the damage will be extremely high. Then Taobao will explode. Invasion. It's really an invasion, Miller shouted excitedly. After coming out of the spring, the 5-person RNG group rushed straight to the second half of Taobao's jungle area. Their intention was obviously to go to Taobao's lower half of the jungle, and Taobao seems to have expected it. They left key wards in the opening next to F6 and their own red buff. They saw the entire process of RNG's invasion, so they chose to actively give up the jungle area and not confront RNG head-on. No way. Even if you want to go head-to-head, you can't defeat the opponent. Wow. In this case, all of RNG's tactical intentions have been completed. If the jungle is forcibly swapped, Taobao's bottom lane will face huge pressure. Come online. Li Hanxing is thinking about how to face Let Me. It's really not easy for the Prince to defeat Shin, because, against other top laners, Prince has a certain range advantage. Because Prince's range is the ceiling level of melee heroes, 175 yards. Combined with the shield and deceleration effect of W, Golden Holy Shield, it is enough for Prince to gain a huge pulling advantage. The blood transfusion was successful. Li Hanxing once used this to take advantage of this fact by knocking Huni's weapon home at 2 levels. But it didn't work against Shin. Although Shin's normal range is only 125 yards, which makes him one of the shortest in melee combat. He fired Q, Second Truth. After Duishin, he can get a 75-yard range bonus. By then, his range will become 200 yards, which is further than the Prince. And releasing skills can also trigger the passive, Ninja Technique. Shihisher, effect to gain a shield. It is almost impossible for the prince to pull the other party like this. Then you have to change your thinking. When the soldier line came up, Li Hanxing did not move forward rashly, but stood beside the soldier and pulled back and forth with the opponent. Letme is actually very cautious. The team's requirement for him is to stabilize the lane. He does not need to have any lane advantage, as long as he can withstand pressure and succeed. Therefore, he does not need to be very strong during the laning phase. When he saw Li Hanxing taking the initiative to move forward, he still chose to fight back. Just because you don't take the initiative to attack doesn't mean you won't fight back when you get hit. He cannot be consumed with too much blood, because the junglers of both sides have swapped jungle areas. Spider is now in the upper half of the area. Once he has consumed about half of his health, and Spider comes to the road, he will definitely die. I saw the prince raising his halberd and preparing to hit the level A. Shen immediately opens Q. Levy's control of attack distance is not as abnormal as that of Li Hanxing and Uzi, but he knows it, as your side will forcefully create a wave of full push lanes when you come up from the bottom lane. In this way, when Spicy Pot has brushed 3 groups of wild monsters to level 3, teammates on the bottom lane will also bring artillery soldiers into the tower. At that time, a wave of 3 Pack 2 tower jumping opportunities will form. If done correctly, you can even jump directly to kill 2 towers, allowing the policewomen to take off directly. The second is to finish the red buff and go directly to the bottom lane at level 2 to forcefully interfere with the wave. They don't pursue killing anyone in Taobua's bottom lane, but they just forcefully exchange a wave of health with Taobua's bottom lane. It is equivalent to exchanging blood volume between the jungler and the bottom lane. Although this can't help the policewoman get kills, it can make the policewoman's tower pushing rhythm more comfortable and completely establish the landing advantage in the bottom lane. If RNG's jungler is Spider, they will choose the first method without hesitation. Very simple. The early outbreak of the Spider is more terrifying than that of the blind monk, and the Spider still has control, and has an invincible method of flying to divert hatred when jumping over the tower. At the same time, it must be combined with the version of the World Championship. Unless you play Karma mid laner or Ivern jungler, use a swing system so that the support can play hard support. Otherwise, in the early stage, there is almost no possibility of jumping over the tower. Soft assistants have no control, which means that online heroes are destined to be unable to provide a stable first-hand control for the jungler to deal damage. And if you have a soft assistant in the bottom lane, in the current version, there is only one summoner skill. The shooter has a shield, and the auxiliary has a healer. This is a method with extremely strong self-protection ability, but the price is the lack of offensive ability on the opposite line. And what you have to surpass is Virus plus Lulu. Virus E comes with a serious injury buff, and Lulu can learn E and W. She can control it by transforming into a sheep with one hand and shield with the other, as long as it is not ignited. You want to, it is almost impossible to force a tower jump to kill. It's clear that the damage isn't enough. This is also reflected in the BP stage. Tobua did not choose Big Mouth, but Virus's advantage, because Big Mouth plus Lulu will inevitably be directly pushed out of the experience zone when it first goes online, and cannot be promoted to level 2. But Virus is different. If Virus learns Q at level 1, it's useless for you to drive me away. I'll just charge up and shoot you. I can always gain experience and reach level 2. Taking this into consideration, Mala Xianghua chose the second option with smaller returns, but also smaller risks. By using his own health and forcibly replacing Yuanba's health, it would be best to force Yuanba home directly, thus giving Uzi a landing advantage of at least $10. This is also in line with the style of the female police system. As a hero, the policewoman, it is gratifying to be able to get kills in the early stage to accelerate her development. But it is not mandatory. You just need to be able to get this hero to speed up the pace. You are already 10 knives ahead, which is nearly half the head advantage. You are also a strong landing combination, which is enough to get you into the rhythm of tower pushing quickly. The incense pot comes to the bottom lane. The blind monk walked out of the triangular grass and stuck to the wall with an extreme vision. He shot from the blind spot of Yuanba's vision. His Q skill accurately hit Virus, and without saying a word, the second stage Q flew over. Hack! Are you really playing like this? Yuanba was obviously mentally prepared, but he still couldn't help but curse. The policewoman and Feng Nu immediately pressed forward, which resulted in Yuanba and Shi Senming not even daring to fight back, so they could only keep retreating. The blind monk chased it with the red buff, and Xianghua was also really desperate, and was after widening the distance.
He immediately used W to touch his eyes and catch up again, as they continued to be slowed down. The policewoman and Feng Nu also caught up. Forced, Lulu had to hand in treatment to forcibly accelerate, which allowed Virus to distance himself. But even so, Virus was still knocked out of most of his health.
Wow! This blood volume is so embarrassing.
Miller couldn't help but frown.
Jack still has a bottle of red medicine, but he can't fill up his health even after taking the medicine. When the time comes, he will be consumed by 2 waves, and he can only stand under the tower with half health. It would be very embarrassing, and he would be particularly uncomfortable if Xianghua at level 3 comes back to kill another wave of counterattacks. It seems that Jack can only choose to return to the city to replenish supplies.
Really? Virus under the tower chose to retreat to a deep position, not giving Feng Nu a chance to interrupt him, and return to the city. The policewoman, Feng Nu, immediately accelerated the advance and planned to return to the city quickly.
It can only be said that RNG's design of forcibly changing the jungle area gave itself an advantage at the beginning. If the female police officer goes home and supplies a wave, she will have an equipment advantage.
The policewoman will most likely need to replenish extraction when she goes home to speed up her own development. This kind of game rhythm is particularly comfortable for the policewoman as a hero.
At this time, Xiaotian will be tested. Can he respond in the top half?
In this way of swapping jungle areas, if someone tries to attack you in the bottom lane, you must also do something in the upper half to recover the disadvantage in order to ensure that you don't lose money. And Gao Tianyang chose the quick 3 style of play. Red buff F6, and then went to the stone man. At this time, he happened to come to the back of the first tower on the red side. Hit the road this way. The prince has taken advantage of the opening to form a wave of full push lines, and is heading into the tower with his line of troops. Moreover, Li Hanqing's consumption was pretty good. Frequently used the Q skill to reduce Shen's health to a little over half health. This is a health line that can definitely cross the tower. The most important prince is level 3, while Shen is only level 2, either without W or E.
It seems that Tabwa is about to jump the tower. Is it a bit intimidating for Let Emmy to be beaten like this in the early stage? If he is in better condition, RNG should make a pure profit.
Wawa mentioned it unintentionally. But let Emmy carry it. Get a big pot. Can Let Me not be clear? Just like Yuanba in the bottom lane knew that Mala Xiangba might try to mess with him, Lemmy was also sure that he would definitely be messed with at level 3. This is a situation that will inevitably result after swapping jungle areas at the beginning. He was also helpless. If he lags behind at the beginning, then Li Hanqing is still in a situation of pushing the lane. And he is only level 1. Even if Shen at level 1 is standing under the tower with full health, how can he resist against the spider at level 3 and the prince at level 3? Or wait to die? His only solution is to exchange blood with Li Hanqing at level 1 to be equal or have a slight advantage, so that Li Hanqing cannot push the line so easily, and then maintain the level of both sides at the same level, so that even if the spider comes, he can deal with it calmly. The ideas are rich and the reality is very skinny. The failure of the blood exchange at level 1, and even the fact that Li Hanqing took the opportunity to beat him violently, destined him to be in this situation.
Let's see what skills Lemmy learned in the 2 levels. Did he learn E or W? Maybe there are some opportunities for operation.
Miller thought seriously and continued to shake his head.
I still can't handle it. No matter what I learn, I can't handle it. This blood volume is too little.
Half a pipe of blood is a little over the top. To put it bluntly, there won't be much left after a burst of spiders. The prince can just add some damage and take it away. And what did Let Me study? W. The sword array can offset the normal attack damage. A large part of the spider's damage in the early stage actually comes from the ultra-high attack speed basic attack after the beast form turns on W. The damage of the little spider will also be regarded as normal attack damage. After the prince finished a set of bursts, he relied on basic attacks to cause damage. This is the only thing he can do. This is not. The spider and the prince walked toward Shen's face at the same time. In the end, the spider took the lead. He placed W on the spot to self-destruct the spider, then drew A, and then Q to direct the self-destructing spider to fly to Shen's face. He did not throw E to control it, and immediately directly switched to beast form. Activate W. Activate Q. Jump on Shen's face and bite. The prince also used an AW to slow down first, and didn't rush to do it. Shen immediately activated Q to summon Soul Blade to his feet, and then activated W's sword formation, which offset the normal attack damage of the spider and the prince, and maintained his health quite well. Next, just flash to avoid the prince's EQ to delay his death. But the prince and the spider are not in a hurry at all. You are not making fun of them. So what are you afraid of? The spider kept resisting the tower. And when it reached its limit, it used it to fly into the sky. The prince, on the other hand, saw the right moment and could hit all the damage with one AQE shot. There was no need for 2 consecutive rounds of EQ to create knockback. Before Shin could react, his health bar was cleared. First blood obtained.
Nice!
Zhang Depeo shouted excitedly.
This is the favorite scene for top lane players. Top and jump the linkage. Heal by jumping over the tower. Noob's advantage will be infinitely expanded.
The Taobo fans at the scene immediately burst into warm applause and cheers. As long as Li Hansheng can get first blood, there is no possibility of losing the game in Taobo. Not even 1%. In RNG's team voice. Before Letemi could speak, others had already spoken.
It's okay. It's okay. Just hold on. There's nothing we can do about this.
Instead of pressuring Letemi, they encouraged him. They have played against each other too many times. And they all understand that facing Li Hansheng, they can't expect their team to develop steadily on the road. It's impossible. Uzi still warned.
Go online. You'd rather lose a little than hand over TP. Once you hand over TP, the opponent will most likely use TP to make a fuss and affect my rhythm of pushing towers in the bottom lane.
This can also be regarded as a regular tactic of Taobo. Jump over the tower to kill the opponent. If the opponent goes up to the lane and hand over TP to make up the lane, then Li Hansheng will look for opportunities to use his TP to cause trouble in other lanes and feed back his advantages to his teammates. Both parties know the ins and outs of each other, so they are prepared to respond in advance to some measures that the other party will take. And what about on the roadside? The spider and the prince did not leave. Both of them made a fake move, pretending to return to the city. In fact, they ran to the river, blocked their vision, and went around the triangle grass of RNG, and then all the way to the stone man. Both of them are in average condition. The prince only had half of his health, and the spider barely managed to increase his health to about 40%. But it was more than enough to deal with a level 2 Shin.
Let's take a look. If he hands over TP and comes online, we'll go home. If he comes up, we'll hack him again.
Li Hansheng commanded.
Okay.
Gao Tianming nodded. And the two of them crouched here.
Tobo Winnow wants to do bad things. How did they know that Shin would not hand over TP and chose to go online on foot?
Miller was dumbfounded when he saw the scene.
It's broken. Someone is cheating.
The doll seemed even more exaggerated. Brother, the little lock is not hanging. Ha ha ha. Stone hammer. Brother Hansheng has opened the whole map. Right? Is it really that outrageous? Later, Miller added seriously.
I think Taobo is determined to force Shin to teleport. After all, using the time difference of teleportation to create offensive opportunities is also a regular method of Taobo. He probably was wary of this by not choosing to teleport online. But could he be wary of this ambush?
This can be seen from Letemi's route selection when he went online. Generally, if the top laner on the red side feels that someone is crouching in the grass of the stone man, he will definitely go to the line close to the edge of the top wall, because this distance from the grass is far enough. And any initiative skills are unlikely to be available immediately. Go ahead and give yourself enough time to react. However, Shin did not do this, but walked in the middle of the swagger, which caused a big problem.
I'm coming!
Li Hansheng saw Shin's movements by inserting the jewelry on the line in advance. Gao Tianliang was already ready to take action. There was no need to predict in this situation, because Shin just walked straight ahead. Cocoon takes action. A ball of snow-white spider silk suddenly appeared in front of Lemmy. Since the first half of the flag path was even hidden in the wall, it was too late for Lemmy to flash out the first time he saw it. He was just charged where he was.
Hack!
He shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Uzi quickly cut the screen and saw this scene, and his heart couldn't help but thump. Ruined. Shin couldn't use any skills, so he was controlled by the spider first. After finishing a set of QW in human form, he immediately switched to beast form and opened W and Q, flying towards him and biting madly. The prince immediately EQ'd the second company, put on the armor-piercing buff of the Q skill, and then blocked his position, blocking behind Shin. And the two spiders performed a wave in tandem. Men on top of men. Just like in the 2018 NBA playoffs. The Jazz took a step back to prevent Harden from taking a three-pointer. Rubio and his teammates sandwiched him one after another, like a human burger. After the two of them fought in an explosive manner, Shin had lost most of his health, but was not killed.
and Shen immediately activated Q and W to block part of the damage. But here's the problem. Now he has no way to go to the village or store. When two bandits surround him, he can't escape even if he flashes. During the hesitation, the sword formation's duration had expired and disappeared, and his blood volume was further declining. No way. Let Me doesn't really have any room to maneuver. Now he began to regret why he didn't learn E at level 2, so that E plus Flash could still have a chance of survival. Now he could only take his hands off the keyboard and wait for death. Shen dies again. Wow! The top lane exploded. Miller sighed. Although the forced change of jungle areas gave RNG a certain advantage in the bottom lane. Can the advantage in the bottom lane really make up for the huge hole in the top lane? The policewoman is now just a dozen swords, and about half a level ahead of Virus in terms of experience. But what about getting on the road? The prince is more than 20 swords ahead of Shen. But Shen's last hit is still an embarrassing single digit. 2 heads. And 2 levels of experience. I guess RNG didn't expect that it would be so miserable on the road? Right. Of course. In RNG's imagination, Shen was killed once by jumping over the tower. In that case, even if the prince had a head advantage, in the team battle stage, a well-developed policewoman could make up for this gap. Expectations are clearly exceeded now. And, after being resurrected, Lemmy couldn't keep the teleportation. Otherwise, by the time he walked back to the line, the prince would already be at level 5. And he was only at level 2. How could he be beaten? You could only force the TP to return the line quickly. This kind of scene can be regarded as the normal battle between Talbot and RNG. One side has the advantage in the top lane, and the other side has the advantage in the bottom lane. Now it depends on whether Talbot's top lane is stronger or RNG's bottom lane is stronger. The impact of changing the jungle area is still there. This way down the road, the policewoman has consumed about 1/3 of the HP of the Talbot defense tower. If she returns home to replenish her storm sword and increase her attack power, the speed of demolition of the tower will be further accelerated. It is estimated that it takes about 10 minutes to push a tower normally. This speed can be regarded as a point in time when the female policeman is comfortable pushing quickly. Now, the only thing RNG has to be wary of is that the prince suddenly comes down to cause trouble. To this end, Mala Xianhua arranged all their wards in the bottom lane, and combined with the upper lane girls' wards, basically blocked the intersection. They also deliberately cleared several points where the prince might bypass the TP to ensure that the prince would not suddenly. A wave of surprise attacks came from behind the policewoman. And what about on the roadside? The two heads went home and asked the prince to make Tiamat early. Don't mention how fast the line clearing speed is. An AQ Tiamat ranged soldier was wiped out, and Shen could only stare from behind. This guy clears the lane too fast. I can't watch him at all. You have to be careful in the bottom lane. Labme could only give this kind of feedback. It seems to be giving continuous strength to his teammates. But what can you do? Li Hansheng is indeed constantly putting pressure on other lanes. Put pressure on. You don't really need to run over. This is the same as playing in the middle. You don't necessarily need to run to the side to support in order to put pressure on you. When you clear the line and then disappear, you are effectively putting a layer of pressure on everyone on the other side. The most obvious manifestation is RNG's bottom lane. Uzi and the others no longer dare to be so unscrupulous. There is another reason. After the wild monsters in the jungle were reset in the second round, Gao Tianliang powerfully took back his lower half of the jungle, making his bottom lane less uncomfortable. As for why, with 2 assists in hand, Gao Tianliang went out naked and put on shoes. Your blind monk with the green jungle knife dares to come into contact with the magic-wearing spider in the jungle? What about dreaming? The reason why I dared to put on my shoes first was because of Taba's side on the court. Both the middle and lower lanes are pushed to the lane and are unlikely to be ganked. The requirements for vision are not that high, and there is no need to worry about being bypassed by TP like RNG. On the contrary, the spider's drawing ability is very demanding. A 5-speed shoe is too extreme, so I compromised a bit. And Li Hanqing's first big punch was not from the bottom lane, but from the middle lane. After clearing the line on the road, he walked all the way down to the middle road. Xiuhu Lucian's proficiency is not bad, and he did use his hero characteristics to suppress Gao Dui, so he stood a bit forward, which gave Li Hansheng a chance to hack him. A large number of RNG's fields of view are arranged in the lower half, and relatively speaking, there are very few fields of view in the upper half. However, Xiuhu's stance is also at the bottom, but he faced Galio in the middle. Why is this version of Galio so perverted? When Lucian stepped forward to consume him, Galio charged up W on the spot.
It seemed that he wanted to use W's damage reduction to resist damage. But in fact, he was preparing for W's flash. After charging to full value, Galio suddenly flashed forward, and Lucian was completely unprepared.
Away's perfect first move.
Taunting Lucian, Galio immediately drew A, and then E to knock him into the air. Then drew A and then Q, dealing all the damage. The prince also ran over at this time. EQ added control and damage for the second time, lowering Lucian's health. But the two of them did not kill him directly. Lucian immediately turned E and walked down. But the prince was not in a hurry and kept chasing Lucian, obviously waiting for QCD. Xiaohu also knew this. When he saw the prince making a move, he immediately evaded, and Li Hansheng gave up. No need. It's okay if you can force a flash. Lucian, who didn't flash, would not dare to suppress crazily and unscrupulously even if he was in the middle lane with a short line. Chapter 476, Quick Push and Destruction.
10.
Chapter 476, Quick Push and Destruction. 1-0.
What a pity!
Wawa couldn't help but sigh.
It was just a little bit close. It was equivalent to an exchange of flashes in the middle. It's obvious that Lucian is at a greater disadvantage when exchanging flash.
Miller shook his head.
Lucian didn't flash, so he didn't dare to push the line unscrupulously, because the spider still had flash.
And if he was really caught, Lucian himself would also can't run away.
This is the gap in game understanding. Lucian and Galio exchanged flashes, and it was definitely Lucian who lost. There is no doubt about this. You can see it from Xiaohu's expression.
Gone? Is this guy Lao Li cheap? It's really disgusting.
After this flash, he no longer dared to suppress Galio so unscrupulously. And Galio was about to reach level 6. This is an important key point. Before level 6, Lucian could indeed gain the ability to prioritize roaming by pushing lanes and suppressing. But it's level 6. Galio has a big move that allows him to fly all over the map. How can you run on foot faster than someone else can support by flying all over the map? Originally, if there was a flash, he can also continue to put pressure on the line of troops to prevent Galio from using his ultimate to support the wing. But now that he has no flash, he doesn't dare to push the line so fiercely, and Galio doesn't have to worry so much about using his ultimate to support.
Looking at it this way, RNG's speed promotion seems to be in a deadlock?
As soon as Zhang Depeo finished speaking, Li Hansheng, who returned to the top lane, pushed Shen back under the defense tower again. And this time, he has reached level 6. Shen was still less than level 5. Being killed twice in a row before was so painful that Letemi suffered a serious loss in level. After Li Hansheng chose to retreat, he did not rush home to resupply, but instead turned his attention to the bottom lane. It is impossible to deploy a large number of real eyes in the early stage. The field of vision in the lower half of RNG was very good before, but the duration of your fake eyes means that you will definitely fall into a period of vision vacuum. And with Gao Tianliang taking back the lower half of the jungle, Mala Xianghua can't always be active in the lower half. He also has to go to the upper half to brush the jungle, which makes it impossible for RNG to have a seamless view of the lower half. Replenish? He decided to give it a try. Not to mention, it was also part of his plan. He chose TP because of the view arranged by Gao Tianliang at Xiaolong Pit.
Noob chose TP bottom lane. Puppies and the others are located a bit forward. The most important thing is that their field of vision is in the triangular grass in the bottom lane, so they may not be able to find it quickly.
RNG's vision in the lower half has indeed entered a vacuum period. When they noticed Li Hansheng appearing in the direction of the river, Wu Zi and Xiao Duan were stunned for a moment, but they reacted very quickly. Feng Nu immediately leaned towards the prince and tried to put a slowdown effect on the prince with W, because they knew that Li Hansheng did not flash. Feng Nu only had to put Q in place and blow the wind in seconds to interrupt the prince's second EQ. You can evacuate safely. Moreover, the policewoman did not forget to put W's clip on the prince's only path after Feng Nu's W slowed down.
Wow. The RNG bottom lane duo responded very well.
But there was a buzz. Lulu flashed forward directly. W transformed into a sheep and hit Feng Nu. The prince immediately rushed towards Feng Nu with EQ twice, successfully knocking Feng Nu away. When Feng Nu wanted to heal her to save her health, Virus has already released E in advance to give him the serious injury buff. Then he started to level A, stacking the layers of W. The prince used a set of EQAR and Tiamat's combo moves smoothly. The ultimate move must be released in advance, because Feng Nu has a flash. Once Feng Nu flashes, he will avoid his ultimate move. If it hurts, it won't be able to kill the opponent. Really? After this set of bursts, even if Feng Nu shields herself and heals her, she will still inevitably become a bloodthirsty person. Xiao Duan immediately flashed to distance himself, but Lulu used Q, Sparkling Spear, at the most critical moment. Because the skills are all used to deal damage, he did not use E to shield people, but used E to hit Feng Nu's body to cause damage. So Pixar is now hanging on Feng Nu's body. After Feng Nu flashed and distanced herself, Lulu used Q to slow down. The purpose is clear.
Jiaqua, Dad can only help you so far. If you can't hit it, then there's really nothing I can do.
Virus began to draw his bow and knock an arrow, charging up his Q skill. The slowed down Feng Nu could clearly see that she wanted to twist left and right in an S-shaped snakeskin move. But the problem was that she was being slowed down. Couldn't walk at all. Yuan Ba did not disappoint the fans of Talbot. An arrow hit accurately and passed through the heart.
Nice. Nice. Jack. He showed no mercy at the critical moment.
Miller shouted excitedly.
One arrow pierced the heart. Xiaoming also used his skills very calmly.
This wave of Shi Siming is indeed crucial. He clearly judged that he could not kill Feng Nu instantly. So he held the key deceleration in his hand, which showed that his mind was very clear. Unlike some players, when faced with such a big scene, their brains may lose the ability to think. And most of the time, they instinctively press skills blindly.
Of course. What's more important is the top laner noob. It's because he used his personal ability to create a TP difference in the top lane that he received this wave of support in the bottom lane.
Zhang Depeo showed off his character as a Li Hansheng diehard fan. But there's really nothing wrong with what he said. The performance of Shi Siming and Yuan Ba is certainly gratifying. But the person who really gives them room to perform is Li Hansheng. Now! Uzi could only be forced to retreat. Even if Li Hansheng left, he would not dare to show off. How can two of them be afraid of you if they fight one? After so many fights. He also knows that this boy Yuan Ba may indeed have a big head. So he sticks out like a stick. If you try to show off to him, he really won't tolerate your bad habits. Therefore, Uzi could only huddle under the defense tower. In this way, it is equivalent to saying that his advancement rhythm has been slowed down again. The advantage he had established in the early stage allowed him to push the bottom tower in 10 minutes. Now that Li Hansheng has made such a fuss, it is estimated that the progress will be delayed by 1 to 2 minutes or even more. Because the future is unpredictable. Who knows what will happen on the field? For heroes like the policewoman, once the rhythm is slowed down, it means that they will enter a very embarrassing situation in the midterm and become a super soldier on the field. On top of that, he has to eat a lot of money to supplement his growth. And he can't shoulder the responsibility of output in team battles. Right. In order to prevent this, RNG forced a Lucian in the middle to support the midterm. But originally, if the female police officer could also exert strength in the midterm, and the two shooters would exert their strength together in the midterm, Tao's lineup would be really difficult to handle because there are not enough front rows. It was originally a double C attack. But now Lucian is alone. The frontal firepower during team battles is undoubtedly much worse. This provides Talbot with a huge fault tolerance rate. Maybe originally Talbot's team battle would be a defeat if it didn't start well. But now you don't do enough damage. Even if the team battle doesn't start perfectly, Talbot can still operate. Uzi was busy thinking about this, not realizing the danger was coming. Both junglers start from the other side's red buff. And as Gao Tianliang takes back his lower half of the jungle, it means that when the second red buff is refreshed, he will go to his own lower half as soon as possible. Just now when Li Hansheng went to gank in the bottom lane, Gao Tianliang was brushing the red buff. After Li Hansheng left, Spider used E to fly into the sky and drop the dragon, completed the terrain crossing, and was heading towards the bottom lane. At this time, the reminder for the spicy hot pot has arrived.
Puppy, be careful. The spider is in the lower half now. You are not very safe under the tower. Try to stay back as much as possible. Pity.
It's too late. By the time Uzi wanted to retreat, the military line had already entered the tower, and the spider immediately rushed out of the triangular grass behind the tower. The three of them surrounded the policewomen.
Wow. It seems like the puppy can't escape.
Lulu took the lead with W and turned the policewoman into a sheep. After being transformed into a sheep,
although she was not stationary, she just moved back and forth. The spider easily connected with E. But the policewoman was in perfect condition, and she was holding a shield in her hand. So she was not killed instantly. Instead, it gave him a chance to use E plus flash to distance himself. And at this time, The blind monk's support was finally in place.
Xianghua. He appeared when the team was in the most critical moment. Flash R. Xiaoqian didn't take off successfully. He was kicked away. This flight path. Does it mean that there are 3 candied haws on a stick?
The blind monk directly touched the eye with W. Then flashed and quickly moved to the side of the spider. And kicked the spider away with a big move. Almost at the same time, Virus, who was accumulating Q on the spot, suddenly handed over and flashed. Judging from the visual effects, it was Virus who reacted.
Oh my god!
The 3 commentators were stunned.
This is the reaction speed of young people.
After evading with a flash, Virus' arrow shot out and accurately hit the policewoman. Then go directly to the triangular grass area behind the tower to evacuate quickly. And here behind, Mala Xianghua did not reproduce the classic RQQ miss scene of the director. After kicking the spider away, he immediately connected with Q to compensate for the damage and killed the spider. Lulu ran away immediately. And the blind monk did not have the skills to pursue again. Mainly because I'm afraid of Galio's ultimate support. The 2 sides played 1 for 1. But their faces were ugly. The female police officer surrendered all her skills and failed to escape. Skills are secondary. The main reason is death. For a hero like the policewoman who pursues the ultimate early rhythm, you cannot die in the most precious early stage. This thing is the same as if you choose a spider jungler and a pantsun in the lane. You can't accept the steady development of last hits with others.
It's broken. Being targeted by 2 waves one after another. RNG's bottom lane ruined all its early advantages. And now it has turned into a disadvantage.
Miller couldn't help but frown.
They have to regain the rhythm.
The palms and backs of his hands are full of flesh. So Miller naturally cannot be too biased towards Tao Bo. I will also think about the situation on the field from the perspective of RNG. It can only be said that RNG is really difficult to beat now. Very difficult to beat. After that, the pace of Tao was slowed down a little. But everyone knew that there was such a bottleneck before the storm. As for RNG, at more than 7 minutes, I made a wave of, okay, attempts. Shin tried to use his ultimate move to cooperate with the blind monk to jump over the tower, but was forced back by Galio using TP. Because, not enough damage. However, it did help the policewoman to reduce the HP of Tabla's bottom tower a lot. It seems that he can still get the bounty of the first HP tower. And Shin can quickly TP back to the top lane to replenish the line. As the game approached 10 minutes, RNG tried to attack again. Because Shin's second ultimate move is good again. They are planning to help the policewoman win the first health tower in one go this time. Moreover, Galio does not have TP in this wave. So no one can save Tabla's bottom lane. But from God's perspective, the lower road of Tabla was deserted at this time. Virus and Lulu were walking towards their home road. And Galio has arrived at the top half of his zone. And Spider has even reached the stone man on RNG's top road.
Tabla, what is this?
As soon as he finished speaking, the prince sent his troops into the back of the tower, and directly connected EQ2 with R to frame Shin in place. Galio immediately used his ultimate move, and the spider came out from behind to cut off the back. See this? RNG's bottom lane immediately wanted to push the lane, and the middle and junglers also immediately went to the bottom lane to stop their losses. But a few seconds later, Virus and Lulu appeared in the middle, making everyone in RNG feel shocked. Only then did they realize it. I was plotted by Tao Bo. In this wave, Toba wanted to attack the top lane and give up the bottom lane. So he sent his bottom lane to the middle lane to switch lanes early. 1 blood tower bounty. You don't really think that Shin has been pinned under the tower. And the health of RNG's first tower on the road is still healthy. Right? Toba was the first to take down the first tower of RNG's top lane, and successfully won the bounty of the first blood tower. Although RNG also demolished the first tower of Tauba's bottom lane, there was no bounty, and the policewoman was destined to have no reward. If you can't develop beyond the timeline, you will face an embarrassing situation of losing your ability to do damage in the midterm. Not only that, RNG, with all its members in the bottom lane, had no time to return to the middle lane to defend. Only Lucian handed over TP to defend. But Tabla took advantage of the situation and took down the Canyon Pioneer. Then, taking advantage of the lack of personnel in RNG, a 5-man mid-lane team directly used the Canyon Pioneer to forcibly demolish RNG's middle tower. The rhythm on the field was instantly accelerated infinitely.
Isn't this Tabla's attack too fast?
Miller was dumbfounded.
This series of attacks can only show that Tabla has already planned all of this. Tabla's attacking rhythm is really pleasing to the eye.
Zhang Depeo had an intoxicated look on his face, which was very much like him in the true acting in Love Apartment, is average. Laughing to death. What kind of RNG is worthy of Talbot's early attack? We have fought so many times. Can I resist Twa's attack? Is it true that I have no pressure at all? No. Right? RNG really thinks it can successfully implement the female police speed push system? Miller also spoke again.
In fact, RNG made almost no mistakes at the decision-making level in this whole game. The reason why such a situation occurred was because the spider was robbed. Here we have to mention a noob. Sometimes it's not that we are bragging about him. It's just that his role is so exaggerated. If this RNG jungler is a spider, how can Talbot be stable in the bottom lane? When they swapped jungle areas in the early stage, they were already killed by jumping through the tower. RNG's calculations during BP were already very fierce. It can be said that the Hongmi coach was completely plotted. But because of noob, Talbot has the capital to force the prince to swing to the top lane. If it were any other team in the world, even if they were aware of RNG's tactical intentions, there is no way to deal with it because they lack a top laner who can take the lead at critical moments.
Almost at the same time, Mala Xianbo was also cursing.
Gone! If I were a spider, I wouldn't be like this.
No one refuted his statement, because the situation would be very different if he actually got the spider. But what can you do? You can't get it. There is Li Hansheng. He is so arrogant. In the reverse version, the top laner prince can still produce such a powerful effect. The game has come to this point. In fact, the space that RNG can operate is already very small, and they can only try to delay the game to the later stage indefinitely. But they don't have such capital. In this version without Dragon Soul, it is relatively easy to delay the later stage. First, the front side must have basic clearing ability, and the development of Double C cannot lag too far behind the opponent, so as to retain a certain team fighting ability. Second, the wingers can put appropriate pressure. Peak SKT relies on this hand to support the late stage without any brains. But here's the problem. RNG cannot satisfy both of these points now, because the mid laner is Lucian. Lucian has short hands. Although the damage of Lucian's ultimate move to minions in this version has not been weakened. The problem is that you can use the ultimate move to clear the wave of soldiers in one wave. But what about 2 waves? What about 3 waves? Are you just here to play with unlimited firepower? A big move in 10 seconds? The front cannot be defended. But what about the flanks? It is indeed difficult for a normal prince to kill Shen. But Shen is a hero who stands out and is difficult to kill. But you can't stand Li Hansheng, and you have a huge advantage. At 16 minutes, he had the 2-piece set of Hijiri plus Juju. At this time, Shen barely managed to make up a Sunfire and cloth armor shoes. With Hijiri around, your little armor was not enough to look good in front of the prince. Let alone the prince's. Q itself has a huge percentage armor breaking effect. Besides, the prince just needs to keep you. Talbot also has Galio who can support you at any time. So, RNG is in such an embarrassing situation now. You can't defend the front. And because your support is Feng Nu, your jungler is Blind Sin. And your ability to start a team is very poor. You have no chance to force the team to start. On the contrary, Li Hansheng will continue to put pressure on himself on the wing. Only if you can defend it will there be a ghost. At this point, this is especially obvious after the game time reaches 20 minutes. Talbot's lineup is really not fast at beating Baron. It only has Virus as a stable output point. But RNG has lost all its outer towers, and has no capital to defend it all. Talbot easily defeated the dragon, then pushed forward directly with the big dragon buff. Li Hansheng already has Jujio, Black Cut, and Bloody Hand, and he has the standard 3-piece warrior set in hand. Compare. Uzi's policewoman has eaten up a lot of money, and now she only has Endless plus Hurricane. So does the outcome of the game. It was finally fixed at 23 minutes. After successfully starting a team in the middle of Talbot, he pushed RNG's base crystal all the way. Win the first game. Chapter 477 Ah Bah. Are you serious? Immaculate attacking rhythm. Wawa shouted excitedly. This is the strength of Talbot. RNG barely put up any decent resistance, and the entire game was easily won. I can't say it's easy. It's just that we think it's easy. If it were another team, they might not be able to win. Miller made up for it. Yes. Swinging the prince to the top is the finishing touch. It directly destroyed RNG's quick attack tactics, and made all RNG's early tactics useless. If the MVP of this game is to be selected, there is no doubt that it must be its noob. He was the one who withstood all the pressure, forced the top laner to go against the meta, and achieved such a remarkable effect. The words from the 3 of them almost lifted Li Hansheng to the sky.
Even the anti-fans can't refute these words. Whether you watch the game or not, you will agree. Anyone who has watched the game will naturally understand that Li Hansheng is the key figure in Taobua's rhythm every time on the court. Or he uses Li Hansheng's advantages to roll the snowball. For those who don't watch the game, even if you just look at the post-game statistics, you will see that Li Hansheng's statistics on the court are impeccable. And you can't even find any faults. So what can you do? This is Brother Hansheng's strength. Do you know that he is the #1 top laner in the world? Don't try to challenge Brother Hansheng in the hero pool. Otherwise you will die miserably. However, there is one thing to say, RNG was able to design such a set of tactics. It can be seen that they have indeed prepared a lot of carefully. If the lower dog wants to defeat the upper dog, shouldn't it be necessary to prepare more black technology? Unfortunately, Brother Hansheng's strong dominance made all RNG's tactical designs fail. 3-0. 3-0. 3-0. Brother Hansheng, you promised us that we would win the championship. There are only the last 2 games left. So grit your teeth and endure it. The audience at the Bird's Nest was making bursts of lively cheers. This is the benefit of watching the civil war between teams in their own division. The palms and backs of your hands are full of flesh. No matter who wins, you have a reason to cheer. Even if you are an RNG fan, you can cheer along. After all, the team from the LPL Division won. Right? The coaches from both sides came to the stage immediately. Hongmi smiled happily. He squeezed Li Hansheng's shoulder flatteringly. It has to be you, Hansheng. If it weren't for you, we would have lost our last game. It might be really hard to play. Hongmi's mood in the background was a roller coaster, especially when he saw RNG's plan to force a change to the jungle at level 1 at the beginning, which made him even more frightened. If RNG really gets the Spider jungler. So, at the beginning of the bottom lane, it was not as simple as Virus being knocked home, but Spider having to force his teammates to cross the tower. Letting the policewoman start with a lead of more than $10 plus a first blood kill is not the same concept as letting the policewoman start with a lead of more than $10. And keep thinking about this. The huge pressure in the bottom lane will force Gao Tianliang to not go to the top lane to help expand the advantage, but will be forced to lock in the bottom lane. RNG can fully use the early advantages of the midfielder combination to force the policewoman to push the rhythm of the first blood tower. Once, let the policewoman get the first blood heads and first blood towers early and enter a comfortable invincible development rhythm. How does Taobao respond? A policewoman who can shoulder the burden of the team's output in the midterm is terrifying and almost irresistible. The female police officer has a long range. And as long as the shooter has a long range, it means that he has a relatively safe output space in team battles. The female police officer does not need to be like a short-handed hero like Wayne to lick blood from the knife edge in team battles to deal damage. Isn't the advantage of being able to output in a safe position? In addition, this version has the incense burner monster as protection. And the policewoman leads the team to push forward, which is almost an unsolvable existence. The breaking point in the previous game was to swing the prince to the top lane and steal the spider. Very simple. In the jungle position, only Spider can perfectly achieve the ultimate early offensive pressure envisioned by RNG. No matter how strong you are in the early stage of other heroes, they are always a little worse than Spiders. Just such a little difference can prevent RNG's tactical logic from forming a perfect closed loop. Thankfully I have you. Hongmi had to lament this time that he was only so far behind in the beginning. Feel sorry. If he were not Korean, he might have made a gesture pointing to the universe. And just a few seconds away from coaching a player like Li Hansheng. If he had really refused at that time. If he saw Li Hansheng's exaggerated performance again, he might have hidden in the toilet and cried secretly. Right? So far so good. Coach! Didn't we perform well? My brother resisted all the pressure in the bottom lane. Jack proudly took the credit. Not bad. Not bad. They all performed very well. And you also performed very well. Hongmi also did not forget to praise them. It is indeed worthy of praise. The bottom lane has always been the most unstable link for Taobao this season. Although Gao Tianliang is also a newcomer, the middle and top lanes are dominated by Li Hansheng and Gao Dui. Anyone who has played jungle knows this. If you can play both mid-level and top-level, both are powerful and can suppress the opponent, then the jungler will be able to play very comfortably. In many cases, you don't even need to use your brain. Just go online and withdraw money. This is the most typical example of the old bringing the new. Although Li Hansheng has only played for more than a year, judging from his experience on the field, he can indeed be regarded as an old man. There is no such thing as the old leading the new in the bottom lane. Shi Siming and Yuanbao are both newcomers. No matter how talented they are,
They will always go wrong sometimes. Especially in such big scenes. You can't expect every newcomer to be like Li Hansheng, peaking when they debut. Isn't the reason why newcomers are newcomers just because they still have broad room for growth? Fine. Faced with Uzi's line pressure and the RNG team's tactical targeting, Shi Siming and Yu Wenbo successfully withstood the pressure and did not easily become a breakthrough.
Then keep up the good work. Try to beat them in the second game. RNG should be out of options.
Homie made a rough guess. RNG here? Overall morale is a bit low. No way. In the first game, they were really prepared to go all out. And they also showed some tricks at the BP level. And almost got Tao Bo involved. Wrong. To be precise, Redmi has been successfully calculated. But, after all calculations, they failed to calculate that Li Hansheng, a pervert, could forcibly reverse the version and create a prince. Do you think you can blame them? When any team designs tactics, it is based on the version and the current situation of the opponent's players. How long has it been since Li Hansheng played top laner Prince? Normal players choose heroes that are popular among players. But there is no one like Li Hansheng who can produce results with just any hero.
There is no other way. It's not a crime of war. We can only gamble in the second game.
Fly side. He just didn't want the team members to quickly get over the defeat of the previous game.
This is BO5. Lose one game.
It doesn't mean it's over. We have to cheer up. In the second game, we should follow the established tactics, and let's get back one first.
Tobua felt that its overall strength could overwhelm RNG, so it almost never made any special arrangements. Because it is true that as long as the players perform normally, they can defeat RNG. On the contrary, RNG acts as the downward dog, and the downward dog wants to defeat the upper dog. In addition to a desperate attitude, changes also need to be made at the tactical level.
It's a pity that if we can win the first game and follow the original plan in the second game, with better luck we can go 2-0.
Malai Xianghua was still a little frustrated. After all,
real.
If you can win the first game, and then use carefully prepared black technology to win another victory, they can win 2-0. By then, even if Taobua's overall strength is strong. So what if you, Li Hansheng, have an invincible mentality? This is a team game. Can you ensure that your mentality does not jump? And can you ensure that your teammates' mentality does not collapse? Maybe they really won the championship through a wave of chaos. But everything is almost in vain now. What can be done? The intermission passed quickly, and the director once again switched the camera to the BP screen of both sides.
Welcome everyone to return to the live broadcast of the 2017 League of Legends Global Finals. This is the Bird's Nest. Next is the second life and death game between Tobua and RNG. It was not easy for Tobua to win the last game. They should be able to feel the pressure brought by RNG. And in this game, RNG will come to the blue side, and Tobua will come to the red side. We can see if RNG has prepared more tactical routines.
The words fell. The BP pictures of both sides will appear in front of you. As soon as it comes up, RNG's choice was to ban Feng Nu, while Tobua backhandedly banned Kalista. The second-hand bans for both sides were given to Lucian and Ryze respectively. On the third hand of banning players, RNG's choice was to ban Jace, while Tobua chose to ban Karma. No way. It is almost not difficult for professional players to have Karma in the mid lane. After Tobua developed this swing system, other teams quickly followed suit. Therefore, for the red side in this version, not only does Kalista lose one ban position, but Karma also loses 2 ban positions. RNG immediately grabbed Luo.
The Xiao-Luo combination was released at the same time, but the puppy seems not to play Xiao-Xia, so there is nothing wrong with RNG taking the lead and grabbing Luo. As far as team battles are concerned, Luo's forced attack is more powerful.
Rocco in S7 has not suffered any nerfs. Our Flash is unsolvable. Tao Bo has nothing to say. Just grab the Prince plus Galio in seconds.
Do you think RNG deliberately let Galio go? They seem to have never addressed this point, and they don't play it themselves.
Miller found it strange. This version of Galio is indeed not exaggerated to the point where the winning rate is 100%, but it is definitely a strong version of the hero. Judging from the performance on the field, RNG cannot effectively deal with Galio, but they just don't care, which really makes people doubt.
That's not right. If Tobua doesn't take Xiao-Luo, wouldn't RNG have a chance to take Xiao-Luo?
Zhang Depeo added. Miller immediately explained to him.
Before this, Puppy has never used Xayah once. It seems that he just hasn't practiced this hero. Therefore, RNG's solution is to ban one on the red side, and grab the one on the blue side first.
Luo!
Zhang Depeo nodded after hearing this. On Taobua's side, Hongmi also thinks the same way, because there is no intelligence showing that Uzi will use Xayah. So it must be more important to grab the midfielder, who has nothing to do, and force the system to open up first. It's not necessary to grab Xia. Xayah is not like Rakan. Even if Rakan is used alone, it is very effective to force open with one hand. The Xia Luo combination is invincible because Xia Luo can bring huge buffs to Luo. As for Xia alone, apart from having a big move to protect himself, he is not as good as other shooters in other aspects. And here is RNG. Under the close-up shot, when all the RNG members saw Taobua picking Galio plus Prince in seconds, everyone's faces were filled with smiles.
Ha ha! They really concluded that the puppy can't play with Xia. I'm afraid they will be disappointed this time.
Fly clenched his fists excitedly. Right. In the original time and space, Uzi felt that Xia, a hero, was just average. So he didn't train deliberately. But this is not the original time and space. The appearance of Li Hanxing had already disrupted the world line. When he realized that Xia Luo would not affect the team's BP, Uzi had already started secretly practicing this hero on the trumpet. For someone of his talent, it's easy to get started by practicing a shooter hero itself. Unless the shooter is an unconventional hero like Draven. The basic concept is the same, which is nothing more than going A and some tips on skill release. Unlike the solo line, each hero requires a lot of energy to practice. This is why the version changes have the least impact on ADC players. And, in the original time and space, it was said that Uzi could not play Xia, Jin, or Easy. But in the S8 season, didn't these become Uzi's signatures? Just explain. It's not that Uzi doesn't know how to play these. It's that he didn't pay enough attention to them from the beginning. As long as he pays a little more attention, he can actually train these heroes. And this is also RNG's careful plan. Originally, they wanted to use the enhanced female police speed push system to win the first game, and then use the Xiaoluo combination to win the second game unexpectedly, leaving Taobua in chaos. They pursued the victory and won with chaos. But now something went wrong in the first game, and they couldn't win it. So they had to fight tooth and nail to win the second game. Rewrite the score to 1-1 to continue. If the score becomes 0-2, they will be sentenced to death. In everyone's stunned eyes, RNG directly selected Xayah plus Syndra in 2 and 3L.
Huh?
Miller's mouth opened in surprise, looking very shocked. It can also be seen from this that Uzi cannot play Xayah, and how deeply rooted it was before this. Don't talk about them. Even Li Hanxing had a look of astonishment on his face. Hongmi was also shocked. Only then did Hongmi realize that he seemed to be being played by the opponent again. Li Hanxing was also amazed again and again.
TSK. Is it true that Asha is here? Has he really evolved ahead of schedule?
Chapter 478, this is the charm of Xiaoluo combination. This move can be said to have really caught Taobua off guard. Very simple. Taken apart, Xia Luo's combination can be considered a T1 choice in their respective positions. Once combined together, they are the only T0 combination in the bottom lane of the current version. As the only couple in the history of League of Legends who logged into the canyon at the same time, each other can bring buffs to each other's skills. This is simply a bug. Other people's combinations require 1 + 1 is equal to 2 or 1 + 1 greater than 2. When these two heroes are combined together, they will have the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2 at the beginning. If they are in strong hands, they can give the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 3. You figure it out. The only suspense at the moment is how proficient Uzi is with Xayah.
Although this choice is indeed very abrupt for us, I think with Puppy's talent, it is not difficult to train a shooter hero. Right. Besides, Xayah, a hero, has almost no special skills, and there is no need to control the axe landing point as accurately as Draven.
Because of the uniqueness of the shooter position, especially for A-type shooters, the biggest difficulty is to move A to the extreme, ensuring that the output does not fall, and at the same time avoiding most dangerous injuries and controls through precise movement. If one method is universal, then all methods are universal.
Indeed, given Puppy's talent and his habit of choosing heroes, he must have mastered Xayah's various skills to make such a choice.
Wawa also had the same view. No matter how poorly they understand the game, at least they have been watching it in the commentary box for so many years, and are very familiar with every player's habits.
So how should Taobua choose? What method should we use to crack the Xiaoluo combination?
Taobua can only choose Lulu in 3L. Feng Nu and Karma were banned, and Luo was robbed. Lulu was the strongest incense burner monster support on paper. If Talbot didn't choose it at this time, he would definitely not be able to get it later. In this way, both parties will enter the second round of BP. RNG will place the upper and jungle positions in the second round, and Talbot also plans to focus on these two positions. The choice is to ban both Shen and Big Insect, and not to choose Lemmy, a character who can withstand pressure in the early stage. After all, there is a high probability that Li Hansheng will not be able to get a top lane shooter in the future, so he will naturally try his best to use BP to make it easier for him to gain an advantage in the lane. It's not that I don't have confidence in Li Hansheng's ability, but look at the BP of the first three hands. The RNG with the combination of Xiao Luo and mid laner Syndra ensured its absolute advantage in the bottom lane and a slight advantage in the middle lane. Talbot could only accumulate its advantages into the top lane and counter the opponent's advantage by fattening the top lane. Advantage point. Otherwise, what else can you do? Galio has been locked in the middle and cannot be changed. To put it bluntly, even if you release Kalista in the bottom lane, you can't beat the Xiaolua combination in the lane. Based on the current version, you can't find a second choice at all. A bottom lane combination that can compete with Xiao Luo. RNG's choice is to continue to target the top lane shooter system. It was also expected that Xiao Pao and Vayne would be sent to the ban position. After so many games, it can be clearly seen that there are only 3 heroes that can go on the road. Wayne and Lucian are the best. The small cannon is a very reluctant choice, and it is almost impossible to find a 4th hero. A shooter hero who can serve as a top laner. RNG is very obvious. I can't handle this system, so why should I forcibly ban it through the ban position? As expected, RNG has no way to deal with the top lane shooter system, so it can only solve it through bans. This is a test for Noob, John DePeo said. Although Noob is also the best in the world in playing warrior heroes. But there is a problem. The snowballing ability of warrior heroes is not as strong as that of shooter heroes. Almost all the heroes that can make Li Hansheng snowball quickly in the top lane are blocked. Jace, Wayne, Lucian, Xiao Pao. It means that RNG spent 4 ban positions on Li Hansheng. This can't prevent Li Hansheng from gaining the advantage in the lane. All they want is to prevent Li Hansheng from gaining the advantage they can't so quickly. Bear the advantage. Very humble. Right? But as long as they do this, they will have a glimmer of hope. Miller suddenly said. I found a problem. The spider is still outside, but Talbot has no ban. If you put the spider on the opposite side, wouldn't it be a replica of the first one? Really? Xiao Luo is considered a powerful laning combination, especially at level 1. Even if Luo is a melee support, Xiao's range is not very far. But with her level 1 unsolvable fighting ability, she can still get the lane right. Cable writes. It is equivalent to having the capital to jump over the tower. Once you get the spider, no matter what combination you choose in Talbot's bottom lane, you will definitely face such a risk. Redmi obviously didn't take this into consideration at the beginning. This is the deformity of the Censor Monster version. The whole team has to serve the Censor Monster. Heroes, like Spider, actually have no chance to appear in many versions. This is because of the role this hero can play in the mid to late team battles. It's too small. A little too eccentric. And in the version of the Incense Burner Monster, it doesn't matter if your Spider is a waste in team battles. As long as you can raise the Censor Monster, the Censor Monster can lead the shooter to make up for your shortcomings in the team battle. The fact that RNG was able to develop spiders was indeed beyond Redmi's expectations. On the contrary, this has become a problem faced by Teibosuo. It's a headache to get spiders on the other side. Hongmi thought about it, but couldn't find a solution. After all, Talbot has already locked in the middle and jungle combination of Prince plus Galio from the beginning. So they won't let Li Hansheng play Prince in the top lane again. Right? Xia is Prince Tianka. For the Prince on the line, as long as his EQ fails to hit 2 consecutive hits, it is almost impossible to pose any fatal threat to the shooter protected by the Incense Burner Monster by relying solely on the damage of the flat A and the ultimate move. Instead, it will become his mobile blood bank, and he will not be able to kill him at all. I won't pay attention to you. This is also the reason why Li Hansheng noticed this, but did not take the initiative to speak. The situation is different. The reason why you took the Prince in the last round was because the policewoman couldn't deal with you in the midterm. You can't take the Prince in this round, because you don't even know what hero the opponent's top laner will choose. What if someone picks one that's better than Shin? Heroes such as Tree that can withstand pressure and have stronger counterattack ability under the tower will suffer if you can't open a breakthrough on the top lane. Talbot can only be selected normally. Virus?
It seems that there is really no other choice in the bottom lane. With Lulu, the output of Big Mouth and Rat is indeed exaggerated, but it is easy to be jumped over the tower,
Miller commented. And this way, as expected, RNG locked the spider with its backhand. Under the close-up shot, you can see the Malachon was showing a
King's smile,
shaking his head and gearing up, obviously wanting to completely increase the intensity of Tabwa in this round. As for the choice of top order, in the absence of caution and big bugs, big trees do become a good choice. As for Nar and Kennen, it is almost impossible for RNG to let Lemmy and Li Hansheng compete head-on.
The suspense now is what kind of hero will Noob choose. This is a headache. It must be able to suppress the lane, be able to roll the snowball quickly, and also be able to cooperate with teammates to be fatal to Xayah in team battles. Threats. Kennen? Or Nar? Or maybe a warrior hero like Sword Lady?
Everyone is guessing. Some people are even wondering whether Li Hansheng can bring something new. Li Hansheng also has a headache. The version of the incense burner monster is doomed to this, and it is difficult for you to come up with any new tricks on the top laner side.
Then let's face off to the extreme.
After Li Hansheng thought for a moment, he set his sights on Qi Gangying. Qi Gang Shadow plus Galio is also the ultimate headlock combination for shooter heroes. Even more terrifying than Prince plus Galio. After all, you can use Flash to escape when trapped by the Prince. And you can use the Frame Pillar once you are trapped by Qi Gang Shadow. Combined with Galio's ultimate move, you really can't escape.
Take King Gangying,
Li Hansheng said.
If we can't kill them, we will die.
Hongmi nodded, obviously agreeing with Li Hansheng's idea.
Then let's go to King Gangying.
Tobwa selected Qi Gangying, and the scene suddenly became excited.
Oh, does Tobwa want to forcefully hit Xia in the face?
Miller's eyes widened. But Tobwa was already sure. In this way, the lineups of both sides have been officially determined. RNG is on the blue side, and Tobwa is on the red side. On the road, Dashu versus Qi Gang Shadow. Jungler, Spider versus Prince. Mid lane, Syndra versus Galio. Bottom lane, Xia plus Luo versus Virus plus Lulu.
Looking at the lineup, RNG can actually be regarded as a replica of the lineup in the first game. The core idea of the tactics has not changed. In the last game, they chose the policewoman and tried to get spiders to cooperate with the policewoman to play a powerful attack. In the early stage,
they quickly pushed the system. But because the spider was robbed, it failed to take effect. This time, they got the spider. Although there is no policewoman in the bottom lane, Xiao Luo is still a powerful combination in the bottom lane. And Xiao Luo will not be like a female police officer. If the police force is so weak in the midterm, RNG may not be able to play a fast boost system this time. But their early snowballing ideas around the bottom lane have not changed. As for the Tobwa lineup, it is not difficult to see that it is an ultimate face rushing system. Their goal is to flush out Xia. After all, the RNG lineup is not completely without hidden dangers. That is, there is only one output point. Once Xia is killed, the remaining 4 players in RNG don't have any endgame abilities, while Tobwa's endgame abilities are very strong.
The commentators can only make a rough analysis. After all, no one else can tell what the final situation will be like. And amid the cheers of the audience, both sides have entered Summoner's Canyon. As soon as it comes up, what is surprising is that RNG did not adopt the approach of the previous game to forcefully swap the jungle. This is also normal. This time RNG comes to the blue side, and the spider itself will open in the lower half. So there is no need to change to the wild area.
Let's see how Toppo will respond to the early pressure from RNG.
It was rare for the director of this round not to direct the camera to the top lane, but to keep it locked on the bottom lane.
Because
what Luo was doing was igniting, not healing. This change of summoner also exposed RNG's intentions. They must be thinking about forcibly jumping the tower. Luo's first move plus spider plus ignition to supplement the damage and the serious injury buff are all explaining one thing to Tobwa. I've got your bottom lane figured out. Even Jesus can't stop him.
Puppy and the others didn't go to the jungle, but chose to go online directly. Hiding in the grass?
Miller's eyes widened.
I seem to have seen the scene in rank.
The strength of Xiao Luo's combination is unrivaled even in rank. It even derived a style of play. That is, Luo does not use flash, but directly uses weakness plus ignite. Because as long as Xia is there, Luo's E-release distance can be increased. At level 1, hide in the bushes and forcefully slow down the opponent with weakness and ignite. Then force the opponent to fight. As long as you get it first, you basically get first blood. Certainly, in rank, You only need to consider the win or loss of the lane. Because rank means winning the lane, and you win more than half of the game. The game is different. There is rarely a situation where the winner can be decided in a single landing match. More often it depends on the key team. The most powerful thing about Luo in team battles is his art to dodge the team. It is impossible not to use flash in the game.
Does it mean that RNG should be the first to get the first blood?
Soon! Talbo's bottom lane also appeared on the line, and it could be seen that Shi Siming was still a little defensive. They knew very well the significance of the Luo Diignition.
Therefore,
Shi Siming and Yu Wenbao's idea is also very simple. That is, at level 1, they cannot let the opponent push the lane. Right. Lulu uses the range to suppress the opponent, which of course involves certain risks. But this is the case for professional players. You will definitely face risks when you want to operate, rather than taking risks. It's better than having someone push the lane at level 3 and come to you in the bottom lane and force the tower. Right. And if Lulu wants to push the line, you must seize the grass on the bottom lane. Because support like Lulu is very fragile. Once you are attacked by minions when consuming the opponent, you will easily suffer a loss of health. The best way is, just like a long-handed top laner, grab the grass and use the grass to repeatedly block the aggro of the minions, thereby avoiding the embarrassment of being focused on by the minions. He peered into the grass. Result: the next second, Xiao Luo's figure came into view before he could react. Luo has already opened W, Grand Appearance, and came to him. The short section is up. He made a grand appearance and knocked Lulu away. Xiao Ming's reaction was a little slow. He didn't flash out.
Miller yelled. All the audience members, who had some gaming experience, closed their eyes in despair. Oh, I am a fan of Taobao. Everyone understands. Facing this version of Xiaolua combination, what does it mean for you to be knocked away by Luo at level 1? The word death is already stamped on your forehead. You can't even hide. And RNG will definitely kill him. Almost as soon as Lulu was knocked away, Luo's ignition was activated. RNG's team voice is also filled with shouts from the bottom duo.
Kill! 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 Kill him!
Chapter 479 is broken. Showed off. In the eyes of Uzi and Xiaojuan, they are bound to win Shi Siming's head. This has to be mentioned where the Xiao Luo combination is strong at level 1. As the only couple hero in the canyon who have joined together to log in, Riot has created a perfect linkage between the two in terms of skill design. For example, when Xiao or Luo returns to the city, the other person does not need to read the message. He only needs to run nearby. At the skill level, if the target of Luo's E, light dance in pairs, is Xiao, the original 700-yard casting distance will be extended to 1,000 yards. This is why Xiao can greatly increase Luo's survival rate. Because in team battles, as long as Luo flashes into the crowd with R, he must be trying to charm the back row. Sometimes the distance is not enough, and he has to use W to move. Flash and then W, so that he is already deep into the crowd. It won't be that easy if you want to come out again. In this version, the support cannot be killed immediately in a team battle. The whole team is pointing at you, the incense burner monster, to provide yourself with the incense burner buff. How can you fight in a group if you are dead? So there is an embarrassing problem when Luo Dan comes out. You is very good at dodging the group, but you are also easy to be killed instantly. If you have Xia, you can release E and fly back from a range of 1,000 yards. And your survival rate will naturally be greatly improved. This is just a team fight level. In the landing phase, the invincibility of Xiao Luo's combination lies in Xia's W skill, Lethal Feather Close. Xia's W can bring herself an attack power bonus and an attack speed bonus at the same time. Once she hits the opponent with a basic attack during the duration of her W, she can also get a movement speed bonus. There is another paragraph at the end of the skill description. If when W is turned on, Luo is also around, so Luo can also enjoy this effect. To know, the hero Luo obviously has a range of nearly 300 yards. But he is judged to be a melee hero, and melee heroes usually have very high attack power. A character with a high board attack power can get a triple increase in attack power, attack speed, and movement speed. Can it be powerful in a fight? To put it bluntly, when both sides are at level 1, it seems that everyone only has one skill. But Xiao Luo is a pervert. Xiao Luo's skills can bring extra benefits to Luo, which is equivalent to giving Luo a lot more attributes for no reason. How do you fight against this?
Wow! Xiao Ming, do you want to hand over this flash?
When Lulu landed, she had less than half of her health left. Even if she turned on the treatment, She couldn't get the full treatment effect because of the serious injury buff ignited on her body. Not to mention, the level 1 treatment can add as much blood as the amount of blood needed to resist one shot. What we want is this acceleration effect. Both Kang Yuo and Xia enjoy the effect of lethal feather clothes. As long as their basic attacks can hit, they can gain movement speed increase. And Lulu can't distance themselves at all. But Lulu still flashed. And Xiao Luo both flashed at the same time. The result is, with Luo's flat ace, the head was easily taken away. First blood is born.
Nice! This is the charm of the Xiaolua combination. The only flaw is that the dog can't get the head.
The doll said a little regretfully.
But there is nothing I can do. In this case, I don't dare to give someone a head. What if it happens? It would be an even bigger loss if Lulu ran away due to letting things go.
Miller immediately shook his head and retorted.
Xiao Luo combination. In fact, it would be better to let Luo take 1 or 2 heads in the early stage. It's just that Xiaoming's flash hand needs to be studied a bit.
In fact, Shi Siming must pay this flash. Even if he knew that he would die if he flashed, he still had to keep distance from each other. Very simple. When death is inevitable, it is natural to replace the opponent's key summoner skills. 1 flash for 2 flashes. This is equivalent to actively creating opportunities for his own jungler to gank in the bottom lane. If the opposite bottom lane duo does not flash, the prince still has a chance to catch these 2 people.
Actually, if I really want to talk about it, shouldn't Xiaoming and Jack go to the grass for vision when they know that they can't beat them at level 1?
Wawa raised another question.
It has to go,
Miller explained.
If they release the line as soon as they come up, how will you deal with Spider Speed 3 later causing trouble in the bottom lane? They will definitely be jumped over the tower. Their only chance is to use the range advantage of Lulu and Virus at level 1 to force the lane push, and not give the RNG bottom lane combination a chance to push the lane. Only then can the crisis of spiders coming to the bottom lane to jump over the tower be resolved. It can only be said that I was still too young and not cautious enough. So I was caught by RNG.
When he learned that his bot laner was caught dead, Li Hansheng didn't say anything. There was no point in blaming him. Instead, he only messed with his teammates' mentality and pointed out the problem. This is what he should do after the game review. What is needed on the court now is for his teammates to be stable. Keep your mentality and continue the game.
The opponent may also cause trouble in the bottom lane. Gao Tianyang. You can decide whether to go to the bottom lane and counter crouch based on the situation.
Li Hansheng rarely imposes his game ideas on his teammates, unless it is a team decision in the later stage. He usually gives some suggestions in the early stage to let his teammates play freely. Gao Tianyang, who was clearing the jungle, took a look at the situation. He shook his head and said,
I feel that they may not go to the bottom lane at level 3. If they want to jump over the tower at level 3, they won't fight hard at level 1.
All skills, but use Ignite to deceive Shi Siming's flash and healing. Then retreat. Leaving the flash to wait will lead to overcoming the tower.
Right. Spider is a hero who is very strong at jumping towers. But he also needs the help of his teammates, which involves taking turns fighting towers. Virus's summoner skills are still there. Once he jumps over the tower, if Virus chooses to physically help Lulu block his skills, how do you deal with it? Ignite can't turn well at 3 minutes. Not to mention that Virus still has a shield. This involves a situation of long-term tower resistance. With Flash, you can resist to the limit. But without Flash, it will be difficult for you to deal with emergencies. Even Gao Tianyang felt that this was a game set by RNG. Ignition of Luo Dai is a very obvious signal, as if telling the whole world that I want to take you down the road. When everyone's attention is drawn to the bottom lane, will other lanes be relatively less vigilant? If you attack suddenly at this time, wouldn't the success rate be greatly improved? Don't ask him why he knows this, because this is what Tabla likes to do the most. For example, when Li Hansheng brings out top laner Jace and top laner Lucian to become the focus of the audience, Gao Tianyang will suddenly go to the middle or bottom lane to do something. A wave of events. The essence of jungle is game, especially when you don't have any information about the opponent at the beginning. You are basically gambling. Gao Tianyang decided to take a gamble.
Brother Hansheng, let me go on the road and help you counter Squat. I think Teacher Gua may be coming to catch you. You will show off when the time comes.
Okay. Li Hansheng nodded. He would not question Gao Tianyang, because he was focusing on the lane in the early stage, and there was always information that he did not notice. Maybe Gao Tianyang noticed it.
What about from God's perspective? It can only be said that Gao Tianyang made the right bet. From the moment RNG started killing in the bottom lane, they gave up Spider level 3 and went to the bottom lane to jump over the tower. In fact, it is understandable, because it is risky for spiders with level 3 to jump over the tower. Double lines are different from single lines. When the jungler is at level 3, go to the solo lane. The solo lanes are basically at level 3, and they all have 3 small skills for better coordination. The two-person road is different, because 2 people in the duo lane share experience. When the jungler reaches level 3, the duo lane is only at level 2. Moreover, Luo Dai ignited such an obvious attack signal, and the prince would definitely come to the bottom lane to counterattack. If the prince really succeeds in squatting back, it will be blown through. It's better to feign a shot and let Mala Xianggui hit other roads with a surprise effect. The spider is heading up the road. And what about on the roadside? As expected, Ledmi was in a suppressed state again. As for why the big tree was suppressed by Qigong Shadow in the early stage, Ledmi can only answer you. If you can do it, go up. If you can't do it, don't do it. You up no can no BB. Some common problems are nothing more than Li Hansheng using the passive, adaptive shield effect to perfectly replace the blood, resulting in the loss of line rights. However, he is a big tree, and the big tree has the passive, essence-absorbing secret technique, so there cannot be any major problems with this condition. And Qigong Shadow basically does not have the ability to kill alone before the equipment is up. The numerical value has already experienced many weakenings. Mala Xianggui was overjoyed when he saw that the top lane was under pressure. Qigong Ying is relatively difficult to catch due to his E-skill. Li Hansheng is now on the line, giving him an excellent opportunity. Gao Tianyang is gambling. Spicy Hot Pot is actually a gamble. Both sides are in a situation where there is no information about the opponent's jungler, so they are essentially gambling. The Spicy Hot Pot is a bit more confident, because RNG's lineup is confusing enough. It will induce Tabwa people to think that they will attack the bottom lane in the early stage. This is his advantage.
Don't save your skills later. Don't give him a chance.
The Spicy Hot Pot has entered the grass on the river all the way up the road.
Xianggui is going to attack the top lane, but Xiaotian is nearby, right here at the Stone Man. If RNG can't drop people in seconds, they will be beaten back. The premise is that noob cannot be killed instantly. Let's see how RNG handles it.
After confirming that Li Hansheng had no defense, Malaxiangwo couldn't wait to walk out of the grass and attack Li Hansheng on the line. Ledmi was very decisive. He flashed W directly, and used a strong lock to lock Li Hansheng in place. This confinement effect made Li Hansheng unable to move.
Light Me is here. Xianggui immediately replenishes his skills, and the full set of damage for both of them is replenished.
Spider also immediately followed the skill E-Cocoon to make up for the control. But there is a key detail here. The tree's W is a confinement effect. The confinement only restricts your movement and does not interrupt your draw. So Li Hansheng can hit a draw A with this shot. And Li Hansheng hit the big tree with a flat A, which immediately triggered the adaptive shield effect. And this shield was determined to be a magic shield. This is the most critical point. And it is also the key point for Li Hansheng to escape smoothly. The main damage type of the skills of the two heroes, Big Tree and Spider, is magic damage. Spider's 2Q stages are both percentage magic damage. And W's self-destructing Spider also deals magic damage. Not to mention Big Tree. The 3 skills of Q, W, and E are all magic damage. It's magic damage. Li Hansheng himself was in very good condition, and the adaptive shield helped him resist a large wave of damage. When the spiders and trees concentrated their fire, he still had about half of his health. But this definitely counts. It's not safe. After all, the spider has a red buff that can keep slowing down and sticking to him. After breaking free, Li Hansheng directly fired AQ, mainly because he wanted to activate the acceleration effect of Q skill. Then activated W, tactical sweep, and then connected with E, hook lock. The moment he was pulled away by the hook lock, the outer circle of the tactical sweep fell and hit 2 people at the same time. The mechanism of Qigong Ying's W is similar to that of Nusha Q. The more people it touches in the outer ring, the more obvious the blood recovery effect will be. And Li Hansheng was also pulled to a huge terrain stone next to the triangular grass on the road on the red square. The spider immediately flew in E to pursue it. And the big tree also pursued it all the way.
He's going to flash.
Ledmi kept reminding. Even in the professional arena, this place can be regarded as a place where mistakes occur frequently. Because the wall in this area is extremely thick. But Flash can get stuck through it. But only if you stick close to the wall. If there is a slight gap, there will be an embarrassing situation where Flash hits the wall. This is especially common in the public game and in professional games. In this high-pressure environment, professional players will inevitably make some low-level mistakes. Of course, Ma Xianghua is also very clear. What was Li Hanqing's idea of running to the wall? Very simple. Because the spider has a red buff to slow it down. Li Hanqing cannot escape if he runs straight towards the tower. He can only flash over the wall from here. Firstly, hoping that the spicy hot pot will make a mistake. What? Li Hanqing made a mistake? Since his debut, Li Hanqing has never made a mistake. Secondly, it makes it impossible to pursue the big tree that is not flashed. The subsequent damage of the spider alone may not be enough. So, he had to flash over the wall. Ma Xianghua also stared at the screen to ensure that his character was close to the edge of the wall, so that there would be no embarrassing situation of flashing into the wall. Finally, the team has an opportunity to gain a huge advantage in the early stage, and he must not miss it. Buzz! The green steel shadow has turned into a golden light and disappeared from the place, disappearing from the side of the spicy hot pot.
Want to run? There's no way!
Ma Xianghua followed decisively and jumped directly over the wall. However, he was dumbfounded and even wanted to send several question marks immediately. Where are people? King Gangying actually disappeared in front of him like that? And at this time, the audience at the scene exclaimed an exclamation one by one. The commentators couldn't help but exclaim,
"Oh my god! This move by Noob is so awesome! He completely tricked Xianghua into it. Can Xianghua react? But if he chases after him, won't he be ambushed?"
Chapter 480. The situation seems not good. Ma Xianghua and Lemmy on the court did not react immediately. But the explanation from God's perspective, and the audience can see it. Li Hanqing did use flash here, but his previous behavior of sticking to the wall was just to confuse the opponent. What he really wanted to do was not to flash over the wall, but to get into the triangular grass on the red side's upper road to block the opponent view, because Gao Tianliang was already crouching here.
Hack? Where did he go?
Ma Xianghua looked at the empty canyon in front of him, and he was completely confused, but his reaction was quite quick. After all, people can't disappear for no reason. After all, he saw Li Hanqing hand over and flash with his own eyes. If he wasn't here, he would be over there in the grass. He still said the same thing. Li Hanqing must die today. He is dead. He said it. Even if Jesus comes, he can't save him. Can the cooked duck fly away when it reaches your mouth?
Grass! Grass! Follow me quickly. Don't let him run away. Li Yuanhao, try to get closer to the upper half of him.
Ma Xianghua shouted anxiously. In order to kill Li Hanqing, he didn't even go to the bottom lane. If Li Hanqing was really allowed to leave, would they still play tricks? Mainly from the perspective of Ma Xianghua, Gao Tianliang was in the lower half. He never thought that Gao Tianliang would appear in the upper half, and even appeared in the grass to crouch.
It's over. It's over. Xianghua and Lemmy don't seem to notice at all. They are really going to be tricked.
In the grass, the prince and Qin Gangying were eyeing the two prey in front of them. I insert? Gao Tianliang was not afraid at all. Spiders and trees currently don't have any skills, and flash has already been used. Even if they ward into the grass, the prince can immediately EQ the second company to get one of them first. The first unlucky victim is the spider, because the spider is closer. The moment he was about to step into the grass, the prince immediately hit him with a close-faced EQ second company. When he saw a Demacia flag falling from the sky, Ma Xianghua was dumbfounded.
Why is he here? Ouch! He's so annoying! Juanza, come and save him!
In this case, Letemi had no way out. He could only bite the bullet and continue walking towards the grass. The prince and Qin Gangying are here to beat up the spider. Now Li Hanqing, Ma Xianghua, and Lemmy are all in the state of skill CD, all relying on level A. But the prince has skills, and a large part of the reason why Qi Gang Shadow was able to resist the outbreak of spiders and big trees before was because Qi Gang Shadow had a passive, adaptive shield that provided a huge shield effect to withstand part of it. Spider himself is a crispy hero, and his body is not comparable to that of King Gangying. Moreover, Prince Q also has an armor-breaking effect, which makes him even more crispy. What's more, in the process of escaping, Li Hanqing first AQ, and then he followed by W to hit the outer circle to cause percentage damage. Before flashing over the wall, he kicked the spider in the face with A followed by Q. Therefore, the spider itself is not full status. being so popular, with the two of them instantly turned into residual blood.
The incense pot is dangerous.
Before dying, the spider's Q finally improved. The beast form Q had high beheading damage. And the big tree finally came over. The two planned to work together to replace Li Hansheng. As for the follow-up big tree, just run hard and see if Xiaohu in the middle can force Gao Tianliang back with support. However, the damage was still a little bit worse after all. Spider failed to kill Qi Gang's shadow. Instead, Qi Gang's shadow took down Spider's head with a backhand shot, and also successfully triggered the dangerous game in his talent to regain a mouthful of blood. The big tree was dumbfounded now. How to fight this? He is just a cute big tree. He could only keep chasing Qi Gang and Ping A. But the prince had a red buff and kept slowing down the big tree. Then he forced himself to squeeze in between the big tree and the green steel shadow, forming a human wall to protect the green steel shadow behind him. The distance between this hero model becomes a chasm that the tree can never cross. Fortunately, at this time, Dashu's skills had improved. Dashu immediately made a strong move with W to lock them in, followed by A and Q. His thick Qilin arm was rounded and sent out a shock wave that once again suppressed Qi Gangying's health. King Gangying's blood volume has officially bottomed out. Li Hansheng didn't fight back because the red buff on the big tree had a slowing effect, so he could distance himself by running hard. Your big tree skills are good. How can I, Qi Gang's shadow, not have skills? After pulling away from a position, he made a W tactical sweep with his backhand, accurately hitting the outside circle, causing percentage damage and also allowing himself to regain a mouthful of blood again. Then he immediately turned around, and AQ used acceleration to once again widen the distance from the big tree. Turn around and hook the wall with E. Kick the big tree in the face. Follow up with A and double Q to pull up. The prince also timely hit the AQ double combo to further reduce the health of the big tree. Double kill. Double kill. No one expected that the end of the journey would be like this. Not only did Li Hansheng not die, because Lulu didn't flash. It's best to kill her, since Lulu was killed at the beginning and fell behind in level. Taobua and the two in the bottom lane couldn't grab the lane rights at all, especially as the level increases. Xia has a certain AoE leisure ability after having all the small skills. This is not Virus Ninbis. The Taobua duo has been trapped under the defense tower. It's not like Gao Tianliang didn't try to counter squad in the bottom lane. But here we have to mention the difference between offense and defense. Why is the attacking side always in a favorable position? Very simple. The initiative is in my hands. Because you can only defend. You can't attack. It's like two people fighting a life or death duel in the octagon. One side can always defend first and then counterattack, while the other side can launch an attack anytime and anywhere. The situation is naturally different. This is the situation in Taobua's bottom lane now. And it is impossible to attack. It is not difficult for the Xiaolua combination to achieve 2v3 in the face of a bot laner and jungler like Taobua, who do not have stable first-hand control. But Gao Tianliang can't hang up in the bottom lane all the time. He is a prince, not a spider. The spider can self-destruct in the jungle. Anyway, in team battles, this hero only needs to stare at the people rushing into the crowd to threaten the back row and throw away skills. The prince is different. The jungle prince needs to start a group and rush into the crowd. Once he is not well developed, he will easily be killed as soon as he enters, and he will become a dead person. Although they are both rhythm junglers, they play different roles and require different levels of development. So, Gao Tianliang always leaves the bottom half. This is RNG's opportunity to attack.
The fragrant pot has penetrated into the lower half of Taobua's wild area, and the puppy is also pushing the line. I'm afraid this wave is a bit dangerous.
Miller frowned. Their game understanding is indeed not good, but they have watched a lot of games. Classification and summary. They all know what kind of situation will lead to what kind of situation on the field. This is a very typical sign of tower crossing. Really, after the troops entered the tower, Luo took the initiative to stick it in the faces of Lulu and Virus under the tower. He was not in a hurry to make the first move. Lulu and Virus' attention was basically focused on him. Result? Xia on the side was the first to take action. He opened W, Lethal Hagoromo first, and then came Kasumi's most standard triple combo, AQE. It happened that 3 feathers passed through Virus and Lulu, and then were pulled back by E, achieving the perfect imprisonment effect.
Oh my god! Did the puppy take the lead? Look at Xia's proficiency in this combo. Did the puppy hide it too deeply?
Miller's eyes widened in disbelief. The audience was also in an uproar. On the field,
After Xia attracted the hatred of the defense tower, she immediately retreated. At this time, Luo then took W, Grand Appearance, to attract the hatred of the defense tower and supplement control. The spider came out of the grass. Still the same. W started, and then Q's neurotoxin guided the self-destructing spider to explode next to the two of them. Use E to supplement the control of Virus. Then switch to beast form. Q came over, opened W, and bite like crazy. Kasumi immediately re-entered the tower to make up for the damage. Since Virus was the perfect first mover, this gave RNG the idea of killing two people. Ignite was immediately attached to Virus, forcing Virus to open a shield to resist damage. However, Lulu, who was not set on fire, immediately gave Xia W to Sheep, and then gave Virus E to Virus. Set up the shield, and then get stuck in the last second of the ignition effect. And the treatment is also given. Don't tell me yet. The shield plus Lulu's E plus Lulu's treatment prevented Virus from being instantly killed. This is also the disgusting thing about the S7 World Championship version. If the jungler wants to capture the bottom lane, it is really difficult to succeed. But, fortunately, RNG's jungler is Spider, and their support brings Ignite. After Luo resisted the tower to the limit, he used E, dancing in pairs, to pull away. The spider took over the aggro of the defensive tower. After the spider resisted the tower to the limit, he used E Fakian to escape the aggro of the defensive tower again. Virus finally failed to resist, and became a corpse on the ground. What a pity. If RNG's jungler is not a spider, and does not have such high damage, this wave of tower jumps may not be successful. Miller also sighed. But the behavior of the RNG players on the field seemed to indicate that they were not satisfied with this head count. Spider and Luo did not leave, but blocked behind the defense tower to prevent Lulu from leaving. It seems that after waiting for a round of skills, Luo once again resisted the tower first, and then used E to escape. The spider took over the hatred and did not choose to fly, but resisted to the end. Xia easily gained her second kill. Double kill. Chapter 481, If you can't fight to death, you won't fight to death at all. Hey! RNG responded quickly. 1 for 2 is acceptable. Miller couldn't help but praise. After all, the palms and backs of the hands are full of flesh. Who can praise him? And, in the competitive field, everyone has this kind of mentality. Everyone wants to see the weak defeat the strong. With this mentality, unless they are really die-hard fans of Talbot, there are really people who want to see how RNG can defeat Talbot. Bounce brings a little trouble. Indeed, Xianghua made a very correct decision. To be honest, in this version of the World Championship, the bottom lane is the top priority. The development of the incense burner monster cannot be stopped. After all, the speed of the incense burner directly determines your initiative on the field. The shooter seems to be just an output pendant. But the better your equipment, the higher the output? Do you really think that the output depends entirely on the special effects of the incense burner? Only Jungle Malaxiangua knows very well that this is a competition, not a passerby. In the passerby game, you, Spider, can grab in heads and run to grab a single, and then go to the jungle to kill solo, which is really cool. But in the game, especially in the version where the incense burner monster is prevalent, it is not that difficult for your Spider to single-handedly cut the C position. The Spider's job on the field is to be his father. Therefore, when one person had to die to replace Lulu, he chose to die himself and let the bottom duo continue to survive. It will be a big loss for Talbot, but it's not completely unacceptable. Miller thought for a moment and gave his opinion. After all, if Lulu gets ahead, it can speed up the formation of the Lulu incense burner. Speed, but only 2 deaths. Lulu's level may be at a disadvantage. There is nothing we can do about this. RNG performed very tenaciously in this game, and was not affected by the top lane at all. RNG's bottom lane development speed has obviously exceeded the normal development speed. Luo E has blood in hand, and Xia has 2 kills. By contrast, Lulu had 1 kill but died twice, while Virus only had 1 assist, died once, and didn't even get a kill. This development is obviously incomparable to Xia's. In such an important version of the bottom lane, the bottom lane is at such a huge disadvantage, which is obviously unacceptable to Talbot. Now it depends on whether Noob can continue to expand his own advantages, or whether he can spread his advantages to his teammates. The words just fell. Li Hanshin appeared in the middle. He hadn't reached level 6 yet, so he just used E to scare the opponent, and then cooperated with Galio. The two of them put pressure from 2 directions at the same time. Xiao, who didn't know what to do. Syndra's Retreat of the Weak can indeed interrupt King Ganging's second E and Galio's E skill, but it only has a small angle. Beyond this angle, it will be out of the casting range of the skill. He could only use E to repel Li Hansheng, and then flash to distance himself from Galio to prevent himself from being struck first by Galio. The prince's position is still uncertain. If the prince is also near the middle, it would be a bit more gain than he loses by sending the head back just to save this flash. That's right. If you force a flash, if you lose the flash in the middle, the pressure won't be so great. Syndra didn't flash, but Galio did. This situation was different, especially for Tobua. Gao Tianliang's jungle clearing speed has not slowed down at all. He can basically reach level 6 with his own single. Heroes like Syndra, who have no displacement, are defeated by the prince's ultimate move. So, in the middle, Syndra would definitely not dare to continue pushing the lane even if she had the right to do so. In this way, Galio is freed. Lao Li, why don't we go on a road trip? Gao Dui suggested. Li Hansheng nodded immediately. They were both old partners and knew each other's thoughts clearly. The middle lane is liberated, and the linkage between Galio and Qi Gang Shadow can be perfectly realized, mainly on the top lane. Dashu no longer has lane rights facing Qi Gang Shadow. After King Ganging made Tiamat, his line clearing speed skyrocketed, and he could easily send his line of troops into the defense tower. The junglers on both sides have a mirror start. The spider now has a high probability of getting its own red in the lower half. Syndra has no TP, and the tree is a pure orphan in the top lane. There is no risk in jumping over the tower to kill him. Galio is moving up the road. The troops on the top road are very dangerous. Can Letemi escape? The moment the troops entered the tower, they saw Qi Ganging moving forward, and the middle lane kept sending signals that Galio had disappeared. Letemi knew exactly what kind of situation he was facing. But here's the problem. He couldn't run away. How to run? When King Ganging Z chases the enemy, the distance is extremely exaggerated. Not to mention that Li Hansheng has now reached level 6. And because Lemmy and Mala Xianghua had never played 2v2 on the top lane before, the level of the big tree was suppressed. Now the big tree is only level 5. He could only stay under the tower. However, King Ganging was not used to his faults. He first used W, and then E to mount the defensive tower. He kicked the big tree in the face with a flying kick. During the flying kick, he landed with a tactical sweep. At that time, he happened to be in the outer circle. After landing, AQ picked up Tiamat and quickly performed a set of Luo Jis. 3 consecutive kicks. Galio immediately used his ultimate move. But the tree's flash hadn't turned around yet, so he couldn't run away at all. He could only calculate the right time and use W's unselectable state to negate the damage and knock up control of Galio's ultimate move. But what's the use? When Qi Gangying's defense against the tower reached less than half health, he directly jumped into the air with his ultimate move, avoiding the damage of the defense tower and at the same time diverting the hatred, allowing Galio, who was full of health, to continue to fight against the tower. The big tree was killed by A under the defense tower. Beautiful! Noob takes another kill. But on the bottom lane, Miller couldn't help but feel worried. What kind of dilemma RNG faces on the top lane? Tobua's bottom lane is in the same situation. Their equipment and levels are significantly lagging behind. And the most terrible thing is that they have no line rights, which means that the opponent can easily push the line of troops into your defense tower and then organize a wave of tower escapes. Is RNG planning to repeat its old tricks? Both sides are focusing on the weakest link of the other party to attack fiercely. Can RNG continue to get what it wants this time? Spider came to the bottom lane again and prepared to cooperate with his teammates to try to attack. But they didn't realize that Gao Tianliang was on the way. Tobua doesn't need the prince to jump over the tower in the top lane. King Ganging and Galio can do it with just 2 people. Therefore, after the prince gets the red buff, he immediately goes to the bottom lane, because he is afraid that his bottom lane will be jumped over again. But, a little late, when the prince was still at the toad, RNG had already started jumping over the tower. Uzi's Xia combo was still stable. He opened W first to let himself have feathers, and then came a beautiful AQE. The unreasonable 3 combos locked Lulu in place. Luo immediately followed up with W's control. Spider come out of the grass too. It's like the previous scene is reappearing. But there is a prince in this wave. Xiaotian arrived in time and flashed EQ's second company across the wall. None of the 3 members of RNG flashed. Will it be effective? The prince's sudden attack really caught RNG off guard. Although they successfully killed Lulu, the prince's big move trapped all 3 of Luo, Xia, and Spider in the big move, and most of them were in the bottom lane.
within the attack range of a tower. Virus was not targeted and stood in a very safe position to cooperate with the prince's output. However, the three RNG players did not dare to fight back. If they did, they would have to be locked by the defense tower. But if you don't fight back, the beating will be in vain.
Luo is in a very disabled condition.
Can he be taken away?
Luo has Virus 3-layer passive on his body, and Virus is currently charging up his bow to shoot arrows. Although this version of Virus W cannot strengthen the Q skill to increase the killing damage, Luo's health is indeed too low. He was taken away directly by Virus. At this time, the duration of the prince's ultimate move had just ended, and Xiao and Spider turned around and ran away. The prince and Virus were in hot pursuit. After chasing all the way, seeing that the prince's EQ double CD was about to improve again, Mala Xianghua could only grit his teeth and stop.
Puppy, you run first. I will stop him.
In this case, only a strong man can cut off his wrist. Kasumi with 3 heads cannot be allowed to die. If Virus gets another finishing bounty, all the advantages gained from their early attacks will be lost.
Wow. Shitian's counter-crouching was very timely. But he still has to have a big enough advantage on the road.
Miller said. Normally, if you want to jump over the tower and kill the big tree, it is definitely safest to have 3 people in the middle and jungle together. However, Taobua's advantage on the road is so great that only one mid-laner is needed to help, which allows the prince to immediately support get off the road.
Otherwise,
this time, both of them will die in battle again. What is more difficult for RNG to accept this time is the advancement speed of the First Blood Tower. Originally, if it could kill Lulu again or directly kill the 2 people in Taobua's bottom lane, then RNG could take the opportunity to further reduce the health of the defense tower and then pursue the First Blood Tower. But now, the advancement speed is slowed down, which means that they cannot roll the snowball quickly, and the 2 sides will enter a stalemate, and Taobua's handling is even more perfect. At nearly 10 minutes, the bottom duo forced a wave of lanes and then went home to the top half.
Is Taobua planning to take the Rift Herald?
Miller immediately saw through Taobua's intention.
But the health of the defense tower in the bottom lane is not very good. RNG can definitely take the first tower. No. Look at Galio's position.
With TP in hand, Galio immediately went to the bottom lane to replenish the line. Galio, who is dressed in a meat suit, does not need to be afraid of Xiao Luo's combination. As long as he does not show off and concentrates on clearing the enemy line, Xiao Luo has nothing to do with him. As for the top half, as long as there is a fight, Galio can immediately provide TP support. The operation of Taobua is perfect. Of course, RNG would not dare to pick up a group in this situation. Virus and Lulu have both reached level 6, and Xiao Luo is still in the lower half. If you dare to go to the dragon pit to show off, and they force you away, there is nothing you can do. RNG's response is also quite fast. Syndra in the middle rushed to the bottom lane immediately, hoping to cooperate with her teammates to forcefully get the First Blood Tower. Taobua is obviously one step faster. After getting the Rift Herald, Virus and Lulu came to the top lane immediately, and the junglers helped summon the Rift Herald. The intention is clear. Li Hanxing did not have the idea of continuing to expand his own advantages, but thought of giving the bounty from the First Blood Tower to his bottom lane to supplement development. And what about himself?
TP?
The doll exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. Take a closer look. It turns out that King Genghis has already TP'd to the bottom lane. On the RNG side, Syndra saw that the health tower was hopeless, so she returned to the middle to clear the line. In this way, there will only be Xiao Luo in the bottom lane. After King Genghis landed, he went straight to the next route. Use E to hook the wall, then fly towards Xiao Luo and the 2 of them. Land directly at Tiamat, and then use the big move to force Xiao Luo into the big move. But at this time, Xiao's strong self-protection ability was revealed. The moment Galio's ultimate move was about to hit, Xiao also followed suit. The sky is filled with fat feathers, avoided Galio's ultimate move and flew away. Although Luo did not evade the knockback,
he directly launched his ultimate move on the spot. As soon as Galio landed, he was charmed and unable to throw out subsequent skills, and he continued to add control after grand appearance. Xia used a wave of E to pluck out the feathers, retrieving numerous feathers. This small burst even reduced Qi Gangying's health to a very low level. Li Hanxing immediately retreated, probably because he was afraid of Galio's control. Xia did not pursue forcefully and retreated with Luo Yi. Miller couldn't help but frown when he saw this wave.
There is a hidden danger. There is no incense burner here in Luo. If there is an incense burner, I guess the puppy will definitely chase forward.
He pointed out a key point.
King Ganging's development, and Galio can't kill him. Xia. And Xia is still in good condition. So in a head-to-head battle, even if there is one more prince, the Mitsui prince will not be able to do much damage. Once the face-rushing system fails to pose a fatal threat to the back row, it will be fatal.
Miller's concerns are not unfounded. Li Hansheng on the court couldn't help but frown. This version of Xiao Luo's combination is really powerful. It can only be said that RNG is too good at hiding it. Even though he was forced into the decisive game by Longzhu, he didn't use this move. Maybe Uzi didn't know how to do it at that time. Did you practice it in just 1 week? Li Hansheng is more inclined to believe that Uzi has been practicing secretly since the start of the World Championships. And now he has just become a master.
This game is a bit difficult. I have to look for opportunities on the wing,
Li Hansheng said.
41. Let's not be anxious. Just fight with the opponent. I still have a huge advantage. Yeah.
Gao Dui nodded in agreement. The Qi Gang Shadow with 3 heads is already very well developed. The invincible headlock combo between the two cannot even pose a fatal threat to Xia. That means the situation will only get worse in 5v5. Dashu's ultimate move, and Syndra's E can effectively limit the damage and damage to others. If you can't beat 5v5 for the time being, you can only use the single belt to create space, and wait for the opponent to make mistakes. Chapter 482 The Fateful Moment.
It's a bit difficult to deal with Tabwa now.
Miller also saw some clues through this wave in the bottom lane. Under normal circumstances, if the team wants to gain an advantage, split pushing and team fighting must be carried out at the same time, which is equivalent to having 2 fists to punch when attacking. In the past, Tao Bo was a combination punch attack. I could either drag you down alone, or I could suddenly attack you with a group attack and take you away. But now, Tubua is obviously a bit incapable of beating head-on, because he can't hit Xia, the core damage dealer on the opposite side. You know, Luo's incense burner has not been made yet. When Luo's incense burner is made, the difficulty of killing Xia will be further increased.
Fortunately, Noob's advantage is very stable. He can continue to create space on the wing.
After all, Tobua still has a certain advantage. After being targeted one after another on the bottom lane, he ran to the top lane and ate a wave of bounty from the first blood tower, which was able to recover a lot. Then Tobua switched Virus and Lulu to the middle lane to let them continue to develop, while Qi Gang Shadow and Galio went to the upper and lower lanes. In fact, this kind of branching is a weakening for Tobua. For a supporting rhythm mid laner like Galio to go to the wing, it is a huge loss in itself. Not to mention that he is so far away from King Ganging, and the linkage and cooperation between the two will be completely ineffective. Galio can't fly all over the map. He is only half a map away. Standing in the middle can take care of both the upper and lower lanes. But once he goes to the top lane, he will be helpless to the Qi Gang Shadow, who is far away in the lower half.
Let's see how Tabwa handles it. We still have to believe in Tabwa. After all, Tabwa is also very good at 4-1 point putts. They didn't win the championship purely by relying on everyone.
Essentially, in League of Legends, you still have to rely on teamwork to completely establish victory. The ultimate single ban theft is just an example. In more cases, the 4-point push is just creating space for the team to develop. Just like when you are on the basketball court or football field. You are constantly passing the ball and turning the ball. In essence, you are pulling and mobilizing the opponent's release line to find gaps. The same goes for League of Legends. There is tremendous pressure on the wing, and when the opponent hesitates between teaming up and grabbing a single, that's an opportunity. Li Hansheng was waiting for such an opportunity. And there is good news. That is, after adopting the 1-3-1 split, RNG suddenly lost its rhythm. Very simple. Hit the road. Syndra plus Spider both deal AP damage. What Galio is least afraid of is your AP damage. Neither the damage nor the control chain of these two people are enough to pose a fatal threat to Galio. Bottom lane? Spider plus Big Tree also have nothing to do against Qi Gang Shadow. And they also lack enough damage. Qi Gang Shadow can even complete a 1v2 counterkill. Middle? It's also difficult to kill a Virus, who is protected by Lulu. Taking a lesson from EDG in the group stage, Shi Siming's position was very clumsy when faced with the enemy's Yuluo, who was a strong team starter. He always stood a little behind Virus, not giving the opponent any chance. After all, no one wants to be nailed to the pillar of shame like the sister-controlled Feng Nu. During the review, Redmi repeatedly emphasized to Shi Siming that in this version, the assistant must be careful not to move so aggressively. The situation between the two sides suddenly reached a stalemate. This kind of stalemate on the court is the best opportunity for Taobao, who has the advantage on the wing. Li Hanxing has plenty of room to play. This way down the road. The tree's lane clearing ability is indeed very strong. But it is only a lane clearing ability. Tank heroes originally have a line clearing ability that plummets over time. The skills of tank heroes all have one characteristic. That is, the basic damage of the panel is high, but the damage bonus is low, which means that the equipment growth is not high. So tanks can deal with warrior heroes very well in the early stage. But with the 2-piece set after that, it becomes more and more powerless because warriors have extremely high equipment growth potential. The more equipment they produce, the more exaggerated the damage will be. King Genghing is a typical example. The better the equipment, the higher the attack power, and the more terrifying the second stage of real damage of the Q skill. Li Hanxing, who had 3 heads in hand, already had 3 items plus Tiamat plus Vampire Scepter in 14 minutes. The presence of Tiamat means that he can quickly clear the line and enter the tower. The blood-sucking effect provided by the Vampire Scepter combined with the outer circle scraping of W can also allow him to maintain his own state. The 3 passives combined with his Q skill allow him to demolish towers very quickly. The health of RNG's bottom tower is so precarious. There's nothing Lemmy can do. He was a big tree, and couldn't stop Tianfei King Genghing from pushing the lane to clear the tower. If he dared to stand in front, King Genghing would dare to come over and chase him wildly.
RNG's current situation on the wing is actually exactly the same as a few years ago. It was the same when we faced the LCK team. It wasn't that we couldn't beat them head-on, but that the wing was stretched and the pressure was disgusting.
Dashu faces warrior heroes like King Genghing. And the further you go to the later stages, the less accurate you will be. They just followed the troops into the tower and demolished it. What can you do? Firstly, your big tree cannot clear troops quickly. And secondly, it does not have enough damage to pose a fatal threat to Qi Gang Shadow. On the contrary, King Genghing has already made a blood-sucking outfit. Once the greedy Hydra takes shape, its ability to rely on lanes will only be stronger. RNG is also thinking of ways. For example, hold a group to get the dragon. But Taobao doesn't pay attention to you at all. It's not the Dragon Soul version now. Fire dragons and earth dragons are indeed quite strong. But it doesn't matter if you get 1 or 2. It won't be like the Dragon Soul version. You can get a leap in combat power by getting the Dragon Soul, so that you can have the confidence to win team battles. So, the League of Legends professional competition is actually becoming more and more template-based and simplistic. Because as soon as the Dragon Soul mechanism appeared and was continuously strengthened, the winning formula of the game has been fixed. The space that a single belt can pull becomes very small. Basically, every 6 minutes when the dragon refreshes, there will be a wave of team battles. Even if you avoid the battle, you can only avoid the battle for 20 minutes at most. Because by 20 minutes, others are already if the Velociraptor succeeds. If you don't go, others will get the Dragon Soul. No matter how well developed you are, it will be difficult for you to defeat the opponent head-on with the Dragon Soul buff. Of course, the 4 Fire Dragons losing the game and the 7 Dragon Balls losing the game are just rare cases. Under normal circumstances, if you get the Dragon Soul, you win the game.
Taobao is completely avoiding fighting now, and is determined to find a breakthrough from the side.
If Xiaolong is removed, you still have to return to the middle, and Li Hanxing will have the opportunity to demolish the opponent's bottom tower. After all, there is no way for the big tree to effectively restrict him. The scene seemed particularly interesting and weird. Taobao was obviously the disadvantaged party, but it actually had an advantage in the number of defense towers. RNG is in a hurry here, because in the past few years, the scene of being beaten to death by the Korean team with 41 points is still vivid in my mind. Taobao can beat the Korean team to death with 41 points. RNG has also experienced being beaten to death by Taobao countless times. They didn't want to recall the pain of being pulled back and forth and tortured again, but not too anxious. After all, they have certain advantages. As long as the bottom lane can develop in this version, they can gain an overwhelming advantage in team battles. The two sides tested each other back and forth in the wild area, and also exchanged blows on each other's heads. But overall, RNG still has a slight advantage. Game time comes to 20 minutes. The first tower in the middle of both sides was still standing firmly in the middle. Taobao demolished the upper and lower first towers of the opponent. RNG also found an opportunity to demolish Taobao's bottom lane defense tower, which was already in average condition. In terms of the overall economy, Taobao has a slight advantage. Li Hanxing is indeed in a leading rhythm in the bottom lane. As his equipment gets better and better, Dashu is getting more and more into a dilemma. This can be seen from the precarious health of the second tower of RNG in the bottom lane. At the moment when Baron Nash was born in Summoner's Rift, RNG's second tower in the bottom lane was also kicked into ruins by King Ying.
The second tower in the bottom lane is gone. RNG must find a way out. Otherwise, if this continues, their high ground tower in the bottom lane will also be threatened. Dashu has completely lost the capital to face King Ying.
RNG is really anxious now. The main reason is that King Ying's equipment is very scary. Only 20 minutes. He already has the 3-piece deluxe set of 3 items. Bloody Hand and Greedy Hydra in hand. Any warrior hero who can make these 3 pieces of equipment has already entered a complete state. To put it bluntly, Qi Gangying's Qi Gangying kicked down a second level Q, which was estimated to be able to kick 1/3 of the tree's starting HP. Kick Little Crispy Xia? It is estimated that 1.5 health is not a problem. If Li Hansheng continues to snowball on the wing, the people of RNG are also worried. As the advantage point in Taoba's lineup, Li Hansheng can continuously snowball on the wing. As for RNG's advantage, Uzi can't snowball. This is the biggest difference between a shooter and a top laner. In the midterm of the game, shooters are usually placed in the middle to capture the safest line of troops, which is actually for development. Although Uzi has a certain lead, his advantage is of little use as long as he does not fight in a team fight. Because he couldn't kill Virus alone in the middle, nor could he cooperate with his teammates to kill Virus to expand his advantage. Li Hansheng is different. On the wing, the sky is high and the Emperor is far away. In this pure 1v1 situation, Dashu has nothing to do with him, and can only watch as he continues to expand his advantage.
Can the dragon force a team fight?
Uzi suggested. His current equipment is indeed quite good. He already has a 2-piece set of Endless Plus Blue Sucking Knife. Both pieces of equipment cost more than 3,000, which together are 7,000 less economical. In addition, he also has a pair of attack speed boots, plus a yellow fork. It can be seen as having attack speed, attack power, and critical hit, but without armor penetration. However, with the extra magic damage provided by the incense burner, it actually does not need such a high armor penetration effect. By contrast, Virus equipment is actually pretty good. I have already obtained the 2-piece set of Ruin Plus Sheath Knife, plus a pair of cloth armor shoes. The special effects Virus has no shortage of attack speed, so there is no problem in buying cloth armor shoes to increase his survivability.
Actually, if we really want to fight, Tobla seems to be able to accept it.
The special effects flow Virus is a point of strength in the midterm. In the late stage, he is definitely not as good as a pure critical strike shooter like Xia, but the damage relied on the special effects flow in the midterm is enough to give Xia a fight. Not to mention that Li Hansheng is so fat. In comparison, Dashu only had 1.5 pieces of equipment, which was more than one large item behind Li Hansheng. This is the economic advantage of Li Hansheng playing on the wing.
Okay, but Yuanza has to come directly to the front.
Spicy Xiangwa nodded. He is a spider and cannot fight against the Baron. RNG's lineup is not frank enough because of the jungler choice of the spider. To use the Baron to force the team, the first thing is to ensure that you can maintain your condition. Then you need someone to fight against the Baron without taking any damage. Only big trees can do that. But if this happens, this means that Xiaohu has to go to the lower lane to defend. Otherwise it means that they will completely empty the entire lower half. But Syndra may not be able to defend the Green Steel Shadow. The Green Steel Shadow can kill Syndra from the tower. As long as she avoids Syndra's E-skill, need to face certain risks. And when people see that you have Syndra in the bottom lane and one less C position is on the front, everyone knows that you are trying to seduce Li Han to advance to TP. And you don't really want to beat Baron.
I'd better not go. Let's sign up for a group and go to the bottom lane to forcefully clear a wave of troops. And then go home to supply supplies and group up to attack the dragon.
Xiaohu gave a relatively safe proposal. They are the side behind in the score. They must seek stability. So his teammates thought his proposal was fine.
Everyone in RNG is going home. Going down the road? Are you planning to catch the noob at all costs? You really don't care about the big dragon? Varus, who is a special effects expert, is still very fast at beating the big dragon.
Yes.
Miller's eyes widened, obviously not fully understanding RNG's decision. Tubwa naturally gave feedback immediately. And with so many views in the lower half to protect, Li Hansheng knew very early on that the opponent was calling a team to come to the bottom lane. He immediately chose to retreat as soon as possible. Result? RNG also had a false shot here. Only Uzi came to the line and followed the big tree to press the front of the line to the ruins of the first tower in Talbo's bottom road. And then immediately walked up. Dashu, on the other hand, chose to go home.
Is RNG going to Baron again?
Miller was stunned at first, but quickly realized.
This time Dashu is also going. RNG is serious. They signed up to come to the bottom lane to deal with soldiers. Line. So that Noob cannot pose a threat to their bottom lane high ground in a short period of time. Don't underestimate the handling of this troop line. Due to the bottom lane of troops, Noob cannot threaten RNG's bottom lane high tower. This means that RNG cannot be pulled. Instead, Talbot needs to face one question. If RNG really beats Baron, what will they do? Wow! This decision of RNG is very spiritual.
After a period of stalemate, the situation on the court finally changed again. And it is very likely that this is a key team battle that determines the outcome of this game. Whoever wins will be able to take down the Baron and completely establish their own advantage. Chapter 483 tonight, I am the chosen one. Also the only one. Inside the Dalong pit. All RNG members gather here and choose to activate the Baron. Dashu finally made his second piece of equipment at this time. Because of the lack of AP damage in Talbo's lineup, Dashu just had to pile up armor without thinking. In this way, resisting the dragon can also make you take less damage.
RNG chose to open Baron without hesitation. They obviously no longer want the game to continue, and want to completely establish their own advantage. Otherwise, if they continue to be split pushed by Noob on the side, they will have no control over what will happen on the field. But the situation is not that bad for Talbot.
When the RNG team went to the bottom lane to force Li Hansheng back and deal with the bottom lane troops, the others in Talbot were not idle. Gao Tianliang and Shi Siming went to Dalong Pit to lay out a lot of vision. Not only that, they also laid out a lot of vision in the entire upper half of RNG's jungle area. Because RNG's intention to move Baron is very obvious. These eye positions are used to arrange the eye positions for Li Han to ascend the back TP. It's not hard to guess. RNG couldn't handle Li Hansheng's side split push, and the risk was too high to grab the order. The 3-piece Qin Gang Shadow's combat ability is too strong. Although the big tree can provide a stable first move, it cannot provide damage. And this version is destined to focus all the damage on the shooter. Even if Syndra goes to the side and the damage is not enough, Qin Gang Shadow will be counterkilled by Qin Gang Shadow. It is equal to say, if you want to catch Li Hansheng to death, Doozy will take his support and others to the bottom lane. You need at least 3 people to capture Qin Gang Ying. So why don't you? Dalong? Just ignore it. What's more, the hero Qin Gang Ying has a very strong escape ability. If many people are dispatched and Qin Gang Ying escapes and loses the dragon, it will undoubtedly make things worse. Under the premise that catching people from the wing doesn't work, the only way RNG can take is to force the team with Baron. Because Talbot cannot accept RNG getting the Baron buff. The line clearing ability of Talbot's lineup is very poor. The mid laner is Galio, and the shooter is Virus. Which means that you have almost no line clearing ability at all. Once the opponent gets the Baron buff and directly pushes forward as a group, Talbot has no choice at all. I couldn't beat 5v5 again. And the result was that I was pushed flat by RNG. So, the dragon is forcing the team. Talbot must take over.
Noob is still handling the troops in the bottom lane. He should be observing the Baron's health. But if Noob doesn't teleport, RNG will not stop.
In the Dalong Pit, everyone in RNG had no intention of stopping. The 4 Talbot people in front didn't dare to get close, for fear of being forced away by Luo. Only Virus and Galio are constantly using their Q to consume them. But how much damage can the Q of the meat-equipped Galio and the special effects Virus do? When the dragon's blood volume dropped to half of its health, Li Hansheng in the bottom lane had to move.
Half health. Brother Hansheng. What should I do? What else can we do? Take over the group.
Li Hansheng's answer was affirmative. With the help of Baron, 5v5 may not be so difficult. RNG is the one who takes the initiative to use Baron. Baron's skills will reduce their double resistance. And if they are lucky, Baron can knock out RNG's key role with one whip.
It also lit up the surrounding vision, so they knew exactly where Li Hansheng was going.
Is Talbot planning to attack from both sides?
Judging from the map, the 4 people in front of Talbot are below the Dalong Pit, while Li Hansheng is alone above, which means they are attacking from both front and back. If it were AP Kennen, this would be an excellent backup move. But he is just a green steel shadow. At this time, Dalong's health volume had dropped to less than 40%. And Li Hansheng finally landed. He immediately signaled his teammates to follow him and approach the Dalong Pit.
This is why Li Hanxing has been delaying the transmission until now. Of course he knows that if he doesn't teleport, RNG will not stop. If he doesn't teleport, RNG will pretend to fight the Baron and become a real one. It was difficult for the prince to grab the dragon from the spider's hands. But why delay? Just for this moment. The dragon now only has 30% of its health left, and will soon enter the punishment-killing line. At this time, he called on his teammates to move forward together and constantly put pressure on RNG. RNG must face a choice now. Should we forcefully rush the Baron first? Or come out decisively and forcefully take over the group? You must know that League of Legends is a team game. And the most important thing in a team battle is that 5 people work together. And everyone must have the same idea. And now, RNG needs to make a decision under heavy pressure. If one of the 5 people has a different idea than his teammates, something will happen. On the contrary, under normal circumstances, Tabwa actually has 2 choices. The first is to punish them by force, and the second is to take over the group. But Li Hanxing's voice within the team is almost as clear as his word. Whatever he says is accepted by his teammates unconditionally.
Don't worry about the Baron later. It doesn't matter if they take it. What we want is to win this wave of team battles,
Li Hanxing said directly to set a main tone for the whole team. At the same time, RNG's voice sounds are a bit disorganized.
Juanza, use your big move. And you can also use your big move at Xiaoduan. Don't give the prince a chance to come in. I can get the Baron.
Spicy Xianghua commanded his teammates. His idea was very simple. First, get the Baron buff. However, Uzi sees things differently.
No, this wastes too many key control skills. Don't worry about the Baron. Let's just talk about it. We are 5v5 invincible, and don't need the Baron at all.
In fact, if you think about it calmly, there is nothing wrong with both of their ideas. But under such heavy pressure, many people will directly lose their ability to think. This is especially true for top laners and supports who do not have a high say in the team. They are basically the ones being controlled remotely. Now, Malaxiangwo and Uzi conveyed different instructions to them at the same time. The conflict between the 2 instructions would directly cause their brains to shut down. It was this hesitation that caused them to miss the best opportunity. Uzi has been urging his teammates to go out and start a team fight. And his own position is also very forward. Xiao's hands are not long, so he has to position himself a little further forward to keep up with the output immediately. So he was not standing inside the dragon pit, but very close to the entrance of the dragon pit. Actually, this is also why Uzi has absolute confidence in his own operations. Xia has a big move at his disposal. As long as you react quickly enough, it is not uncommon to use yourself as bait. After all, if you can use your ultimate move to deceive the opponent's key control, the possibility of winning the team will be greatly increased. It's just that this style of play is a double-edged sword. Once you fail to succeed, and you are killed instantly, you will have to take the blame. Uzi is not the kind of person who keeps to himself. How did he become famous around the world? Vian bypassed. Playing Vian as an assassin. Going around and rushing into the opponent's crowd to cut the opponent's back row. This style of play is really eye-catching. And it also exposes Uzi's style of play. That is, he really dares to show off things that others don't at critical moments. Dare to do the operation. Can. Li Hanxing still said the same thing.
Gao Tianyang. Rush in with me.
He will continue to put constant pressure on RNG and make RNG face more choices. The prince's target is naturally Xayah. And the Demacia flag has fallen. And at the same time, King Yangying also asked him to hang it on the wall. And Uzi's attention was suddenly distracted. After all, the prince and Qi Gang Shadow are at different angles. He needs to pay attention to the skills of these 2 people at the same time. If the prince is forced to EQ his ultimate move and Qi Gang Shadow comes over with E later, the 2 of them will cooperate to create a time difference. Already? At this time, Dashu and Luo, he just realized that they had to use their skills to prevent Tao Bo's people from rushing over. But they had already lost their best opportunity. Just when everyone's attention is on the front. At the very end of the Tao Bo lineup, a golden light suddenly flashed.
Is the prince going to come? King Yangyingzi can't be hung on the wall for too long? Is this Vera's flashing ultimate move? Puppy? The puppy is immobilized?
The doll's sudden loud voice made everyone in the scene shocked. No one expected that Yuanbao would dare to step forward at such a critical moment. Uzi didn't expect it either. His attention was all on the prince and King Yangying. And he didn't pay attention to Virus at all. What's more, Yuanbao deliberately blocked a blind spot in his vision, and used the wall to hide the trajectory of his ultimate move. Uzi the child didn't react, and was immediately frozen in place.
Hack! Uzi's expression suddenly changed and he shouted,
"Help me!"
King Gangying has already come over. Luo immediately used He to fly to Xiao's side. But Xia also instinctively handed over her ultimate move. It's raining all over the sky.
Second him! Seconded him.
Syndra immediately used her ultimate move on King Gangying, and then used Weak Retreat, and a wave of heavenly made scatter to prevent Tabua from entering the field later. And King Gangying was charmed by Luo's ultimate move, so he couldn't immediately hand over any ultimate move to evade the skill. But Galio immediately used his ultimate move to protect him. And Qi Gang Shadow himself had a bloody hand, which was triggered by the blood hand shield for a moment when the fire was concentrated. The most critical thing is that Xia was unable to output immediately, resulting in insufficient output. When Xia was about to land, the prince handed Q. You must know that the duration of Damasia's flag is quite long, although it failed to have a knockdown effect. The moment Xia fell to the ground, the prince immediately used the frame pillar to force Xia's flash. It means that except for the shield she is holding, Xia has no self-protection skills at this time. Spider couldn't care about the dragon at this time, and switched to adult form, wanting to protect Xia. The two sides have been fighting. After King Gangying recovered, he immediately locked his head with his ultimate move. The terrain in the dragon pit was narrow, and Galio's ultimate move could cover it all. Xia and others were inevitably knocked into the air. This landing was perfect so that everyone in RNG could not effectively protect Xia. Lulu W and E were given to Virus, allowing Virus to rush directly into the dragon pit and deal direct output, and then hit the Qi Gang Shadow with his ultimate move at the right time. King Gangying was standing next to Xia. Besides Xia was Syndra, a big tree, and a spider. These people were all knocked away by Lulu's ultimate move again. This can cost your life. Lulu's ultimate move also brings the effect of an incense burner to Qi Gang Shadow. Every shot of Qi Gang Shadow can bring extra magic damage from the incense burner. An AQ Greedy Hydra directly forced out Xayah's shield. Uzi didn't dare to be careless. Wait until King Gangying directly pulls up with a straight A, and then a second Q. This injury immediately stunned everyone. This flat A also comes with 3 passives: Immortal Grip, and Q's second stage of true damage. And the Bloody Hand is linked to the 3 items, which can increase Qi Gang Shadow's basic attack power. It's equivalent to saying yes. It's not an exaggeration to say that one kick can cause 1,000 real injuries. You must know that Xia's current blood volume is only over 1,000. This kick directly reduced Xia to residual blood. But Luo hadn't been treated yet. Upon seeing this, the prince flashed over to deal damage, and Galio followed up desperately, flashing to tie the A. Just when Uzi thought he could move, an even worse situation is coming. The dragon's tentacles suddenly shot out from under his feet and knocked him into the air again. It is equal to say, Xia's first move was knocked away 3 times. Galio's ultimate move is once. Lulu's ultimate move is once. And then, there are Baron Nash's skills.
Oh my god! 3 hits in a row! The puppy is so unlucky, isn't it? It just so happened that the dragon used his skills at this time.
At this time, Uzi had no room to operate. With King Gangying's second AQ combo, Xia was immediately killed.
Puppy! The puppy fell. The current situation is very serious for RNG.
Xia's fall means that RNG's output core is dead. Although the follow-up, RNG quickly killed Virus, who was deep in the crowd. But the situation is different. There is also Tianfei King Gangying on the field who can be the second output core. But who can RNG count on to provide output in the future? At the last critical moment, Malaxianguo thought of using punishment to forcefully remove Daolong. Tao Bo is also very clear about this. The spider became the second target to be targeted. Li Hansheng once again kicked the spider to death with a double Q kick. No one can stop Tabua from taking down this dragon.
It's over. It's over. RNG is about to face the worst situation. The Baron has lost the team battle and will lose the Baron.
The situation has become inevitable. Syndra and Dashu escaped from the dragon pit in a flash, while Luo was killed by focus fire in the crowd. Taio Habo also took advantage of the situation to take down the dragon. 1 for 3. Get the big dragon buff together. This wave of team battles in Tabua can be said to be a bloody profit. It can even be said that it directly ended the suspense of this game. Chapter 484: The Decision on the Edge of the Cliff. This wave of team battles in the dragon pit left all the commentators and the audience stunned. No one thought that when RNG had an absolute advantage in the frontal 5v5 team battle, the team battle would be so defeated?
Well, it can only be said that it was a coincidence. No, even if the dragon did not knock Xia away, It is unlikely that Xiao would survive in this situation just now. RNG has almost all skills. The most important thing is they can't stop King Genghing from continuing to get closer to Xiao.
Wawa talked eloquently.
I have to mention here that Jack stood up at the most critical moment. Although he died in battle, some viewers may want to complain. They all said that the incense burner version of the shooter is difficult to die. Why did Jack die suddenly again? I can only say that this is not the case. It wasn't really a sudden death. We have to look at the actual situation on the court. The key to Talbot winning a team fight is to forcefully charge into the face and kill Xayah. As long as he can kill Xayah, he can win the team fight. Virus flashes over to start the team fight, which is equivalent to swap lives with Xia. Judging from the lineups of both sides, Xia is the absolute core of RNG and cannot die. Virus is not the only core of the team. They also have a talented top laner Qi Gang Shadow. So Virus can accept it. It's a situation where I and Xia are swapping. Jack showed no mercy at the critical moment. He flashed decisively and killed the puppy with just one stab. At that time, let alone the puppy, even our attention was on the Qi Gang Shadow and the prince. Who would have thought that Virus would flash and open at the critical moment?
Miller pointed out the most critical point. Yuanba's forward flashing ultimate move is indeed worth a fortune. It directly helped the team win the crucial Dragon team, which was the key to victory in the game. I heard that you were the world runner-up at the age of 16. Labor and management Yuanba is 16 years old this year. A grand slam is coming. Gui. Ashui finally proved himself. Why do I feel as happy as an old father seeing his big-headed son succeed? Ha. After all, we all watched Ashui grow from a small anchor to the current world champion. Looking at it this way, when Bo is really the chosen one, is there anyone with a smoother career path than him? Theoretically speaking, is he already a world champion for the second time in a row? Okay. Ashui is really not bad today. Many people don't understand the special feeling some viewers have for Yuanba. To put it bluntly, this kid ran out to become an anchor at the age of 14. And then step by step from anchor to the professional arena, becoming a star. For the older group of viewers who watch him live broadcast, watching Yuanba is indeed a kind of nurturing pleasure. As if he is raising his son online, and watching his son gradually become the leader in the LPL competition. The characters? That kind of psychological satisfaction really cannot be described in words. On the field, all RNG members have become autistic. In fact, after the team battle failed and they calmed down completely, they also knew exactly where they lost. The failure is that there is no unified command and no unified goal. Repeatedly jumping between the Baron and the team battle, hesitating back and forth, and hesitation will lead to defeat, which will lead to missing the best opportunity. League of Legends is actually a fighting MOBA game. Many timing points are just a matter of a moment. Just like if you bet on the other side to jump and then rise to the dragon. It is the same. Once you give in at that moment, the best opportunity will be missed directly. Losing the key dragon group and only killing one person in Tobwa means that Tobwa will have 4 people with the big dragon buff. The side lane will not be able to deal with King Genghing's single belt, and it will only become more difficult in the future. Headache? No. After getting the Baron buff, Tobwa chose to continue pushing 41 points, while Li Hanshun also started to add meat equipment. This is also normal. Bloody Hand, 3 items, and Greedy Hydra. For light-armed warriors, the output equipment of these 3 items is basically the best. If you release it in the future, there will not be so many suitable equipment for you, and it will not let you the output once again ushered in a qualitative leap. It is the perfect choice to replenish meat equipment later and increase the fault tolerance rate in team battles. Li Hanqing's choice is very simple. Blue Shield. It can stick to people and reduce damage. What a perfect piece of equipment. RNG has nothing to do about this. The only strong opening points in their lineup are Luo and Dashu. Cruise Flash has been used during the Dragon group, and there is no way to use or flash to force it. Dashu also does not have flash. And Dashu's ultimate move is too fast. It is simply impossible to force the front door to retain people. Wow! When I saw this scene, I felt like I was watching a game a few years ago. Our LPL team was tortured by people using 4 and 1 point pushes like this. Wawa joked half-jokingly. In fact, there is nothing wrong with what he said. Even now, there is only one Talbot in the entire LPL who can push 41 points to Xianxian. When other teams face the 4 to 1 point push, they are unable to deal with it in most cases, let alone play the 4 to 1 point push themselves. It feels like RNG can't find a good way to deal with it. It can't force the front, and it doesn't work to grab orders from the side.
It can only be slowly pushed forward and enter a slow death rhythm. No. The second tower in the middle lane was quickly lost. Li Hansheng also continued to consume the blood of the lower Highland Tower. It didn't take long for the second tower in the upper lane to fall. All RNG members were stuck on the high ground and had no way to get down. The area where they could move safely was very limited. Except for the high ground. Other places were shrouded in the fog of war. Next up is the high ground. Li Hansheng finally broke through the Highland Tower on the bottom lane alone. And then Talbot immediately changed lanes, allowing Li Hansheng to go to the top lane, while the other four came to the bottom lane to threaten the opponent's barracks. RNG tried several times to start a team without success. Instead, it was pulled back and forth, focusing on one thing and losing another. Discard the barracks on the bottom road and the Highland Tower on the top road. At this time, Talbot stopped attacking and went home to rest. Then he chose a group of 5 people to advance from the top road. This time, Talbot chose to force the opening. And the timing was very clever. It happened to be when everyone was not good at flashing. The advantages of the Prince plus Galio's system are also reflected. Xia didn't flash and couldn't forcefully escape from the Prince's ultimate move, which meant that she had to be knocked away by Galio's ultimate move. Because Qi Gang Shadow was able to use the terrain formed by the Prince's ultimate move to force out Qi Gang Shadow's ultimate move. Once he is knocked away by Galio's ultimate move, Lulu can immediately follow up and make up for it with his ultimate move. On the contrary, RNG, the Jungle Spider has completely become a useless person on the field. In a frontal 5v5 team battle, the Spider's role is indeed no different from that of a super soldier. Finally, Talbot once again fought an unsolvable team battle and won the game completely. Pushed down RNG's base crystal all the way. 2-0. Talbot won the crucial match point game. This time, they are really only one step away from the championship. Winning this championship, Talbot will make history and become the only team to win 2 consecutive world championships. At the same time, they will also tie SKT in the number of S championships. The most important thing is, this group of Talbot players are all very young. Under the leadership of Nu, they will be the biggest contenders for the championship next year. We have every reason to believe that for Talbot. 3 consecutive championships may be possible. It's not all a dream. At any other time, the audience would have complained that the doll was talking nonsense. But now, as soon as he said this, many viewers were shocked. Yes, Li Hansheng's dominance is so strong, and the overall age of the Talbot lineup is so young. They will be able to maintain their core competitiveness in the next few years. Next year is too far away. But now, Talbot is really just one step away from reaching the top again. Backstage, Hongmi and others came to the stage immediately. They are also very excited. This is Redmi's opportunity to win the S Championship again after Samsung White. Once he wins, he will also tie the record of dunking horses and become the only 2 people in history to win the World Championship twice. Head coach. And he's even worse than dunking a horse. He coached 2 different teams to win the S Championship. Looking back at RNG, it can only be said that the expressions of the players are not generally bad. This is also very simple. In the first game, they tried to use ingenious designs on BP to win the first game. But Talbot saw through their plan. And then a wave of forced jungle changes made them fall short. In the second game, they also designed BP. And for this reason, they also revealed that Uzi would use Xayah. Originally, according to their ideal and most perfect script, they should have relied on the design of the 2 waves of BP to achieve a perfect 2-hit combo. Push Talbot to the cliff. And then use their psychological advantages to quickly resolve the battle. No matter what happens, it has to be 1-1. Right? Who would have thought that the script they got was the worst script? In both games, Talbot responded perfectly and made a perfect comeback to win the game. On the contrary, Talbot beat them 2-0, pushing the entire RNG to the edge of the cliff. It's very uncomfortable and frustrating. And it's also a huge blow to them. They have already calculated to this point. And they can't even win Talbot. Could it be? Is Talbot really a mountain they can't overcome? Everyone, please cheer up. The game is not over yet. And we still have a chance. Fly tried to cheer up the demoralized team members. But he himself lacked the confidence to speak. A 0-2 comeback is something that is extremely difficult, and can even be called a miracle. What's more, the opponent is still Talbot? He himself didn't believe this when he said it. Which meant that he himself had lost the belief in defeating Talbot. How could it possibly arouse the emotional resonance of the team members, and give them extra motivation? Seeing that none of the team members said a word, Fly sighed silently and said, Well, let's finally get to the finals. In the last round, don't leave any regrets to yourself. You can decide for yourself which hero you want to play. Choose the heroes you are most confident in for the lineup. As for how the game will develop, just leave it to fate. We have done everything we can do, and the rest can only be left to fate.
You want to say that the RNG people are not prepared at all? That's not the case either. At least the design of BP in the first 2 games showed that they were very careful and even calculated Talbot. But Talbot was too strong. It has become so powerful that even if it suffers some losses at the BP level, it doesn't matter. Halftime was over quickly.
Welcome everyone to return to the 2017 League of Legends Global Finals. The BO5 decisive battle between Talbot and RNG has entered the 3rd game. Talbot is leading 2-0. If RNG loses again in this game, the winner will be the ownership will be officially determined. In the first 2 games, RNG showed us their carefully prepared lineup design, and then let us see if they can come up with something new.
This time, Talbot will return to the blue side again, and RNG will come to the red side. It also means that RNG will have to take on more ban positions. This is not. Talbot directly banned Feng Nu, while RNG banned Kalista. In the second move to ban people, Talbot gave Rise, while RNG banned Karma. As for the third hand banner, Talbot chose to ban Syndra, while RNG chose to ban Xia.
Oh? Are you banning Xia? The last game of Puppy Xia's performance was very good. There is no need to ban. Right.
The doll looked very surprised. Miller noticed something.
Maybe the puppy doesn't want to play with Xia.
Once Xiao Luo is released at the same time, the blue side will definitely grab Luo. So your red side must take Xiao Luo. Otherwise it is equivalent to releasing Xiao Luo to the blue side at the same time. This is obviously the only answer. Talbot once again chose Galio.
Isn't the god of the world Severus almost becoming King Galio this time? Have you chosen this hero too many times? As long as you can win, that's fine. The main reason is that Galio is a really strong hero.
Really? On RNG's side, they lock Prince plus Lulu with their backhand. Talbot's choice is simpler. Virus plus Luo are directly locked.
Wayne, Xiaopao, and Lu Xian are outside. RNG's plan is to let Talbot get the top lane shooter lineup.
Miller suddenly discovered a blind spot. Result: the next second, the entire Bird's Nest Sports Hall was in an uproar. Because the hero who appeared on the 3rd floor of RNG is none other than Wayne. At this time, the director specially gave Uzi a close-up. He took a deep breath with a solemn face, then slowly exhaled, and then closed his eyes slightly, as if to adjust his state.
The puppy seems to be asking God to take over. I wonder if Wayne from S3 can respond to him.
Although professional players all agree that Uzi's policewoman is the most difficult for them to deal with. But in the eyes of the audience, Uzi is most closely bound to the hero Vayne. He is regarded as his absolute signature hero by all audiences.
I can only say that the puppy has shown his sincerity. When they were forced to a dead end by Samsung in the semifinals, he used Vayne to deal with it. Vayne, the hero, is indeed destined to him. But he just didn't know that at this moment. Can Vayne save him again?
In this version, Vayne is not an excellent choice. Taking out this hand of heroes can only explain. Forced into a dead end, everyone in RNG no longer cares about the so-called version. They just want to use their best heroes without leaving any regrets. Chapter 485. Applause to Vayne. Do you want to defy heaven? Professional teams basically follow one principle when selecting players. That is to try to get heroes with a strong version. To be able to become a strong version, there must be something particularly outstanding. For example, the numerical value is extremely exaggerated, or the mechanism is extremely outrageous, or it is a combination of the two, or it is a piece of equipment that is particularly suitable for a certain numerical supermodel. Professional players generally need to master 1 to 2 popular heroes in their position. With the increase in bans in the S7 season, the requirements for the hero pool of professional players have also increased. Generally, they need to be proficient in more than 3 popular versions. In this way, this will make it easier for the team to build their lineup. The more the hero pool is, the better. No coach would dislike the hero pool of his team members being too deep. On the contrary, if the hero pool is too shallow and easy to be targeted, it will cause a headache for the coach. And Vayne is the hero. In the hands of Talbot, it can produce extremely strong effects. Because in the top lane shooter system built by Talbot can allow Vayne to achieve extraordinary dominance. But what about the bottom lane? The sensor monster is suitable for turret-type shooters. Vayne's short hands are actually not very suitable. not to mention Vayne's poor lane clearing ability. Which means that the bottom lane is destined to have no lane rights. Even if RNG's assistant is Lulu and Tabwa's assistant is Luo. Lulu and Luo have the range advantage to help push the line. It is precisely based on this that RNG still chose Vayne, which is enough to see what the RNG players think. No regrets. That's why Uzi took out his own applause Vayne. The two sides entered the second round of BP. RNG chose to ban Xiao Pao and Lucian, although Jace would be released. At this time, they were not so afraid of Jace. The sensor monster can provide a high amount of shield, but Jace's poke consumption is actually not that effective. They wouldn't mind if Li Hansheng forced his choice. Tabwa, on the other hand, backhanded ban Enchantress and Clockwork, banning the mid laner 4 times, but released Malzahar, who was relatively popular in the previous game. It can also be seen that Tabwa is sure that your Xiaohu will not be able to do it. Go play Malzahar. RNG grabbed Shen on the 4th floor, and still chose to go on the road to resist the pressure. It's Tabwa's turn to choose someone. And Talbo directly locked in Pig Girl plus Jess. There was almost no hesitation.
Wow! Jace? This is also one of Noob's famous heroes. In fact, this version is not particularly suitable for Jace's performance. But Noob still dares to choose. This is the same as a puppy choosing to take out Wayne in a desperate situation. They feel that their hero selection can ignore the version.
One thing Uzi often talks about is that Vayne has no natural enemies in the bottom lane. And his Vayne can beat all shooters. It's enough to see his confidence. The choice once again returned to RNG. And they were left with only the mid laner to choose from. At present, there are only 1 or 2 choices. Either choose Malzahar as a tool man, or take out the aircraft that Xiaohu performed superbly in the summer split. As a man who is very good at masturbating, Xiaohu has used a plane to inflict terrifying 9W panel damage. But in that case, the overall rhythm of RNG's lineup will be slower. After all, the hero airplane does not have any rhythmic ability in the early stage. He just relies on mindless brushing in the middle and brushes out the 3-piece set of 3 items. Electric knife and artillery. You can start to shake your head and go A in team battles.
Let's see what choice Xiaohu will make.
After weighing it again and again, RNG indeed chose the plane in 5L. In this way, the lineups of both sides will be officially determined. Top ball is on the blue side, and RNG is on the red side. Top lane, Jace vs Shen. Jungler, Pig Girl vs Prince. Mid lane, Galio vs Airplane. Bottom lane, Virus plus Luo vs Wayne plus Lulu.
Looking at the lineup, RNG is a very typical lineup that guarantees double C. It can develop to the mid to late stage. When the double C equipment is formed, their ability to fight in groups will be very strong. And from a landing perspective, there is no pressure on them. Galio in the middle can't restrict the development of the plane.
And Virus in the bottom lane will most likely not cause too much interference to Vayne. And Talbot is their usual rhythm system. Which is what we often say. The offensive pressure is on Talbot. Because Jace is not easy to fight in the late stage. In such a version, Jace is in the team the influence of the war end has been further weakened and restricted. And the middle lane is Galio's pure tool man. With only Virus as AC. In the middle and late stages. If there is not enough advantage accumulated in the early stage, Toba will face insufficient frontal output. Thus the embarrassing situation of being unable to win a team fight.
Tobwa and RNG are both strong teams in the LPL League. So Miller analyzed the lineups of both sides in a set way, and he was basically able to make points. Tobwa's lineup does have offensive pressure. The hero Jace was selected to represent the need to attack. The attributes of poke heroes dictate that they must overpower the opponent to maximize their power. Once the poke lineup is overpowered by the opponent, its power will be greatly reduced, accompanied by bursts of cheers from the audience. The two sides entered Summoner's Canyon again. This game, the two sides still had no intention of swapping jungle areas, and both chose a normal start. Li Hansheng quickly occupied the grass on the line, and Jace beat these melee heroes. To be precise, it means long hands beat short hands on the top lane. The gameplay is always like this at the beginning. Grab the grass on the line, then press forward. Use the range to consume. Suppress the opponent's health, and repeatedly enter and exit the grass to draw away the hatred of the minions. Thus avoid being attacked by minions. Let me also understands. He had already been exploded in 2 consecutive games. This time, he really didn't want to be exploded again, so he just stayed back. He would rather not replenish his troops and only gain experience, rather than give Li Hansheng a chance to consume himself. As soon as he saw that Li Hansheng continued to press forward, he continued to retreat. even to the point where he would rather not gain experience or give Li Hanshun a chance to suppress his blood volume. After all, the jungler of this Taupe is Zhu Mei. Zhu Mei's damage ability in the early stage is average, as long as he can maintain his own blood volume. Jess and Zhu Mei cannot forcefully jump over the tower to kill him. As long as they are not forced killing by jumping over the tower is nothing more than losing some last hit points. Facing Li Hanshun, almost no one would think about gaining an advantage. Facing Tubwa, gaining an advantage is a matter for other lanes. Being able to be stable on the top lane and not being pressured too much is already a victory. Don't worry about me getting on the road now. I'll try to hold on as steady as possible. Let Me rarely spoke proactively, which can be regarded as taking his own responsibility in a desperate situation. Although he can't carry his teammates, he can grit his teeth and not hold them back. Spicy Xianggu nodded when he heard this. And now he only had eyes for the bottom path. Very normal. The top lane seems to be easy to catch, but Shin is suppressed in terms of status, level, and troops. Moreover, he is playing the Prince. The Prince is a B hero who is easy to show off because of the poor EQ mechanism of the second company. Class hero. Wouldn't it be terrible if Li Han was beaten 1v2 by Sheng Tianxi on the road or Gao Tianyang counterattacked? Not to mention the middle lane. In the early stage, the damage of the aircraft is almost non-existent. The aircraft relies heavily on equipment to improve its combat effectiveness. It is almost impossible for the Prince to cooperate with the aircraft to catch Galio to death, unless Galio sends it out explicitly. When both the middle and upper lanes do not have the conditions for gank, then the only path left is the bottom lane. This way down the road, Wayne and Lulu fought fiercely as soon as they came up, which can be seen from Lulu's position. The bottom lane is a two-man lane, and different positions have different opinions, especially when selecting soft assistance. If the soft assistant stands behind the shooter, it must be very conservative, which means that they feel that there is danger that the jungler may be nearby and they need to be more clumsy. If the soft assistant and the shooter are in parallel positions, it is very average. It belongs to the type that can advance forward to suppress, and can immediately run back to the tower when retreating. If the soft assistant stands in front of the shooter, it is purely to suppress and gain an advantage. Use your hand length advantage to force a blood exchange with the opponent. This is what Xiao Duan is doing now. He first seizes the grass on the lower route, which is equivalent to seizing an excellent position. This made Yu Wenba and Shi Siming very uncomfortable. Lulu comes out and gives you an A. You can't fight back. Lulu is a melee fighter, so he can't fight back from a distance. Moreover, if a level 1 Lulu learns W, it means there is no return, and he must stay in until the end. And if you learn E, it means that you have completely lost your ability to counterattack at level 1. Moreover, Lulu can also use grass to block her vision. If you put your precious trinket eyes on the grass online, how to prevent jungle ganks. And do you think Wayne is not a human being? If you go after Lulu so blatantly, Wayne won't be watching from the sidelines, right? It's no joke to look at the support in the early landing in the bottom lane. No. Yu Wenba and Shi Siming were forced to retreat, staying away from the grass on the line. In this way, Lulu could not consume herself. Gao Tianyang discovered the situation on the bottom lane immediately. I can come and catch a wave. It looks like the other side is going to press the line. He took the initiative to speak. You can come. Come quickly. MD. Lulu keeps clicking on me. I'm so annoyed. Yu Wenba took the initiative to ask for help. Gao Tianyang also thought of moving to the bottom lane because he saw that Shin on the top lane was in good condition and had no chance to forcefully cross the tower. He still quickly brushed the 3 groups of wild monsters in the lower half of the area to quickly upgrade himself to level 3. Both of them were at level 2 at this point in the bottom lane. As expected, Wayne and Lulu pushed their troops forward, which gave Gao Tianyang an excellent gank opportunity. But he also needs to take risks, because there are a lot of troops accumulated in the bottom lane. The damage of the minions in the early stage cannot be ignored. After he finished swiping the stone man, he pressed his vision against the wall into the triangular grass, and then walked along the river to complete the ultimate back circling. Sure enough, Xiaotian came to the bottom lane to gank, but the incense pot is nearby. From a god's perspective, Mala Xianghua also walked down the lower road at the first time, but he walked directly from the position behind the first tower on the red square lower road. Judging from the distance, Pig Girl reached the lower road faster lane, so RNG still needs to bear certain risks in the bottom lane. Seeing that Pig Girl's position has arrived, Luo walked forward directly. He did not rush to throw away skills, but first used E, dance in pairs, to come to Pig Girl's side.
and then came to the side of Wayne. Then he handed over W, Grand Appearance, and attempted hit Wayne away first. At this time, Lulu suddenly said a line.
Run fast!
He gave W to Wayne, and Wayne also walked back at the same time, and rolled with Q, and just walked out of Luo's W range. Upon seeing this, Pig Girl immediately called Q to remedy the situation, and turned into a golden light immediately. Q flash. But almost at the same time, Wayne also turned into a golden light and disappeared. This wave of Uzi was in the atmosphere, and he predicted Gao Tianyang's operation. By synchronously flashing, the fatal control effect of Pig Girl was avoided.
Oh? You escaped. Damn it. Pig Girl is deep into the crowd now. I'm afraid she won't be able to get away.
Q. The Pig Girl who had used up all her flashes could only walk back on foot. But how could the prince, who came to support, give him this chance? Buzz. The prince also decisively handed over the flash. And then the second company of EQ sent Jume flying. Lulu and Wayne immediately cooperated to focus the fire. Virus and Luo tried to save Pig Girl, but they both have no skills. The prince's golden shield and red buff can both create a deceleration effect. And the pig sister can't keep the distance at all. At the beginning, the pig skin provided passively looks very meaty. But when the pig skin is after the effect disappeared, Wayne hit 3 rings in a row to cause real damage. And Pig Girl gradually became unable to bear it. And during the pursuit, Wayne enjoyed a passive movement speed bonus throughout the entire process. Even when taking A, he would not be distanced by Pig Girl. He chased all the way to the defense tower. And with a beautiful AQ, Veen quickly tied the A with 2 rounds. And once again dealt 3 rings of damage. Pig Girl's blood volume couldn't hold it anymore, and was cleared to 0. First blood was obtained. And Pig Girl's double buffs were also transferred to Wayne.
Oh my god! Puppy! This is the unique charm of Puppy Wayne. This flash of prediction is so crucial.
You must know that this Shirsuming's Luo is also on fire. If Wayne is knocked away by Pig Girl's Q flash, and then quickly uses his passive to freeze him in place, he will be beaten one after another. Even if the prince could provide timely support, it would be of no avail, because Wayne has become reduced to residual blood and lost combat effectiveness. It was precisely because Wayne avoided the key Q dodge, saved his own state, and seduced the Pig Girl into a very good position that RNG had the capital to counterattack.
There is indeed something wrong with the puppy's Ven. When taken out, there will be blood. If Ven becomes very fat, it will not be good news for Talbot.
The prince and Galio are indeed very meaty. But Wayne is a famous tank killer. And Ven has a characteristic. That is, he is extremely capable in one-on-one combat, and is not afraid of the top laner's surprise at all. That is to say, even if Li Hansheng can gain a huge advantage in the top lane, it will be difficult to deal with a fertile Veen. Chapter 486. The busiest person in the room.
You discovered that without these 3 games, RNG actually had a good advantage at the beginning.
Miller suddenly mentioned. Everyone thought carefully. It really is. In the first game, RNG opened the situation in the bottom lane. The second game also did the same. And in the third game, it opened the situation in the bottom lane. Can you blame Talbot's bottom lane? It seems that there is no reason to blame. After all, the first 2 games were purely tricked in terms of lineup selection. And now, in the third game, it can only be said that the pure RNG players exploded in a desperate situation.
So fierce.
Gao Tianyang was a little unbelievable. Q flashes. It's impossible for you to react to this thing purely by reaction. It can only be said that Uzi has seen through him. After all, they have fought so many times. And the 2 of them are like a couple who have been in love for many years. If you pat your butt, she will know that you want to change positions. As soon as Uzi saw his movements, he knew that he wanted to Q-dodge and force open.
Gui. Uzi's condition today is really strong.
Yuanba had to admit.
This guy is really perverted.
It was obvious that they were being shown off. But these people didn't have any uncomfortable thoughts at all, and instead started chatting about it. Are you really not nervous at all? Li Hansheng rolled his eyes.
Hey. We are competing. Do you think you are watching? Yuanba finally performed well in the last round. And you are starting again in this round. Right. We promised to win the championship completely. Won't you wilt at the last moment? How is that possible?
Yuanba shook his head repeatedly and immediately said,
Next. I will not die for once. And then I will become a god. Brother Hansheng. Don't worry. Don't be shy. This is a bit stressful.
Different from the previous 2. This Talbot does need to bear huge pressure in the early stage. It is a lineup that cannot accept early disadvantages. Hit the road this way. Li Hansheng regretted why he didn't go out for extraction. He didn't expect Lemmy to be so cowardly. Is he really going to play in a double row with a defense tower? But, after all, he was playing Jace. On the top road, the biggest difference between playing with long hands and short hands is the early suppression. Even if you have an early advantage with short-handed heroes, if they are hiding under the defense tower, you really have nothing to do against the opponent. But the longhand hero is different. Because of the range, if you cower under the defense tower, the longhand hero also has various ways to punish you. You can consume the HP of the defense tower, or you can take advantage of the range to consume it when you replenish your troops. You won't even be able to replenish your troops. Right? Not so perverted. Li Hansheng was a little worried at first, fearing that Mala Xianghua would come to mess with him. But now after this wave, he was sure that Mala Xianghua would be caught without any thought. Then there is no need to worry so much. After forcibly clearing the troops into the tower at level 3, Li Hansheng immediately returned to the city to replenish extraction, with the purpose of accelerating his development. After returning to the line, he did not control the line, but chose to push the line into the tower without thinking. The purpose is very clear, which is to continuously consume Shen's HP and then force out Shen's TP. He didn't want to waste time following Shen online. It was pointless. The S7 version does not have tower skin, and the first tower on the road in the early stage has the protection mechanism of a defense tower. No matter how much you spend, it will be thankless. What's more, this version of Jace's carry ability is also limited, so he must help his teammates. So, using the TP difference to seek offense is the best way.
Noob is playing so aggressively on the top lane. Can let him be stable?
Li Hansheng's consumption method was very skillful, mainly because Shen had almost no room to escape. When you are replenishing troops under the tower, there is a hand-raising action in level A. When you raise your hand, it is equivalent to standing on the spot. At this time, Jace's direct QE start hand hit rate is 100%, and there is no need to bring any to predict. Just throw the skill in Shen Zai's direction. And because it is a crooked cannon that sticks to your face, you can cross the acceleration gate immediately after firing the cannon to get the acceleration effect. If you turn on W, you can perform a wave of it skillfully. Shen's blood volume was very tight. After 1, 2, and 3 waves were consumed, Shen's blood volume was reduced to less than half health. At this time, there is actually no need for a jungler to hit the road and jump over the tower. You only need Pig Girl to be in the upper half, exposing her whereabouts in the opponent's field of vision, and letting Lemmy know that Pig Girl is active in the upper half. Lemmy himself will start to figure it out. This is the kind of top-level conspiracy, because if you think about it from a normal logical perspective, this jungler is going to gank on the road. The line of soldiers is so perfect, and Shen's HP is so dangerous. If this were in the pub game, the jungler would probably just live on the road and live and eat with Jace, because it was obvious that going there would be a complete withdrawal, and Shen was just a moving 300 yuan in his eyes, with an advantage in the bottom lane. Leipney certainly doesn't want to become a breakthrough point. So, if you are in a disabled state and don't want to be jumped over the tower, you can only lose a certain number of troops and choose to return to the city to replenish your state, and then teleport out. Right. Lemmy actually knew that handing over this teleportation meant that Li Hansheng would get a chance to attack. But he had no choice. It's better than being jumped over the tower and then snowballed by Li Hansheng without thinking. Right? At this time, he could only talk to his teammates.
I have to go home to resupply, and I may have to hand over the transport. You should be careful on other roads,
Lemmy said. Uzi didn't say anything when he heard this. Letemi has done well enough in this round. At least, he wasn't raped over the tower. Right? Although Li Hansheng has certain advantages on the top lane, this advantage is completely acceptable to RNG.
It's okay. Just be careful and don't get jumped,
Uzi reminded. After getting the signature Vin, he felt a lot more confident. The most important point is that compared to other shooters, Wayne has a strong point, and that is his extremely strong one-on-one ability. Therefore, Tianfei Wine is not afraid of being outshone by the top laner at all, which other shooters cannot do. Even if you are wearing a 6-piece outfit, you will still be afraid of being slapped in the face by a warrior in a 3-piece suit. Hit the road this way. After seeing Shen return home, Li Hansheng immediately retreated. Under this situation, Shen will definitely send a signal to his teammates to remind them. That's exactly what Lemmy did. But in fact, Li Hansheng was hanging in the grass in the river. This is called extreme pressure. In fact, It is the same as the mid-lane hero disappearing online after pushing the line. If someone suddenly disappears in the lane, other lanes will feel the pressure. Because Li Hansheng holds the teleport in his hand, even the bottom lane will feel the pressure. They will wonder whether Li Hansheng wants to teleport to the bottom lane to cooperate with Jungle and Cross Tower. Or maybe RNG originally wanted to launch another wave of attacks on the bottom lane, but ended up cancelling the plan because they were afraid of Jace's teleportation. In short, Li Hansheng's behavior is to help his teammates in other lanes relieve the pressure, especially the bottom lane. After a few seconds, Li Hansheng returned to the line again, and by this time Shen had teleported back to the tower to continue replenishing troops. And Li Hansheng also continued to suppress. It was precisely because of Li Hansheng's behavior that the rhythm on the court became slower. RNG originally wanted to continue to attack the bottom lane to expand its advantage, but was unable to do so. But it is acceptable to RNG. After all, they are the double C of Vin Plus aircraft, and they are not afraid of fighting you in team battles in the late stage. But Li Hansheng uses such moves every time, which is essentially paralyzing the opponent. Isn't that the story of the boy who cried wolf? What's more, people's energy is limited, and landing alone consumes a lot of energy. It's okay to be distracted once or twice to watch the top lane, but naturally there won't be enough energy once more. At 5 minutes, Li Hansheng disappeared on the top lane again. This time Letemi was still the first to remind his teammates, but the teammates just looked at him symbolically and did what they were supposed to do.
Is Nu going to gank in the middle this time?
It can be seen that Jace did not stop all the way to the Daolong pit, but kept moving towards the middle until he reached the F6 position, and the plane seemed not to notice it.
If Xiuhu doesn't react, it will be in danger.
Miller frowned slightly. The mid laner of Tabwa is Galio. You can't dodge Galio's unstoppable W-dodge first move. And the plane brings teleportation. This is Tabwa's opportunity. Without warning, Galio began to walk forward and charged up W. When Xiuhu saw this scene, he began to feel wary, and he immediately turned around and walked back. But Galio was very decisive. When he noticed that the plane was trying to turn around and run away, he flashed forward without waiting for the full charge.
Wei Shen is here. W flashes first. Can Noob keep up with the output?
Almost at the same time, a QE reinforced cannon fired from the side and rear of the aircraft, hitting the aircraft head-on. The next second, Jace, who was holding a warhammer, came from behind and killed him like a god descending from heaven. Q directly landed on the plane's face. Since he had already fired W before switching forms, he hit the plane 3 times in a row like a monster. In fact, even so, the plane still has a glimmer of hope. But Xiuhu's greed made him nothing but a corpse. If Xiuhu immediately flashes and runs back, and then uses W to distance himself, he does have a certain chance. But he wanted to W first, which is actually the flash of greed. This can be fatal. The aircraft's W, Valkyrie Dive, has a low priority. Not even as high as the Prince's EQ second company. And Jace's E Thunder Blow has an absurdly high priority. How high is it? For example, Echo TPs to you from the spring, after being beaten to a low health level by you. He wants to immediately fly back to the spring with his ultimate move. At this time, as long as Jace uses E, even if Ike has moved into the spring, he will be forced back to you in the next second, and then be briefly pushed back a certain distance. Jace's E is so outrageous that you won't be convinced. That's what airplanes are like. It was originally moving backwards and dived, but was knocked back by Jess. Once you knock it back, you won't be able to escape if you try to flash again. Original Flash plus W can allow you to move 1,000 yards instantly. But because you W first, then flash, the E-hammer was used by Jess to bring him back a certain distance. He might not even be able to reach the 550-yard distance that flashed, and could only achieve a distance of less than 400 yards.
Why didn't Xiaohu flash first?
Miller's eyes widened when he saw the plane being hammered back. A little unbelievable.
You shouldn't be greedy for this flash.
Since the distance was not completely opened, this gave Li Hansheng the opportunity to pursue. He stayed close behind the counterattack, then immediately switched to cannon form, and fired a few more flat A shots in pursuit. Take advantage of the opportunity to get this head.
Nice! Noob's perfect swim.
The doll shouted excitedly.
Noob! Noob again! When the whole audience has no rhythm, Noob stands out again. Taobao relies too much on Noob. Ultimately, this wave of gank is due to the disadvantage of the top lane. Letme has no way to restrict Jace, and can only let Jace push the lane and roam. This makes RNG's other lanes have to bear such risks. Perhaps the only good news is that this wave of ganks by Noob came a little late, and the aircraft still have teleportation. Even if they die in this wave, they will not lose too many troops and affect their development. Indeed, after getting this head, the economy of both parties is generally equal. This is completely acceptable for RNG, but it is a completely unacceptable situation for Tobwa. After Li Hansheng returned home and replenished a round of equipment, he returned to the line again. Miller is still analyzing the situation on the field. Actually, for Tobwa, the situation is not so perfect, because it is about to reach level 6. Although Shen has not teleported, Shen will have a big move soon. By then, even Noob will have a teleport lead. Advantage. This advantage will also disappear. Let's see what kind of attack Tobwa will take. Miller's concerns are justified. Shen's ultimate move itself can be used as an enhanced version of teleportation. After all, they can directly select teammates as targets. And they can also provide a valuable shield, which cannot be compared with teleportation. And this caution has not been jumped over the tower, so there is no loss in experience. This also leads to Shen's speed at reaching level 6 won't be too far behind Jace's. It's just that Jace can push the line first and reach level 6 in less than 10 seconds. You can't seize these 10 seconds to attack. Right? Don't even say it. Li Hansheng really couldn't seize only these 10 seconds to attack. But you can seize this last bit of tail time to attack. He's back online. Once again, quickly push the line into the tower. And look at it from a god's perspective. Zhu Mei is already in the Xiaolong pit at this time, and is about to cross the river and enter the lower half of RNG's wild area. This is an obvious attack signal. Obviously, Tobwa's top and jungle linkage. The bottom lane 4-pack-2 strategy is about to begin. Chapter 487. Is the championship about to be won? What Li Hansheng wants to catch is when Shen is about to reach level 6. He doesn't know that once Shen reaches level 6 and has a big move, the advantage he gained from suppressing him before will be gone. What is the biggest advantage of Tobwa's current market upside? Isn't it the TP that Jace leads? In this version without the Tappy mechanism, the advantage of leading teleportation is immeasurable. The version of the Tappy mechanism tends to lock the online heroes online in the early stage, allowing you to focus on the landing. The advantage of this is that the game is more enjoyable and the landing period is artificially extended. Otherwise, you are like some mid laners. I clear the lane and then start roaming. I won't line up with you at all. The game won't be that good in terms of perception. The essence is common to all areas of athletics. Just a little. If you pursue entertainment, you will easily lose the championship. After all, if you want to win the championship, you need the utility of the mechanism. Fans are relatively naive. The audience wants to see you fight fiercely and crush all the way to win the championship. Where can you find such a good thing in reality? The game scene is gorgeous and the championship is guaranteed. Where can I find such a good thing? For the audience, frequent exchanges of blood in the lane, and then solo kills. The two sides are constantly engaged in team battles, stimulating their adrenal glands all the time, giving them various stimulations. This is called entertaining. You can see this from Riot's subsequent revisions. They intentionally guided the game in this direction. The Tappy mechanism allows you to pay more attention to the landing. For a player like Letme, who is an all beings are equal, wouldn't he be forced to retire as soon as the Tappy mechanism came out? Isn't it very simple? When there is no tower mechanism. If I choose a double row of tanks and defense towers, what can you do to me? In the early stage, can you still jump over the tower and kill me alone? If you pay me more than $10, it will only make an economic snowball of a few hundred yuan. This thing is not enough to create a qualitative change. But once the tap skin mechanism comes out, it's useless for you to hide under the defense tower and double row the defense tower. People will eat your tap skin, and you can roll up a huge economic snowball without killing it alone. Then came the Dragon Soul version, which basically forced you to come here for a decisive battle every time the little dragon refreshed. Think back to what the Dragon Soul version was before it came out. Except for the Baron, there are no map elements on the map that can force others to team up with you. The two sides just put aside the constant push and pull on the side lanes, and then look for opportunities. The pace of the game will be infinitely slowed down and fall into the rhythm of Shakespeare. Professional teams also have something to say. I fought rashly and lost, but the audience wouldn't praise me. In the end, wouldn't the audience only recognize the champion? Then everyone should be cautious. So, it is in such a version without Tappy that you can have an advantage in the lane and use the lead teleport to feed back to your teammates. If it is the Tappy version,
If you have an advantage and rush to other lanes to turn in TP for support, you may have indeed gotten kills in other lanes and gained an advantage. But when you come back, you will see that Tappy has lost several layers, including soldiers. Online losses, on the whole, not only did not make a profit, but actually resulted in a loss. Where can you go to reason with this? Li Hansheng doesn't need to have such worries now. Without Tiamat, Shen has no line clearing ability. He can only slowly clear the line of troops one by one. So he does not need to worry about too many losses on the line of troops. And without Tappy, he can be free. Go to other roads to support?
I'll fight the tower later.
Gao Tianliang communicated in voice in advance. He had already arrived in the grass behind the first tower on the opposite side of the road. And what about the bottom lane? Under normal circumstances, if Taobo was attacked by junglers in the early stage, they would not be able to gain lane rights. But not long ago, Uzi and Xiao Duan went home to replenish their supplies. They also have reasons. Shen's ultimate move is not only used for defense. It would be a waste if a skill like this, which supports the whole map, is used purely for defense. The maximum use is to use it for offense. So, it is necessary to prepare in advance before attacking, replenish equipment, and convert your economy into actual combat effectiveness. Offenses in the professional arena are all prepared in advance. Factors such as troop lines, status, and equipment must be taken into consideration. It is precisely because of this that it gives Taobo the opportunity to push back the troops, thus having this rare offensive opportunity. Li Hansheng's opportunity to gain support by pressing the lane has now opened up the situation for the middle lane. But this is still a little bit far from enough. He must also crush the bottom lane.
Noob is clearing the lane on the top lane. Lemmy probably hasn't noticed his intention yet, because RNG's bottom lane duo is heading lane without any defense at all.
No way. Under normal circumstances, the support and ADC go home to resupply together. When coming out, the support must give priority to running to the jungle for a round of vision. Available in this version differently. In the Sensor Monster version, support is not only about economy, but level is also very important. It is almost like being locked online with the shooter. Uzi and Xiao Duan are approaching the first tower of their own bottom lane and are still communicating.
You can come directly to the incense pod later. Juanza will use his ultimate move when the time comes, and we will kill the other side again.
Otherwise, Taobo did a good job finding offensive opportunities in this wave. The time when the single-player line is about to reach level 6 is also the time when the second group of buff monsters are refreshed. The junglers of both sides start in a mirror image, with RNG on the red side. So the prince will definitely take red in the first half at this time, and prepare to upgrade to level 6. So, for RNG, their entire lower half is now completely empty.
Brother Hansheng, are you okay? I can take the lead.
Gao Tianliang took the initiative to communicate with Li Hansheng.
Okay, you can insert the eye.
On the top road, Li Hansheng chose to retreat immediately, while Gao Tianliang immediately placed a trinket eye under his feet. However, Li Hansheng did not hand over the teleport immediately, but waited until the opponent's Lulu and Vayne chose to hand over the TP after entering the defense tower. The location of TP was so eye-catching right next to it, and Wuzi and Xiao Duan discovered it immediately.
What the HL? Jess has teleported.
Uzi was shocked.
Juanza, hurry up and interrupt him.
On the upper roadside, Letemi, who was under the tower, immediately walked forward after hearing the words. Sure enough, he saw the light beam shining in the grass on the upper road line. But the distance was a bit far. He tried his best to walk that way, even using Flash Plus E to maximize its displacement distance. But after all, he was still a step too slow, and Lemmy watched helplessly as Li Hansheng disappeared in front of him. This way down the road, Pig Girl immediately walked out of the grass and blocked the other side's retreat. Wayne and Lulu's first reaction was to fight back immediately.
Kill Virus!
It must be said that Uzi's reaction was quite quick. He knew very well that he could not run away, and his teammates could not bring them any positive help. Instead of waiting for Jace to send down 4 packs of 2, leaving him with no room to resist, he might as well fight back directly, so that he might be able to get himself a kill before dying.
The puppy is so decisive. He chose to go directly to Virus.
Lulu used all W and E on Wayne, and Wayne used acceleration to quickly walk towards him. Lulu immediately danced in pairs and put on a shield next to Virus, and then thought about using a grand entrance to knock away Wayne, because in the previous wave in the bottom lane, Wayne had flashed. The game time has not yet reached 6 minutes, and it is impossible for Wayne to click on the inside talent, so naturally it cannot be good. But now Uzi is in excellent condition. The moment Luo rushed toward him, Wayne used E to interrupt Luo's W. Luo's W didn't have a high priority, and was a skill that could be interrupted.
Wow! The puppy's reaction and hand speed are so fast. Varus was forced to hand over his shield to resist damage. Can it be replaced? Jace has already landed, and Pig Girl has also followed.
Pig Girl is not Wayne. The ultimate talent choices for the herbivorous jungler in this version are all Power of the Colossus. Pig Girl knows how to click Insight, so his flash has improved. Directly hit Wayne with a Q flash. Varus was actually facing off against Vayne from the beginning. Joke. Who is you Windball? Hurt the king. Others may be cowardly at such times, but he will never be cowardly. You Windball's game philosophy is this. You can die yourself, but just deal the maximum damage to yourself before death, and leave the rest to your teammates. So, he's never timid.
The puppy was charged for a while. The Pig Girl played passive. E was frozen. Luo's ignition was also activated.
The baby talked quickly about the situation on the field. The situation on the field is developing in a direction that is not conducive to RNG. No way. The main reason is that Wayne hasn't reached the point of exerting his strength at this time. Not even level 6. Even if Lulu was there to help in the early stage, Wayne did not have the ability to explode instantly. He's not a skill-based shooter. And just when Wayne was frozen into an ice sculpture by Pig Girl, a familiar line also sounded. Electric energy surges. A blue-colored electromagnetic gun blasted towards the face. And the terrifying damage done by the armor-piercing Jace in the early stage was clearly revealed. Jace, holding a war hammer, descended from the sky as if he were a god of war. Q came over and WA twitched 3 times quickly like an animal. This set exploded. Even if Wayne opened the shield and Lulu on the side was treated at the same time, it would not work. After all, the serious injury buff was hung on the body, and the treatment effect would not work at all. And the value of the shield is not enough in front of Jace. Wayne was reduced to residual blood in an instant. Varus immediately used a charged Q to detonate 3 layers of Wither passive on Wayne. As soon as the percentage damage was triggered, Wayne suddenly became a corpse on the ground.
Wow! This damage is too high! The puppy surrendered all its life-saving skills and still couldn't survive. It's over! It's over! The puppy fell down, and Xiao Duan can't seem to get away.
Lulu really couldn't escape. The moment she was sure that Wayne was about to die, Piggy had already turned around and ran over to beat Lulu, playing passive on Lulu. Later, even if Lulu showed up and distanced herself, the Pig Girl was not afraid at all. Pig Girl is so meaty. But you, Lulu, didn't hurt you. Can you still fight back? The other 3 people in Talbot waited for a circle of skills before catching up with Lulu. And Lulu's head was also taken down by Jace.
Beautiful! Talbot's perfect attack.
Miller couldn't help but praise.
We can see that on the top lane. Shin is still slowly handling the army line. Now that Jace has returned to the city and quickly went online, there will be no chance at all. Too many troops were lost.
Among so many tank heroes on the road, Shin is one of the rare tank heroes without AoE damage. For example, tank heroes such as Big Bug, Big Tree, and Thane all have good wave clearing abilities in the early stage. But it's normal. These heroes do not have the ability to support the entire map. Shin is the only hero in League of Legends who can fly across the map. Although heroes such as Galio, Card, Rockbird, and Nightmare are known as full map players, their actual ultimate range is only half a map. As for a hero with strong support ability like this, if you give him a strong wave clearing ability, he will immediately have no solution. For example, last year, when S6 Rockbird first came out, no one paid much attention to it. However, in the subsequent version, Riot added an effect to Rockbird's Q that caused an additional 50% damage to minions. It immediately made Rockbird a must-ban choice in the game. The popular mid laner. If your support ability is so strong and your wave clearing is so good, why don't you let others play? The best way for ordinary heroes to deal with such running map support heroes is to continuously push the lane and use the troops to create pressure to lock them in the lane.
This is not good.
Miller frowned.
RNG gave back all the advantages it had finally gained. Noob still has a huge advantage. And Talbot's bottom lane also came back to life after this wave. That's not right.
Wawa immediately retorted.
Shin will have a big move right away. Isn't this a wave of offensive opportunities for RNG? Shin has a big move. And so does Galio.
Miller immediately retorted.
And if Shin goes to the side lane to support him, by the time he returns to the top lane, the first tower on the top lane will probably be gone. Right. Jess can demolish towers very quickly.
Just follow what Miller says. It is indeed difficult for RNG to have an offensive opportunity next. If you think so, 3-0 seems to be just around the corner. Tobwa is really only one step away from the championship. 3-0. 3-0. Brother Han Chung promised me not to keep me waiting too long. RNG is really in trouble. It starts every game as if it is going to win. But in the end it just cannot win. Hee. Huang Zha is probably furious. And he is still thinking of making a comeback? That's why I'm so crazy. I'm not afraid to pop the champagne at halftime. I'll win if I fight hard. The audience's confidence comes from Tobwa's past performance. Whenever Tobwa gained an advantage in the early stages, they never let their fans down. It didn't happen before, and it won't happen now.
RNG must find a way. Otherwise, if they continue like this, they will only be beaten passively, and the situation will become increasingly unfavorable for them.
Chapter 488. The winner is decided. The dust has settled. The RNG players on the field were indeed constantly thinking about ways to counterattack. The only way at the moment is probably to wait for 7 minutes before the plane gets the first explosive pack and coordinate with Lucian's ultimate move. This is equivalent to having 2 full map streams. The displacement distance of the aircraft after receiving the explosive pack to strengthen the W is much farther than expected. And the most important thing is that the damage is high enough. Real, constant temperature burning. Rambo? It's just a fake, constant temperature burning. This is their best chance. And it is also one of the few opportunities in the early stage for the aircraft to take the initiative and actively seek to kill their opponents. Everybody knows. The hero airplane is really strong in the later stage. But he is also really weak in the early stage. He is so weak that the jungler is not willing to actively help him. Generally, the jungler helps the mid-lane aircraft to relieve the pressure on the lane, help push the lane, or help take down the tower to prevent the aircraft from overshooting the tower. In this situation, it's pretty good if you can develop stably, but you can still think about taking the initiative to take people's heads to speed up your development. This wave of explosive packs is the best time. Certainly, the moment the plane picks up the explosive package, the air defense siren will sound in the entire field, and the enemy will be obviously alert. But for RNG, what's not allowed? Jace no longer has the opportunity to teleport and instantly go from the top lane to the bottom lane. They will definitely form a wave of 5 versus 4. With more fighting against fewer. This is their chance. To this end, they did a lot of homework. First of all, the Mala Xiangwa came to the middle. The aircraft simply could not forcefully push Galio's line of troops in the early stage with its own ability. So it could only call for help from the jungler. At nearly 7 minutes, the prince came to the middle lane and cooperated with the plane to push the lane past. The prince immediately went to the bottom lane. But there is no solution on the roadside. If the prince goes to the top to help deal with the army line, it will be a bit too slow and will only sacrifice Shin's development. Although this will cause Shin to be unable to compete with Jace on the wing in the future, it will lead to a bad situation like the first 2 games, where he cannot beat the wing and is constantly being restrained. But the lineup is different. RNG has Prince plus Shin in this round. These 2 heroes have a combo that can force open. In the first 2 games, RNG did not have the ability to force open, so it was so difficult to fight. If you, Jess, are disgusting on the wing, I will make you disgusted. I killed all my teammates. How can you defeat the 5 of us by yourself? The plane returned to the spring. In order to maximize his combat effectiveness, Xiaohu did not add 3 small items, but directly bought French shoes, just to maximize his combat effectiveness. The next second, he walked to the edge of the spring and picked up the explosive packet. Suddenly, woo 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 woo, air raid siren sounded throughout Summoner's Rift.
Is RNG planning to attack this wave? Let's see how Tobwa defends itself.
The commentators also cheered up and focused all their attention on the playing field. They were experienced and clearly realized that a team battle that can change the situation on the field will begin again. And this wave, it's RNG's desperate fight. If it can't get the corresponding advantage this time, it will become extremely difficult for RNG in the future.
MD, who are you trying to catch on the other side?
Yuanba also sensed the danger, but they didn't know RNG's attack direction yet. It seems that the bottom lane is the most dangerous. After all, if you kill in the bottom lane, you will kill 2 heads at once, which will bring the greatest profit. But you can't tell. The greatest benefit means the greatest risk. What if someone suddenly runs to the middle or top? No one in Tobwa has opened the full map, and the field of view has not yet been arranged to the depths of the RNG jungle. Without enough map information, Naturally, it is impossible to make early decisions and make correct judgments. Li Hansheng didn't speak. He was observing Let Me's movements. No matter which way RNG attacks, Shen must activate his ultimate move to cooperate with his teammates to enter the field for control. So just keep an eye on Shen. As for catching them on the road, it is not impossible. So Li Hansheng's position is slightly conservative. See it. As soon as Let Me saw that his teammates were about to arrive, he immediately retreated to a position deep behind his first tower, just to prevent Li Hansheng from interfering with his ultimate move. At this time, the plane has arrived at the triangular grass behind the first tower in the bottom lane. The explosive pack has strengthened the casting distance of W, which is just enough for him to fly directly to the line.
Junzi, give me your ultimate move. I'm going down. Lu Xiu, you have to use the opponent's skills first.
Xiaohu's thinking was quite clear. The prince's ultimate move can stably force out Virus' flash. As long as Virus doesn't flash, he will definitely take damage from his W. And he will even have a greater chance of getting killed. Very greedy. Right? To play airplanes, you have to be greedy. This is a hero who is extremely economical. Even more economical than Wayne.
The incense pot is about to be served.
The prince came out from the direction of the river. In order to prevent himself from being exposed, the prince simply EQ'd the second company and rushed forward. Then he flashed again to close the distance, and used the ultimate move of Sky Shattering to knock Virus to the frame. This wave of combos was done in one go. So perfect. However, Yu Wenbao's reaction is also very fast. The damage judgment of the prince's ultimate move is locked to the position you are at the beginning. If you use flash to adjust your position during this process, you can avoid the damage of the blind monk's second stage Q by flashing like a flash. Effect? Certainly. The difficulty of dodge to dodge the damage of the prince's ultimate move is slightly lower, compared to the difficulty of dodge to dodge the damage of the second Q of the blind monk. It's probably just the distance between kindergarten and PhD. Right? The main reason is that the action of the prince's ultimate move is too obvious, giving you more time to react. For the blind monk's second stage Q, you must hand over the flash the moment the blind monk comes into contact with you. It doesn't matter if you hand it in too late or too early.
Virus has no flash. Lulu sets W to Wayne, and the puppy immediately catches up and deals damage.
At this point in time, neither side's bottom lane has reached level 6. But RNG's dispatch of 5 people will definitely do enough damage. Xiaohu saw the right moment and used W to fly directly from the side. Passing through the thick wall, there would be a blazing flame under his feet wherever he went. And the plane was also covered with a purple shield. This is the effect of the ultimate move.
Oh? Is Shen still down?
Virus was directly bounced back by the plane's W, leaving no chance of escape. Now all he has to do is to taunt Luo after Shen lands to complete the double kill. But after waiting for a long time, Virus was almost dead and did not see Shen land.
Where's Shenren?
Without Shen's taunts to supplement follow-up control, none of them could keep Luo. Luo immediately sold Virus and ran away when he saw something was wrong. The plane quickly flew forward twice to cause damage to Luo. But if you can fly, Luo can also fly. Luo directly used Shanda to escape. At the back, Virus simply took his hands off the keyboard and gave up resistance.
Virus was killed, but Luo escaped. It is absolutely unacceptable for RNG to send out so many people and only get one head.
And this time, the director then switched the camera to the top lane. Shen had turned into blood and was running towards his second tower, while Jace was chasing after him with a cannon. As Jace accurately hit the target with his Q skill, Shen fell to the ground and became a corpse on the ground.
Huh?
The commentators all stared in disbelief.
How did Shen die?
As Luo smoothly ran back to the defense tower in the bottom lane, the director immediately gave the replay footage. On this side of the road, carefully retreat to the grass next to the stone man and turn in TP. At the back, Jace immediately rushed over with the damage from the defense tower, and directly flashed the QE crooked cannon. After turning on W, he rushed over to QWAA and blocked Shen's ultimate move with E at the last second. It makes Shen unable to land to cooperate with his teammates. Later, Lemmy wanted to escape, but he did not flash to distance himself, and he was unable to fight back. He could only be chased all the way to the second tower by Li Hansheng and then killed.
In this way, the two sides are playing 1-for-1. In this version, there is still a little profit in exchanging the shooter. But if you consider that RNG dispatched so many people and handed over so many skills, it is not that profitable. Neither the plane nor the prince left. They are pushing the line. It seems they want to forcefully demolish a tower.
in the early stage, because RNG had a certain advantage in the bottom lane. A lot of HP was consumed in the first tower of Tabhua's bottom lane. In this case, they could only forcibly demolish one tower to recover the losses. But Luo did not continue to retreat, but stood under the defense tower.
Why don't Xiaoming leave? It turns out that Xiao Tian has come to support. Galio also has a big move. If these three people forcefully defend the tower, RNG seems to have nothing to do.
The plane looked like it had just done a lot of damage. In fact, 80% of the damage came from the W strengthened by the explosive pack. In fact, the damage was very low, and the Vin damage was just average. Do you expect Lulu and Prince to deal damage and kill Piggy and Galio, who have ultimate moves under the defense tower? The three heroes, Zhu Mei, Luo, and Galio, are all heroes who are very fleshy, have a lot of control skills, and have strong counterattack capabilities under the tower. Without sufficient damage capabilities, they are not enough to pose a fatal threat to them. But RNG still didn't retreat. The purpose is also very clear. They have to force Galio to use his ultimate move. Otherwise, how will they defend themselves if Galio uses his ultimate move to attack them later? The four RNG bottom laners gathered together and rushed into the defense tower. But Pig Girl took the initiative to rush forward. First, she punished the artillery soldiers, and then used W to start waving the pig whip to clear the soldiers. He held Q and the ultimate move in his hand. Own confidence. And Galio in the middle is not in a hurry to use his ultimate move. Just walk down the road. On the contrary, RNG is anxious. The prince directly charged at Pig Girl with EQ twice. But how quickly did Pig Girl react? On his backhand, he used Q to counter the prince, interrupting the second consecutive EQ of the prince and preventing himself from being knocked into the air. And due to the control effect, the shield of Power of the Colossus was triggered. Then and the plane started to output immediately. But the problem is that you didn't output enough. Luo quickly used E to help set up the shield. Originally, Shursuming wanted to use W to interfere with the opponent's output rhythm. But when he thought that Lulu's W hadn't been handed in yet, he didn't dare to go up. He just QED the opponent, and then stood on the Pig Girl. The side will restore blood to it. When others are chasing you, the hit rate of your skills will be greatly improved if you turn around. Luo and Zhu Mei retreated to the defense tower again, and Zhu Mei lost less than 1/3 of her health. But by this time, the soldiers under the tower were gone. By the time the next wave of minions came in, Galio had already reached the bottom lane with support. Previously, Nozook and the others were helpless. Now that a more fleshy Galio came, they were even more unable to defeat them.
Whoa! RNG is losing blood.
Miller couldn't help feeling a little sorry for RNG. 5 people were dispatched. But the result was 1 for 1. Forget it. To know. Since the plane left the middle for a long time, Galio came down later, so Galio could handle the troop line in the middle. At the same time, Shin was killed by Jess alone on the top lane, and the troop line in the top lane was also conducive to Tabhua. It is equivalent to saying that RNG is losing ground in both its middle and top lanes during this period. And what about the bottom lane? Although Virus was killed in battle and his development came to a standstill, the army line was not completely empty. Nakano Suk is also developing after taking advantage of the troops. Moreover, RNG has a total of 4 people crowded in the bottom lane, which means that the economy and experience of a wave of troops are divided between 4 people. The development of the plane and vein will not be accelerated. One comes and one goes. Will RNG lose blood?
The most important thing is that neither Pig Girl nor Galio's ultimate moves are forced out. If this is the case, RNG will become very passive later.
Shin's level 1 ultimate move has a full 3-minute cooldown, and the aircraft's explosive pack replenishment time is even longer. It is equivalent to saying that RNG will only have 1 rhythm point of the prince, and the prince has not yet flashed. How do you fight this? This is not. As it approaches 9 minutes, everyone on Tabhua's side came to the bottom lane. Luo directly used R to dodge to charm Vayne first, retaining Vayne, and also handed over W. This wave of 2 consecutive controls completely made it impossible for Vayne to distance herself. Galio immediately used his ultimate move to Luo, and Pig Girl came from the direction of the river, directly cheeing and receiving the ultimate move to freeze Vayne in place and freeze her into an ice sculpture. After finally waiting for Pig Girl's ultimate move to end, Galio's ultimate move landed and knocked Vayne away again. Then came the fully charged W taunt and the E knockback. The control time of this wave of control chain alone is already more than 7 seconds. No matter how strong Lulu's protective ability is,
It is impossible for Vayne to survive in this situation. Instead, Lulu failed to retreat in time to protect Vayne. She was first knocked away by Galio's ultimate move, and then was retained by Taunt. Virus used his ultimate move to regain control. The RNG bottom lane duo is powerless against this extremely long control chain. This is what Redmi has concluded after absorbing Samsung's gaming understanding. Since this version is difficult to kill, then I will let the lineup have a longer control chain time. If I can't kill you by controlling you for 5 seconds, then I will control you for 8 seconds. You have to die. Right? Wow! Virus got a double kill, and the disadvantage of being suppressed in the early stage has been completely recovered. The situation is developing in a direction that is conducive to Talbot. It seems that the winner of the championship is about to be announced. Chapter 489, the only one in history. We are the champion. When Miller talks like this, even RNG fans can't refute anything. Talbot and RNG are old rivals in the league. They know each other well. They have also watched RNG play Talbot for so long. One thing is very clear. Facing Talbot, there are several prerequisites for winning. First, the top lane must not collapse when facing Li Hansheng. The early landing must be stable. Li Hansheng cannot roll a huge snowball during the landing period, causing the team to be completely unable to deal with Li Hansheng's point. Second, the overall situation must not be at a disadvantage. And there must even be advantages in other lanes except the top lane, because Li Hansheng is normally in the lane. He can always use his strong personal ability to give himself an advantage in the lane. It is nothing more than the size of the advantage. And if you want to defeat Talbot, your advantage in other lanes must be the same as Li Hansheng's, or even greater than Li Hansheng's advantage in the top lane. Only by meeting these 2 points can we hope to defeat Talbot. This year in S7, Talbot replaced 3 young people in one breath. It is not that they have never lost games, and the reasons for the losses in those games are actually these 2 points. At that time, Hongmi wanted Li Hansheng to sacrifice himself a little to cultivate young people. Hongmi's idea is very naive, because Li Hansheng's ability to carry warrior heroes is too strong. In many cases, other team members don't need to do anything at all. They can easily win the game by performing normally. It is impossible for young people to be in such a situation for a long time. No exercise. So he asked Li Hansheng to play tank hero, which was equivalent to putting the pressure of the carry team on the young people in the team. At that time, because of such behavior and decisions, Hongmi was constantly criticized by fans of the club. Later, Hongmi simply looked away. Leading such a powerful personal ability like Li Hansheng unused would be a waste of resources. Based on these 2 points, let's look at the current situation on the court. Does Jess have a big advantage? There is no doubt about this. I was snowballing in the first few levels. Then I roamed the middle lane and cooperated with Galio to get the head of the plane. Then I TP'd down the lane and got a head and an assist. Then I killed Shen once again. Jace's current statistics are 3 kills and 1 assist. The most luxurious statistics in the game. What about the second point? RNG couldn't do it either. They were already at a disadvantage in the top lane. And with the failure of the 5-man capture just now, their middle and lower 3 positions were all at a disadvantage. Talbot currently has an absolute advantage. Next is the offensive rhythm that Talbot is best at. The only suspense now is probably how this game will end. Right. Miller sighed. RNG is missing its last breath in every game. Think back for a moment. If RNG in the first game can get the Spider Jungler, if RNG in the second game handles the early offense more perfectly, it is possible to change the situation and cause various surprises in the game. Can be biased. It was just a little bit off. In the first game, I didn't expect that Li Hansheng could forcefully reverse the version and play the top laner Prince. In the second game, I didn't expect that Li Hansheng could actually gain such a huge advantage in the top lane. And what they did when jumping over the tower. Not decisive enough. Decisive. The world is fair. And if this statement does not exist for anyone, the outcome of the game cannot be changed once it is announced. I think it's pretty good. Before the game, everyone knew that RNG's overall strength was slightly inferior to Talbot. Did RNG perform poorly in these 3 games? Wawa asked. Zhang Yida and Miller remained silent. RNG has indeed done a perfect job. The quality of these 3 finals has been outstanding. And they have indeed put huge pressure on Talbot to a certain extent. Keep watching. On this side of the court, the rhythm is completely controlled by Talbot. However, Talbot's method of speeding up the pace still revolves around the top lane, with Li Hansheng already having such a huge advantage. Canyon Pioneer is a sure winner. 9 minutes and 50 seconds. Pig Girl and Galio came to the top lane to cooperate with Jace to kill Shen from the tower. Then the three of them went directly to the Dragon Pit to attack the freshly minted Canyon Pioneer. RNG's midfielder immediately rushed to the bottom lane, hoping to cooperate and forcibly steal the First Blood Tower bounty from the bottom lane. However, Galio directly handed over TP to the bottom lane to help defend, and everyone in RNG did not dare to force the tower. Virus, Galio, and Rockin are all controlling heroes. If you charge the tower in front of these three people, isn't this looking for death? And in Dalong Pit, Jess and Pig Girl easily got the Rift Herald, but they did not go to the top lane. They switched directly to the middle lane and attacked RNG's undefended middle tower. This is far beyond the expectations of everyone in RNG. After all, although Galio has a strong ability to push the lane, he is a short-handed hero after all, and it is impossible to consume the HP of the aircraft's defense tower. Tao Bo Lung used the Rift Herald to directly take down the middle tower of RNG, which was still in good health. It's over. Seeing this scene, both the commentators and the audience felt a little bit in their hearts, and they clearly realized that there was really not much time left for RNG. The first tower in the middle is so important. Losing a tower so early not only will the plane completely lose its safe development space, but it also means that the two wings of the entire RNG and the jungle will be under direct attack from Tabua. Tabua's attack did not end with this, as he pushed down a tower in the middle. Li Hanshen and Gao Tianliang went directly to the bottom lane to join the three people in their own bottom lane. And then, they grouped together and pushed towards the opposite bottom lane tower. On the RNG side, seeing that the bottom tower was threatened, Tabua even had the urge to jump over the tower. No! Luo directly fired his ultimate move and rushed towards the crowd under the tower. Shin, who was far away in the top lane, was so frightened that he immediately used his ultimate to protect him. However, Luo just feinted a shot and immediately used E to fly back to his teammates. Tao Bo's entire formation immediately pulled back. The expressions of the 5 RNG players immediately changed. They also realized they had been tricked. Tao Bo's idea is actually very simple. I just use Luo's ultimate move to force Qianshen's ultimate move. I'll trade a move that takes more than a minute on CD for your ultimate move that takes 3 minutes on CD. Who earns? It's obviously a huge profit, because Tabua has eliminated the possibility of RNG counterattack in the next few minutes. Shin has no ultimate move but teleportation, and the effect of teleportation cannot be compared with Shin's ultimate move. After all, Shin's ultimate move can land him next to his teammates, but the teleportation cannot directly target his teammates. Will the effect be the same? Wow! Tabua really calculated everything. Miller kept shaking his head and sighing. They directly cut off the possibility of RNG's counterattack. It is really not unfair to lose to such an opponent RNG. Leading 2-0. Tabua did not let up at all. He still went all out and showed the most perfect game state. It is normal to relax, especially after gaining a huge advantage. After all, human energy is limited, and you are not a robot. So how can you maintain your attention at high intensity throughout the process? But? Li Hanshen is such a wall hanging. Open the energy hanging wall hanging. Next is Taobua's various offensive shows. Here, Pig Girl cooperates with Jess to kill another wave of Shin on the top lane. On the bottom lane, Galio came on stage with another wave of heroes to help his teammates successfully avoid gank, and even form a counterattack. Vayne is indeed a tank killer, but you must also have equipment. Although there were kills, Taobua's team had a greater advantage, and the overall equipment was better. Facing the behemoth Galio, Wayne, who had real damage, was powerless. When the game time comes to 20 minutes, RNG has already lost all 6 outer towers, and its economy is nearly 10,000 yuan behind. The game has truly entered the countdown, as Tabua won the Baron buff at 21 minutes. Everyone realized that this was a signal. Tabua was about to launch a final attack to truly hold this championship trophy that belonged to them in their own hands. Coming! Coming! Miller and Wawa also regained their spirits and looked at this scene on the court. This may be the last scene of this World Championship. Tabua will bring a perfect end to this magnificent journey to the World Championship. Tabua still took a 41-point push. RNG's lineup has the ability to force open, but they cannot force open. The development of Shin and the Prince is really poor. Moreover, Galio, Rockin, Piggy, and Virus have extremely strong counterattack abilities. Nothing else to say. Your Prince and Shin forcefully rush in to start a team fight. Galio directly uses his ultimate move on the back row, and then Pig Girl throws her ultimate move towards your back row, forming a perfect formation in an instant. And the special effects level Virus's tank fighting ability is no less than that of Vin. So,
RNG has been using the trap here. On the upper road side, after Li Hanxing sent his troops into the defense tower, he did not directly ignore the Highland Tower that he had carefully demolished on the upper road. Instead, he started to move to the middle, thinking about joining his teammates. Maybe Shen gave this information. Lulu, who had been staying close to Wayne under the middle Highland Tower, moved closer to the top road. He wanted to place a field of vision between the top road and the middle Highland to prevent Li Han from ascending. Shoot in the blind spot on the side. Jace, who already had 3 luxurious armor-piercing sets including Yumeng, Black Cut, and Great Armor-Piercing Attack, couldn't withstand this attack. Especially Lulu, the assistant on the disadvantaged side, has a low level and has no other equipment except an incense burner. Jace's shot is no different from the real damage. However, what Lulu didn't expect was, Shi Siming had already set up a field of view on their high ground through the wall before. No one in RNG noticed it at the time, which means that every move he makes now is exposed to Li Hanxing's field of vision. He watched as Lamo's big purple-skinned garlic walked towards his face without any precautions. Li Hanxing was stunned. Such a good opportunity? The moment Lulu cut her sight, a familiar line rang in her ears. Electric energy surges. Only a buzzing sound was heard. Just came up with a beautiful wave of Q flashy, and with the help of the flash, he went directly to the high ground of RNG and formed a face-to-face situation with Lulu. And because it was a Q flash, the flight distance of the electromagnetic gun was shortened, and Lulu had no reaction at all. F***CK! Xiao Duan exclaimed in his voice. He instinctively wanted to use W to turn Jace into a sheep, and then kept shouting, "Help me! Help me!" But here's the problem. Lulu's sheep transformation is to launch a magic ball, which will transform the enemy into a sheep the moment the magic ball touches the enemy. It is equivalent to saying that there is a delay effect. And Jace had already fired W, and quickly moved A 3 times with the cannon in his hand. Lulu was immediately taken away by Jace's terrifying burst of Q-Flash EWA. Even Lulu herself didn't even react to set up E's shield on herself and use her ultimate move. And Shen, who was under the tower on the road not far away, didn't have time to set up her ultimate move for Lulu. The purple-skinned garlic is just gone. Huh? Miller and Wawa looked at this scene dumbfounded and were speechless for a long time. The audience at the scene was also in an uproar. Marvel at the terrifying instant damage Jace can do. Lulu is just gone. Xiao Ming is also here. The RNG players are still a little confused. But the Talbot players have the advantage of vision. They know very well that Lulu will die, so they won't be confused. Luo activated his ultimate move, dodged R, and rushed towards Vayne. Uzi's reaction was quick, and he immediately flashed away, started R and then Q, and rolled into the invisible state again. But the slightly slower Xiaohu was not so lucky. The plane was directly hit by Charm, and Pig Girl threw a big move at him, freezing it in place. Everyone in Talbot rushed forward in a swarm, and Galio immediately used his ultimate move to protect Luo, who was deep in the crowd. RNG's formation was shattered to pieces. Uzi has been doing damage, but all his damage falls on Galio, and he really can't beat Galio. On the contrary, Yuanba saw the right moment. R flash! Jack! Jack again! Miller shouted excitedly. Varus, who was originally doing damage at the back of the crowd, saw Wayne's position and decisively flashed forward and threw it at Wayne. Wayne was immediately trapped in place by the purple withered vines, unable to move. Route. In the Sensor Monster version, your Sensor Monster will be killed first, and the team battle itself will be impossible to fight. What's more, this is a crushing group with tens of thousands of dollars ahead. 0 for 5. Tobo didn't let anyone from RNG escape from their eyes, and killed them all under the defense tower. We've come this far. The Talbot fans at the scene stood up from their seats one by one with excitement, raised their arms and shouted. The commentators are also completely crazy. 0 for 5. No miracle happened. Tobo completely extinguished RNG's last hope. Champion! No one can stop them from winning the championship. We did it. Topo really did it. Noob did not disappoint us. They really made history. Not only is it the only team in history to win the S-League Championship for consecutive years, it is also the only team in history to achieve the championship with a complete victory and no Shu Kingdom in a small game. From this moment on, this team will be destined to be recorded in the history of the League of Legends. I declare that Noob is the #1 player in the League of Legends. Chapter 490, there are really no regrets. The commentary can be said to have said all the words that can be used to praise Li Hanxing. It even makes people feel a little nauseous. But who cares about this exciting moment? Even many viewers actually have more disgusting words of praise in their hearts. And they will only be more enthusiastic than the commentators. A consecutive championship. What a privilege. It can be said that in Li Hanqing's original time and space, the reason why Faker can be called the #1 player in the League of Legends, and set as the benchmark in the professional League of Legends circle, is because of two things. 3 competition championships. And then becoming the only team in history to win the competition championship consecutively. Relying on these two hard currency honors, Faker can become the father of Riot Games and the ratings guarantee for League of Legends professional games. Even if his condition declines due to his increase in age, and he becomes the big demon king of Feek, he will become the big Fei teacher. The reason why SKT didn't dare to take him into the starting lineup. In a sense, he is the Jordan of League of Legends. If Jordan has been playing with the Bulls dare to let him be a substitute. It is impossible. From a purely economic perspective, putting him on the court is a ticket and a viewership. Why not take advantage of all the guarantees of efficiency? Even. Of course, there is another reason. That means Faker is really just one step away from becoming an unprecedented 3 consecutive champions. This year in S7. It was indeed his teammates who failed to live up to his good form. As long as the top and jungle positions were normal, SKT would not be beaten by Samsung. If it is 3 consecutive championships, I really can't imagine how exaggerated Lee Sang-hyuk's final status and popularity will be. Right. Lee Sang-hyuk's early honors are indeed the dividends of the times, which is undeniable. In the early days of the game, Riot Games did not have enough control over the competition version. So it gave SKT the opportunity to win the S Championship in S5 and S6. And even almost completed 3 consecutive championships in S7. But it was also in the year of S7 that it came to an abrupt end. Starting from S8. Riot's control of the game version has been completely unrestrained. Within a year, no team in the Grand Slam can be found, let alone a team that has won the S Championship for consecutive years. But let's look at it from another perspective. Everyone has equal opportunities. If Lee Sang-hyuk can stand out, isn't it because he has the ability? The overall strength of League of Legends has indeed increased as time goes by. But isn't it also his ability that Faker's strength can continue to improve? You can tell from the various praises that the original Spacetime Faker received after completing 2 consecutive championships. How terrifying Li Hanqing's popularity and attention will be at this moment. It will only be worse than Lee Sang-hyuk. Joke. The most classic saying about Lee Sang-hyuk back then was that there was no black mark except nationality. And what about Li Hanqing? There is no black mark such as nationality. It is a pure existence without any black marks. Noob really did it. He fulfilled his promise to us. Miller was still shouting passionately. Sure enough. As long as Noob promises, he will definitely do it. Li Hanqing wanted to win the World Championship completely. And he really did it. On the stage, all members of Tabwa have hugged each other excitedly. Yu Wenbo rushed to Li Hanqing's side immediately, jumped up and gave him a bear hug. Ah! Brother Hanqing! I did it! I am the hacking champion. I am the real champion with the main status. That is to say, Li Hanqing is in good health. And it won't matter if he has Yu Wenbo hanging on him. He stabilized his body and looked helpless. You kid. Can't you get off me first before talking? What? You are planning to rely on me all the time. On your body? Yu Wenbo got off him. But at this time Guihao, Hongmi and others backstage had already rushed to the stage. Guihao seemed very excited and also swooped over and rushed towards the team members. Hongmi also seemed very happy. He has actually been quite frustrated in the LPL in the past few years. They say he is a championship coach, but he has never achieved any results. Now, lead Taobo to win another world championship. And the number of championships he has won will be the same as that of Hongmi. The entire stage has become a sea of celebration. Look at the other side. All members of RNG seemed a little out of place with the lively atmosphere. From the moment the game ended, Uzi slumped in his chair and never got up. Hearing the warm cheers from the audience and various colorful ribbons falling above his head, he turned his head enviously and looked to the other side of the stage, just in time to see Yu Wenbo raising his arms and shouting proudly. That moment, he seemed to recall the moment when S3 led the royal family to the finals. This is the 3rd time in his career that he has watched others lift the S-Match trophy in front of him. They all said that it was only a matter of seconds. But in the end, he still failed to overcome this curse. The curse of having nothing to do with his career still accompanies him. I can't help but feel a little bitter in my heart. But what can I do? In the field of competition,
The winner is the winner, and the loser is the loser. If he loses, he has to accept this status quo. It's nothing more than doing it all over again. Thinking of this, Uzi couldn't help but stood up and started to pack his peripheral equipment with his head down silently. This stage seemed a bit too noisy for losers like them. Losers do not deserve to stay on the stage that belongs to the winners. Staying for 1 second longer is torture for themselves. After everyone in Talbot recovered from the initial excitement, Li Hansheng led the players in a neat line to the other side of the stage to shake hands with the RNG players. When he came to Uzi, Li Hansheng actually had all kinds of feelings flashing through his heart. Before traveling through time, he had cheered for Uzi's incredible performance in the first half of S8, and was also angry and regretful because of the Waterloo he encountered in the S8 World Championship. After traveling through time, he immediately had a conflict with Uzi, which led to a deep grudge between the two. He even deliberately disgusted Uzi during the game. But now, it was as if everything had disappeared. After becoming an esports player, he has a different view on this group of players, compared to himself, who is just a mere spectator. As an esports player, he seems to be able to understand the difficulties of this group of esports players better.
If you want to win the championship, you really can't just talk about it. The right time, right place, and right people are indispensable. To be fair, Uzi actually didn't have the ability to truly win the championship in the past few years in RNG. S8 had a chance, but the version changed during the World Championships. In S9, his personal strength also had a chance, but his teammates couldn't keep up with him. It's just that he enjoyed the flowers and applause of the whole team. So he must be the first to take the blame for losing the game. And the team leader must be like this. Just like the factory director who obviously had the best performance of his career in the World Championship in S7. His teammates cheated him, and he suffered it all silently. Li Hansheng took the initiative to extend his hands to Uzi.
Let's try our best next year.
Li Hansheng took the initiative. Uzi was stunned for a moment after hearing this. He didn't seem to expect that Li Hansheng would take the initiative to comfort him. He couldn't help but have mixed feelings. He held Li Hansheng's hand tightly and took the initiative to congratulate him.
I will not give up. Of course, I will continue to attack next year.
Champion. But now the championship belongs to you. Congratulations. You deserve this championship.
After shaking hands with the RNG players, Li Hansheng led the team members to the front of the stage again. The winner must be worshipped and baptized by the audience at this time. No action is required at that moment when all members of Talbot appear in front of the stage. The entire Bird's Nest Sports Center was in a state of excitement. Most of the spectators were flushed with excitement and stood up from their seats. They roared. I tried to express my inner excitement in this way, which is also the best hint to the winner. Such a huge momentum made Li Hansheng extremely shocked. This was a scene he had never seen before traveling through time. He really made up for his biggest regret as an LPL spectator. In the darkest moment of the entire LPL region in S6, the darkness was broken and a ray of light was brought to the entire LPL region. When S7 could only watch a group of sticks compete for the championship in a venue of great significance to the entire nation. He changed history so that Bangzi didn't even have a chance to appear in the Bird's Nest. The next S8 LPL division will finally embark on the right path, get on the right track, and usher in the true glory of the division.
It's not in vain that God gave me this plugin. And it's not in vain that I travel through this time and space. It's a time and space that truly has no regrets.
After a long time, the atmosphere at the scene gradually eased down, and Riot executives and the leaders of the LPL division came to the stage. Next comes the most exciting moment. They will hand over the trophy that symbolizes the championship honor to everyone in Talbot. Just like the coronation ceremony of a king, the moment the trophy is lifted, it means that the title of champion truly belongs to Talbot. Rendong stood aside with a microphone in his hand.
Next, let us give applause and cheers to the champions of the 2017 League of Legends Global Finals. Team Talbot.
Li Hansheng stood in the C position, cooperating with his teammates to receive the heavy trophy, and felt the cold texture of the championship trophy. Although it was cold at first touch, he was very hot inside. Li Hansheng shouted,
1, 2, 3. We are the champions.
Everyone worked together to lift the entire championship trophy high above their heads, and a burst of brilliant fireworks effects immediately erupted from the front of the stage. The audience once again burst out with enthusiasm and gave the final round of applause. At this time, Rendong, who was holding a microphone, came to the team members. He was going to interview the team members next.
Before the interview, let us reveal the suspense after the game. In fact, there should be no suspense.
Rendong chuckled. I believe everyone already has their own psychological answer to the FMVP winner of this finals. Next, let's count down. When the count reaches 1, everyone can shout out their favorite FMVP. At that time, our big screen will also announce the FMVP winner. Come on! 3, 2, 1, Noob! The audience at the scene shouted out Li Hanqing's ID in unison. And Li Hanqing's handsome makeup photos also appeared on the big screen used to broadcast the game. Wow! Rendong laughed with an exaggerated expression. It seems that player Noob won this FMVP as everyone expected. Ha ha ha! Indeed, the extraordinary competitive state shown by player Noob in the game led Tabwa to the final top of the line. Then, let's interview our Shinka FMVP first. A microphone was handed to Li Hanqing, and Rendong smiled and said, winning the S championship again and becoming the FMVP of the finals. How do you feel at the moment? I'm very happy. Li Hanqing smiled. Actually, when I won the championship last year, I was thinking how lucky I would be if I could win the championship in our hometown and in front of our own audience. I'm very happy. What happened last year? This year has become a reality, and it is indeed the same as winning the championship. But being able to win the cup in such an important stadium in front of the audience in our own division makes me even happier. I can see that Noob is really happy, Rendong said with a smile. No team has been able to win the championship again before this. The closest one was SKT, but they lost to you in the finals last year. We are always amazed. Player Noob, can you share with us your terrifying performance and how you keep yourself performing at a high level? Li Hanqing suddenly laughed evilly. Dark blue. Add more. Amid the stunned expressions on everyone's faces, he burst out laughing. How should I put it? League of Legends is a team game. This championship not only belongs to me, but also to my teammates, and also to the fans who have been cheering us on. Your support is the driving force for me to keep moving forward. If you want to maintain your status, it's very simple. If you love games, and you can play more than 10 hours of ranking every day like me, you can also maintain such a good status. But here I want to tell the designers at Riot Games. Can you give me some strength? Guys, we promise to weaken the championship team. Hearing this last sentence, the audience smiled knowingly. This is the Li Hanqing they are familiar with. How could he still be Li Hanqing without being crazy? Have you heard the designers? Noob is issuing a challenge to you. Rendong also laughed. As usual, can you talk about your prospects for next season? I remember that after winning the S6 championship last year, Noob was very domineering. We have announced that we will win the S7 championship again. We have already won the championship. Do we want to create a unique record in history? Become the team that wins 3 consecutive championships. The audience has already begun to boo. 3 consecutive championships. Moreover, the host city of the SA Global Finals has been announced early. It's Incheon in Bangzi. Is there anything more satisfying than winning the championship at Bangzi's home? Although Li Hanqing kept a smile on his face, he hesitated for a moment. Look at the eager expressions of the audience. He didn't let them down. If everyone thinks so, then as you wish. Chapter 491 is a big surprise for everyone. It can only be said that Li Hanqing understands the audience. He knows what the audience likes to hear, and knows what the audience likes to see. Certainly, he didn't mind if he was framed, but he still didn't forget to give himself a small patch. I may bring you a small surprise next year. Li Hanqing said this in a pretentious manner, pushing the atmosphere of the audience to a higher climax. Of course, he didn't explain what kind of surprise he wanted to bring to the audience. The next step was to interview other players, the coaching staff, and the management. Everyone did not forget to mention Li Hanqing when answering. Of course, I'm very happy to win the championship. The person I'm most grateful to is of course Brother Hanqing. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have joined Taobo. Where would I have got this chance to win? If I hadn't joined Taobo, I wouldn't have had it yet. Do you know which platform to be a Draven Jinchuriki anchor? Yuanbo said with a smile. Brothers sometimes get on top of each other. It was Brother Hanqing who saved me. I was able to have such a good public opinion at the beginning of my career. The environment is also very grateful to Brother Hanqing. Hee. I'm just like Jiekwa. It was Brother Hanqing who recruited me from YM to Taobo. My achievements today are entirely because of Brother Hanqing. Ming is still the classic Hiwei. They say it's easy to be a jungler in Taobo. I was still unconvinced at first. But after I became the team's main jungler, I realized how happy Candy was last year. I stopped pretending, and I showed my hand. It's so easy to play jungle in Taobo. Gao Tianliang smiled happily.
Sure, Siming is older than the two of them in terms of age. Yu Wenba and he are truly promising futures. Two post 2000 world champions. This is also the only one in the world. Gao Dui, a veteran in the team, also expressed his gratitude to Li Hansheng.
When I was in LGD, I originally thought I would continue like this. It was Lao Li who gave me a chance to turn around. I am very grateful to him. This team does not have Lao Li. It's not called Tibwa.
His words can be regarded as completely confirming Li Hansheng's status in the team. Hongmi also said this in an interview.
I was hesitant to coach Taba, because in my game philosophy, genius and discipline are always opposite. After working closely with Noob, only then did I realize that there are really players who can show their full talent and be disciplined at the same time. Noob is the most talented player I have ever seen. There is no one.
Those who didn't know better thought that this was some kind of retirement ceremony for Li Hansheng, and that these people were going to say something about the scene. But this is the post-game interview after winning the global finals. One person said it can be considered as licking. Two people can also think of it as licking. What about three people? What about four people? Does the whole team say that? That can only show that Li Hansheng really impressed this group of people. After the interview, everyone returned to the backstage passage.
In case you have forgotten, I want to tell you that the championship trophy will have to be returned later. If you want it, you can pay for a one-to-one model. But don't worry about this. The club will pay for it for you.
The reason why Guihao emphasized it was to play the emotional card with the players. Reflect the human touch of the club. Objectively speaking, since the team has brought huge advertising benefits to the parent company of Topo, and the parent company is a listed company, the increase in stock price brought by Team Topo alone is exaggerated, let alone the sales of various related products. It is precisely for this reason that the parent company is particularly willing to spend money. Taoba's treatment is the best in the entire LPL. Even if they don't do this, it doesn't matter. But Guihao knew it very well. Most of the contracts of esports players are signed once a year. This not only provides protection to the team, but also can be adjusted at any time if the lineup is unreasonable. It is also a kind of protection for the players. Those who live in youth are afraid of being locked up by child labor contracts. Missed the golden period of making money. With this local championship, the value of these 5 Toba players will definitely skyrocket. If you want to renew the contract at that time, the price will be sky high. If the human touch is done well, the players will not mind a lower salary. After all, being in a comfortable environment is far more comfortable than earning a higher salary. Of course, the premise is that the salary provided by Talbot cannot be much lower than the market price.
Also, please clean up. We are going to have a big dinner to celebrate.
Guihao waved his hand. But the team members are very busy now. First, they have to use their mobile phones to reply messages. Too many people sent them messages to celebrate their victory. At the same time, the club also invited the parents of the players to the scene. So they still need to find their parents. Fortunately, Guihao had everything ready. We had already arranged for someone to take the parents of the team members to a place to eat. After drinking and eating, we returned to the hotel. Everyone else went to spend time with their parents and family. But Li Hansheng was alone. Every time at this time, Li Hansheng would feel very lonely. And the feeling of being out of tune with the world would make him feel very bored. I originally thought that this feeling would dilute with the passage of time. But like an uncle, it still makes people feel sick when it comes from time to time. A month has passed since Toba won the championship. In this month, the players of Toba and the club can be said to be full of traffic. Li Hansheng's championship was broadcast live for the first time. The popularity of the live broadcast room directly exceeded the 10 million mark, and countless people came to give gifts. The value of the gifts he received that night was also calculated in tens of millions. Even if you split the money with the platform and pay taxes, you can still get hundreds of W. This is the charm of local championship. In this month's voting for the year-end All-Star Game, Li Hansheng is also far ahead in popularity. To be honest, Li Hansheng really doesn't want to go abroad. Taking international flights is really tiring. Even taking first class. After all, you still need to adapt to the environment again when you go abroad. The most important reason is that the food abroad is really not used to it. But there is no way Riot will not let him participate in the All-Star Game. The ratings are guaranteed by him. But before going abroad, Guihao found Li Hansheng, and his purpose was obvious.
Hansheng, there's no need to hide between the two of us. Let's make an offer. No matter how much money other teams give you, the price I give you will definitely be the highest.
Guihao looked very generous. The parent company's massive investment has long stopped him from digging around. In fact, many teams did contact Li Hansheng during this period, although they knew that Talbot was unlikely to be released. What if it happened? The LPL will officially launch alliances in S8, and the huge returns brought by Talbot's parent company's investment in esports are seen by all major capitals. Now all the hot money in the market is pouring into the esports market, and the intuitive feeling it brings is that the salaries of players are rising. S7's Li Hansheng has the highest salary in the LPL if he gets a 10 million contract starting with 1. But now, according to rumors, some teams have offered Li Hansheng a sky-high price of 5,000W for 1 year, or even higher. Not just domestically. Teams in Europe and the United States also contacted Li Hansheng, and he was making a lot of money. The contract offered was also worth tens of millions of dollars in annual salary, calculated according to the exchange rate. The price in soft sister currency can even touch the threshold of 100 million yuan. Quite exaggerated, right? But to put it bluntly, after winning the championship again, Li Hansheng has replaced Lee Sang-hyuk and has become the ratings guarantee for League of Legends games. If Li Hansheng can be signed, the economic benefits will be immeasurable, and the ratings of the entire league will also increase. The event organizers must be involved behind the scenes in the billion-dollar contracts in Europe and the United States. As for the LPL, Tingjing's meaning is also very obvious. Li Hansheng must be retained at all costs, and the LPL benchmark cannot leave to other competition regions.
Brother Hao, since you came to me to talk about this matter, I will tell you clearly. Wait a minute. Haven't you already promised to other teams?
Guo Hao immediately interrupted him and looked at him in disbelief.
Hansheng, you can't do this. No way.
Li Hansheng smiled and waved his hand.
Some people did contact me privately, but I rejected them one by one. Don't worry. I won't leave Talbot voluntarily. Don't scare me.
Guo Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that his home would be stolen. So he quickly said,
Away came to me before and said he wanted to retire. First, the league has nothing to pursue for him. He has lost his love for the game and now he is addicted to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds every day. And the second one wants to spend more time with Bizai. And they seem to be getting married. Can you tell me if you have any recommendations for a good mid laner? Zhuo Ding from the second team.
In the summer, Zhuo Ding transferred from YM to Talbot's second team.
Can he do it?
Guo Hao hesitated for a moment.
The leader of the second team told me that this child is a bit introverted and not very good at communication.
Is it more than just not being good at communication? It is estimated that except for himself, the Mandarin spoken by the left hand cannot understand what he wants to express. This is an absolute disadvantage for a mid laner, because the mid laner, like the jungler, needs to communicate frequently with teammates and exchange information.
It's okay. Just trust me. By the way, you can mention Bai Jiahao to the first team. I plan to take a break next year, and maybe I won't play in the spring games.
As soon as the news came out, not to mention the audience, the entire LPL division was shocked. In just a few minutes, it became a hot search topic, and it almost crashed Weibo's server. For other teams, this is the opportunity. Originally, each of them had a headache how to cross the mountain of Li Hansheng. As a result, the mountain suddenly disappeared. Oh, there's a group more excited than them. When this news came back to the LCK, the entire Korean esports circle went crazy. Everyone is celebrating Li Hansheng's short retirement like crazy. At this time, only then did the domestic audience react. Co-authored. Li Hansheng said after the S7 finals that he would give everyone a little surprise next year. Is this it? As for Li Han's promotion, when the spring season was about to begin, he was enjoying the sunshine, beaches, and beautiful women in Hainan. The whole person highlights a sense of comfort.
You win, Ba. Now you are the most senior one in the team. You have to play a good leading role. You know? Don't think that I won't supervise you if I'm not in the team. I won't make it difficult for you. You have to kill me in this spring game. If you enter the finals, I won't force you to win the championship. Okay?
On the other side of the phone, Yu Wenbo cursed unconvincedly.
Gone! Brother Hansheng. Who are you looking down on? Just wait and see how this brother performs. Okay. I will watch the game.
Li Hansheng is now focused on enjoying himself. Oh, it is worth mentioning that, even knowing that Li Hansheng would take a long break, Talbot still offered him an annual salary contract worth 60 million. Chapter 492. Someone actually questioned me. Although Li Han was promoted and announced that he would not play in the game, he is not retiring anyway, so Talbot's attention has not decreased at all. Joke. Yu Wenba, Shi Siming, and Gao Tianyang were able to accumulate a certain number of fans last year. Moreover, the historical achievements of Taobao are here. As long as it does not fall into a long-term downturn after its peak like Wii, the number of fans will not change much. Therefore, Taobao was arranged to play in the opening game. And Tingjing also knew how to create traffic and topics. The opponent's arrangement was RNG, which lost to Taobao in the S7 finals. Good guy. As soon as they heard that Li Hansheng would not be playing, the last remaining fans of RNG were not calm and began to post wildly on the internet. Noob not on board. So what else is Taobao going to do? Wei Shen himself has retired. So he expects a bunch of new recruits? Hee. No one really thinks Jack can beat a puppy. Right? Last year, the puppy defeated him many times in the lane. But this year there is no big brother in the team to support him. I really like the saying of Gouache. I am the 16-year-old world champion. How about you? Classic Fisher is better than Iverson. Right? How can the old 5 champions have the confidence to brag about themselves? Emperor Zashu. Let's take it for granted. As long as the RNG players are half as tough as you, they won't be beaten by Taobao every time. I really like a saying from GSL. Uzi is the world's #1 ADC. Hee. The world's #1 ADC without a single championship. Right? No brother Han Sheng can hack you as hard as Taobao. The tension between the fans added a touch of gunpowder to the opening game. Originally, fans of RNG were ridiculed because they were used to pretending to be dead. They knew very well that as long as Li Hansheng was around, Taobao would never lose to RNG. Why would they set up a target and be slapped in the face like crazy? But now, Li Hansheng is no longer here. What else are you pretending to do? This is destined to be a highly watched game. Li Hansheng, who is traveling, also pays attention to the duel between the two sides immediately, mainly to see the performance of the players. RNG's biggest signing during the transfer period was the introduction of their team's core jungler Kasa from the Flash Wolves. After the Flash Wolves were eliminated from the World Championship group last year, Kasa felt that there was no future in continuing to stay in the LMS League. So he simply sought development in the LPL. RNG is also trying to seek certain changes. After all, the game style of Mala Xianghua is a typical double-edged sword. If the bet succeeds, the upper limit is extremely high. If the bet fails, it will be a side effect. Kasa's game style is very similar to Factory Director. That's the first 15 minutes. The rhythm is unbeatable. And he is very good at raising the big daddy in the team. But the disadvantage is that it is easy to get lost in the middle and late stages. Especially in team battles. It is almost a super soldier. So they need a big daddy to guide them. Last year, Uzi led the team to the finals, which proved his absolute core status in the team. RNG's management simply took a big gamble.
It's interesting to see if this boy Yu Wenba has grown up over the past year. And to see if this boy Zhu Ding has really been conquered by me, the Tiger Emperor of Spring.
Now that he has a different identity, Li Hansheng feels that he can be a pure fun person again. Fun people watch games just for fun. The roles are different. And the mentality is naturally different. Soon, the first game between the two sides kicked off. How to say? The addition of Kasa has indeed greatly improved RNG's early rhythm. This person's jungle planning is particularly bad. Gao Tianyang seemed to be uncomfortable to a certain extent. The reason is also very simple. What teammate was he last year? Top laner Li Hansheng. Mid laner Gao Dui. There is no need to say more about the personal abilities of these two people. They can always grab the line rights and cooperate with him in a more aggressive jungle invasion style. But now, top laner 369 and mid laner Zhu Ding are both newcomers. No matter how talented they are, they still need time to turn their talents into immediate combat effectiveness.
Taobao struggled a bit, which is different from the Taobao we are familiar with. If it was last year's Taobao, the early offensive rhythm was very smooth. Now you see Xiao Yan on the court like a headless fly, with no trace at all. There's a rhythm to it. Wei Shen's retirement and Noob's temporary break will have a huge impact on the team. After all, Noob is the absolute core of the team.
However, under the training of Hung Mi, Taobao still showed strong resilience. Although he was unable to play a smooth offense, he was able to stabilize the situation. What really caused the sudden change in the situation on the field was the Dragon Group. The problem lies with Yu Wenba. He still played according to his habit next to Li Hansheng last year. What habits? In the self-destructing truck style. Regardless of whether you will die or not. Just deal out the damage before you die. And stand out as a damage king. But last year, he had Gao Dui and Li Hansheng to support him. There is no one this year. When Li Hansheng is away, He is the core of the team. And 369 and Zhuoding currently do not have the ability to cooperate with his way of entering and harvesting. How long have they been working together? The result is, in order to deal damage, Yuanbo positioned himself too far forward. RNG seized the opportunity and killed him directly, causing the team to collapse. The moment he was killed, Yuanbo opened his mouth. He originally wanted to ask the other two C positions, 369 and Zhuoding, why they didn't rush with him. If Li Hansheng was here, he would definitely rush with him without hesitation. This creates a harvest situation. But when the words came to his lips, he held them back.
I'm too greedy for output.
Shi Siming and Gao Tianliang glanced at him without saying anything. They also understood that if Li Hansheng was here, the situation would be different. But now that Li Hansheng is not here, they must learn to adapt to how to win the game when Li Hansheng is not around. Taobo lost the first game.
Actually, judging from the overall process of the game, Taobo is not a question of strength. Although the two newcomers 369 and Zhuoding are not particularly eye-catching, they did not fall behind in the face of players such as Lemmy and Xiu. It feels like they are playing in a mess, as if they are missing a backbone.
Miller gave his own evaluation, and then helped to add a few words.
It's normal. Replacing two core players at once requires an adaptation process.
In the second game, Taobo managed to regain some ground, but it was still not the early offensive rhythm they were used to. Instead, they fought fiercely with RNG for more than 30 minutes, and finally won the game through team battles. And in the third game, RNG made another victory, defeating Taobo with a score of 2-1, ushering in the team's first victory against Taobo.
Let us congratulate RNG on their good start. Kosa's integration is smoother than expected. As for Taobo, I can only say that the two newcomers still need time to grow. Jack and the others must now clearly realize that they are the core members of the team. The core needs to show the carry performance that the core should have.
Lost. Still lost to RNG. This is absolutely terrible news for many Taobo fans who are used to mocking other teams. They have always been invincible in online output, but now they can only become the most annoying person if they can't quarrel with the other party. They will say,
"What kind of champion are you?"
What's even more exaggerated is that Li Hansheng's private Weibo has been completely destroyed. The private message has completely exploded. As a result, Li Hansheng had to stand up and post the latest news.
Everyone should give the newcomer some time to grow up. Be tolerant, and don't be so impatient. As for when I will return, it will definitely be at a suitable time. Don't be curious. I will tell you when I return. I still want to ask everyone for more information. Give new people some time to grow.
Even Zhu Away, who has long been addicted to
PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds,
had to stand up and said during the live broadcast,
Zhuoding is very talented. He just hasn't adapted to the rhythm of the game yet. Give him some time. You guys.
Why are you so anxious?
The two people's words helped stabilize the situation. The main reason is that fans have become accustomed to Taobo's skillful defeating of opponents and cannot accept defeat at all. In the next period of time, Taobo's record is relatively stable, with wins and losses. Although it is not in the top 2, it is still in the first echelon. The first place is IG. Although IG lost Jack, they introduced SMLZ, which can be regarded as making up for the last shortcoming. The top, middle and jungle iron triangle is in excellent condition, cutting melons and vegetables all the way, and has not lost a single game so far, ranking high first in the league. The second place is RNG. The third place is EDG. And the fourth place is Taobo. It can only be said that fans are not used to it. But after experiencing these unaccustomed things, each one of them will gradually become accustomed to it. What else can be done? Those championship fans, who could only accept the team's victory, immediately ran to become 10-year IG fans. Fortunately, the foundation is solid enough, and Taobo's performance is not that bad. And the new people's growth is also seen, so it can be considered stable. Coming soon to the spring split. Fans originally thought that Li Hansheng would always return at this time. Right. But still no news. Even if Taobo was eliminated by IG and RNG in the semifinals, they could not wait for Li Hansheng. The spring finals were played between IG and RNG. It can only be said that this version is too suitable for RNG. Thane issued a command flag in the middle. And Rookie, who chose the Snake Girl, was dumbfounded. Can't clear the line at all. And Uzi's Kai'Sa and Xayah showed extraordinary dominance. Even SMLZ was a bit embarrassed to face him. Certainly, the most important thing is that IG's top laner Shaman was injured during the playoffs. causing him to be unable to play. IG failed to stand in front of them in a complete posture. In the end, RNG won the Spring Championship, and Uzi finally ended the embarrassing situation of 0 championships in his career. In the subsequent MSI and the Intercontinental competition before the summer competition, Uzi also showed his extraordinary dominance, leading RNG to win multiple championships in a row. And what about Li Hansheng? Still eating, drinking, and having fun everywhere. Traveling around the country, he is often recognized by his fans. So much so that there is a saying circulating on the internet. You can see Shengbao everywhere except on the playing stage. Facing various questions from fans, Li Hansheng just smiled and said that he would return soon. But this soon suddenly came the summer playoffs. To know, Taobua's league points in the spring split are not high, and they want to steadily obtain a spot in the S competition. Only by becoming the champion of the summer split and qualifying as the number 1 seed. Even relying on league points to get the 2nd seed is not very safe. That's the case. Li Hansheng still has not returned. Finally, RNG won the summer championship, while IG got the 2nd seed as the 2nd highest scorer in the whole year. Tobua needs to compete with EDG for the last ticket in the bubble game. Even in this situation, Li Hansheng still did not show up. But this group of young players from Tobua did not disappoint and still won the last ticket to the global finals. At this point, I haven't been able to see Li Hansheng's comeback. Fans who have been waiting for nearly a year can't help but have questions. What's wrong with Shengbao? You want to say there's something wrong with his health, but he's traveling around eating and drinking, and it doesn't look like there's something wrong with him. You want to say he's retiring? How can anyone retire in their prime? Originally, it was just an internal discussion among Tobua fans, but it was so popular that it also attracted discussion from other groups. RNG fans seem to have forgotten the fear of being dominated by Tobua led by Li Hansheng. Everyone began to ridicule on the internet. Haha. Designers have been targeting top orders this year. Noob was afraid of the prototype, so he ran away. What if Noob comes back now? A person who has not experienced high-intensity training for nearly a year can just plug and play when he comes back? Some people really got it. And now the leading figure in the LPL is a puppy. What is the current version of Noob doing when he comes back? What is the value of? All living beings are equal. Recognize the reality. Noob is no longer the Noob he used to be. Look at the skin. Even if you can't get a spot in this year's World Championship, these people have been eliminated by the times. Similar comments are everywhere online. Fans of Li Hansheng were so angry that they directly contacted people online. But now, the what kind of champion are you no longer works. RNG has successively won the Spring Championship, MSI Championship, Summer Championship, and Intercontinental Championship. It is only missing the last S Championship to complete the Grand Slam. Judging from the version, Kai'Sa is still popular in the bottom lane. Uzi's incredible performance with Kai'Sa at MSI once made fans say that this is a hero tailor-made for him by Riot Games. Perfect for Uzi's playstyle. Cut the back row and hit output. And the face rushing system that RNG has established around Kai'Sa is unrivaled. IG is a little overwhelmed. So, RNG fans now have the same mentality as Tobua fans in the past 2 years. I wish I could look at people through my nostrils. Li Hansheng didn't pay attention to the comments from the outside world at all. As a player on the wall, even if he doesn't play games every day, he is in the best condition as soon as he plays. The day before leaving for Incheon, he came to the team base to meet with the team. At the same time, his personal Weibo and Taobua's official Weibo announced the news at the same time. I heard that some people said that I can't do it anymore. World Championship. Your king is back. That's it for Chapter 493 finale. Usually Li Hansheng rarely updates his status proactively. Taobua's official Weibo often uses him for marketing purposes, but never mentions his return. As time went by, no one mentioned this matter, so much so that some fans jokingly said, "You can see Li Hansheng anywhere, except on the playing field." But now, Li Hansheng and Taobua's official Weibo announced at the same time that he would officially return during the World Championship. So there is no question of doubtful credibility. In just a few minutes, the news of Noob's comeback was trending, when everyone thought that Uzi led RNG with a dominant performance in S8 that attracted all the attention. Li Hansheng's strong comeback declaration allowed everyone to see the appeal and terrifying traffic of the number 1 again. Li Hansheng's fans also fully explained the truth. Labor and management just become Buddhist-like in normal times. Not really dead. WTF? Damn it. Damn it. Whoever has yellow urine, please give it to me. Is Shengbao really coming back? Ha 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 ha.
The Emperor and miscellaneous people are all waiting for them. Your biological father is back. Woohoo! Can you watch my brother Han Sheng bathing a dog with his bare hands? Okay. Labor and management said that heroes like Akali, Sword Girl, and Sword Demon are all very suitable for me. Brother Han Sheng. Brother Han Sheng. Rush for me. 1 knife and 1 bath for the dog. Isn't it? Did you really pay? Let's not put pressure on Brother Han Sheng. I always feel that he still needs some rehabilitation. After all, I have been working hard for nearly a year, so I still have to find my form and feel no matter what. Right? Yo? Isn't this a deserter noob? After hiding for a year, you finally stopped being a coward? Laughing to death. Let's get rid of the bad news. The current RNG is invincible. No doubt. Li Hanqing's official comeback is definitely a big news for the entire LPL region. And it can be said to be the kind that detonated domestic traffic. And it is also a big shock to players all over the world. Wow! Is Noob finally coming back? If Noob can resist the pressure and win the championship this year, then I suggest that Riot designers consider resigning collectively. The hot man is finally back. This World Championship has another game that I'm looking forward to. Didn't everyone say that AC has retired? But it doesn't matter. Our LCK won't be afraid of his Smecta. What if I come back? How can I be in good shape after not playing a game for a year? I guess I came back as a mascot to cheer up the players. Right? Audiences in Europe and the United States are naturally very happy to see Li Hansheng return. The teams in the main European and American divisions are all helpless. The audience in their divisions also know that championships have nothing to do with the European and American divisions because of the talents of the players. When there is not a big gap, the hardness of training will become the key factor in determining the outcome. Many people don't understand what training means. The meaning of training is to raise your lower limit. This is the same as answering questions in an exam. Question C tactics can maximize your lower limit. You may not be able to get high scores, but you will always be above the passing mark. Discussion volume. The East Asian Cultural Circle is really not afraid of anyone, since there is no hope of winning the championship in one's own division. There is no point of view for the European and American audiences. So don't they just support whoever plays well? What's more, Li Hanqing's game itself is highly entertaining. And S8 this year, a lot of heroes have been reworked, almost all of which are top laners, including Sword Girl, Sword Demon, Akali, Crab, and Crow. Riot's hero rework basically follows the same concept, deleting some backward mechanisms and adding new ones. Under the new mechanism, these heroes will become a true double-edged sword. The upper limit gets higher, but the lower limit also gets lower. To put it bluntly, it is to give you a higher operating limit. Take heroes such as Dao Mei and Akali as examples. The original mechanism is so rubbish that even if you are given magical equipment, you will not be able to perform well on the field. But what about the new version? The mechanism is here. You must know that S8 Sword Girl's W is a full damage reduction. It does not only reduce physical damage after being weakened, and S8's ultimate move also has disarm. Akali's current Q can regenerate blood when it is close to full energy, although the smoke bomb can no longer ignore the defense tower. The ultimate move does not require a designated target and can be released at will. Sword Demon's various values have not been weakened, and his ultimate move also brings resurrection. The designer redid a bunch of mechanical monsters in S8, in the original time and space. Why could IG win the championship? Isn't it just because of the top operating monsters and the infinite swings of the middle and upper lanes? These mechanical monsters shine in the hands of Song Yijin and Shaman. Otherwise, why would a team like IG, which has no discipline and poor tactical execution, win the championship? Edition bonus. Certainly, this is not a disparagement. Almost all previous champions have received version bonuses. Everyone is in the same version. It is your ability to get it. Why is it that the version is a bonus for you, but not a bonus for others? Everyone is looking forward to Li Hansheng being able to use these heroes to end the 4 guarantee and 1 face rush system brought about by Uzi. Right. Although these mechanical monsters have been logged into the professional arena one after another during the summer split, there is a certain lag in the professional arena's understanding of the version. And RNG has been so successful this year. Won the domestic league championship twice, and also won the MSI. It relies on the system of 4 guarantees and 1 face attack, coupled with the emergence of Uzi, who is gradually reaching the peak of his career, and Kai'Sa, who is very suitable for this tactic, forming a perfect closed loop. As a time traveler, Li Hansheng knows it very well. Heroes such as Sword Demon were not popular from the beginning, In the first week of the S8 World Championship, the whole world was learning RNG's style of play. The real change came in the second round of the group stage of the World Championship. Everyone had a new understanding of the version. As a result, RNG, which was invincible before, was unable to fight back against the new version, and even almost overturned in the group stage.
Let me start this change!
Li Hansheng actually wanted to experience the most powerful moments of these mechanical monsters again. With Li Hansheng's comeback, teams all over the world seemed to regard Tabwa as their biggest competitor. After all, the name of a person is the shadow of a tree. There is a serious netizen on the domestic forum who made a comprehensive analysis with the title,
"On why Noob's comeback will definitely fail."
Give you a comprehensive analysis. This player conducted a large amount of data to demonstrate, first of all, based on the fact that the rankings of those Korean players who were originally familiar with them dropped sharply after going to the North American division, resulting in a decline in status. He concluded that they had not been touched much throughout the year. Ranked Li Hansheng's condition will definitely decline even more seriously. Then from the ecology of the game and the ecological environment of the top lane. In the current version, the system where RNG won the championship is very popular. And in this system the top laner is a pure tool player. So it can be concluded that Li Hansheng is easily restricted by the version. Finally, I haven't gotten along with the team for a whole year, and there is no tacit understanding between them.
To sum up, I have every reason not to be optimistic about Noob's comeback. And I also advise some Tabwa fans not to jump too hard, lest they be slapped in the face. To be honest, since Noob chooses to return to life, he should not return to the game again, at least not in such a hurry, as this will only destroy his invincible image in our minds. And it will also be a huge blow to his personal commercial value.
Don't tell me. The analysis is well-founded and even makes many Li Hansheng fans a little shaken. Could it be true? When the timeline came to the group stage of the World Championship, Tabwa achieved a 2-1 result in the first week because Tabwa did not change its style of play. I am still learning RNG. Li Hansheng still has not come back. Just assume that everyone agrees that Li Hansheng's so-called comeback is just to accompany the team to the World Championship as a mascot. In the second round of the group stage, Tabwa officially announced the substitution, and Li Hansheng replaced 369 as the team's starting top laner. And Tabwa chose a lineup that didn't fit the RNG system right from the start. Top laner, Dao Mei. Jungler, Xi and Zhao. Mid laner, Jace, and bottom lane Lucian plus Luo.
In fact, it is essentially a face-off system, but the mid-level and upper levels are the core roles of output. They are no longer tool players. Tabwa has come up with a multi-core system for the first time in a long time. This is the change brought about by Noob's return. After nearly a year, Noob appears on the stage again. We can observe his performance.
2 hours. The audience at the scene were shocked. In the 3 group matches, Li Hansheng took out 3 heroes, Dao Mei, Akali and Sword Demon, achieved luxurious data of 17 kills, 21 kills, and 14 kills respectively. It's almost a pure matchup. Tabwa is also going strong all the way, and each game lasts about 20 minutes.
He's back. He's really back. Oh my god. How did Noob do it? How can he be so strong after not playing for a year?
It really shocked everyone. Domestic Tabwa fans immediately found the previous post that analyzed that Li Hansheng would definitely be slapped in the face after his comeback. Crazy Penny. Is the original poster still there? I heard that some people question my brother Hansheng's strength. Laughing to death. Your uncle will always be your uncle. Isn't it just that I won a few fish belly in the group stage? What's there to be proud of? Huangza. Just keep talking tough. Wait until the knockout round and see if brother Hansheng hacks your dog in the bath. Then that's it. Tabwa's competition mode quickly became popular throughout the World Championship. Everyone began to try this multi-core face rushing system. Everyone seemed to have been open to a new world. And what about RNG? Faced with the new understanding of the version, they were just like Li Hansheng remembered, struggling in the second round of the group stage and falling directly to second place in the group. In the quarterfinals draw, as expected, Tabwa, who ranked first in the group, drew RNG, who ranked second in the group. Fans from both sides of the country immediately started shouting at each other. But all these quarrels will come to an end with the beginning of the quarterfinals. Facing the menacing Tabwa, RNG could only stick to their original things. The self-confidence accumulated over the past year gave them the courage to compete with Tabwa. The fear of being dominated by Li Hansheng still comes to mind.
Aren't you going to ban Aoun? Do you think Noob wants to challenge Latme's all living beings are equal?
Topwa directly released Ornn, and Li Hanqing's choice was to use Daomei to deal with it. If you want to ask who gets the most bonuses from the hero Ornn, there is no doubt that it is Letme. Although the hero Ornn may look like a tank, he is actually a mechanical and numerical monster. Many people may have forgotten that in addition to the terrifying percentage damage of Ornn's W in S8, it also comes with a shield. Coupled with the unique online equipment purchase mechanism, Ornn is a pure deadbeat in the lane. Result? Li Hanqing directly killed him alone. He completed the tower crossing kill at level 4, and then went crazy. In the first game, he defeated Letme by more than 100 knives. In the second game, Li Hanqing used Akali to deal with it, and got another explosive kill. In the third game, when Li Hanqing used Sword Demon first, Letme thought of using Poppy to deal with it. As a result, the most terrifying gap was created. At the end of the game, the gap between the top laners of both sides was $200. At the end of the game, Letme was completely beaten out of energy. Wang Zha continues to shout. Ha ha ha. I heard that some people think Brother Hanqing is no longer good enough? Where is Wang Zha? Doesn't it sound very fierce? Didn't you say that Brother Hanqing is not okay? Are you going to slap me in the face?
Back! Noob is really back. This familiar feeling of the game. This hearty attack. These heroes seem to be tailor-made for Noob.
The power of mechanical monsters and numerical monsters lies in them. If you give him some equipment, he can really fight 1 against 2, 1 against 3, 1 against 4, or even 1 against 5. Tao Bo is advancing all the way. And in the lower half, IG advanced to the semi-finals after a fateful showdown with KT in the quarterfinals. Finally, Tao Bo and IG successfully joined forces in the finals. And IG's top laner, Shaman, also performed horribly with these heroes. Everyone felt that this was destined to be an extremely exciting showdown. This is also true. But IG lost in the end. No matter how strong a Shaman is, he must bow his head in front of Li Hanqing, who is full of attributes.
Oh my god! 3 consecutive championships. Noob. He really did it. Even if he takes a year off and doesn't play. So what? As long as Noob, don't retire for a day. No one else can get involved in this championship.
After winning FMVP again, Li Hanqing expressed his thoughts in an interview.
This will be my last time participating in the World Championship. I have fulfilled my promise to the fans. S6. You said you needed a World Championship. And I got it. S7. You said you wanted to see me win the championship at home. And I did it. S8. You said you wanted me to win 3 consecutive championships and create a dynasty. Now, I have done it too. The LPL used to be in darkness and needed someone to bring a ray of light. Now the LPL is already the #1 region in the world. The World Championship has become our civil war for 2 consecutive years. The LPL region will have a bright future in the future. And me? It's time to return to life. Thank you for accompanying me on this journey.